Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religion, and a challenge me day. So sorry. Messed that up again, didn't I? So sorry to hear that B.S. Lewis is at work and cannot come in right now, although anyone is welcome to come in and, chase down why I'm saying something that doesn't make sense. And B.S. Presented something. Let me see if I can scroll back up and read this exactly. Welcome Ox and Kev and Wooly and Jody and BS. And BS wrote just why the Bible is trustworthy in a little short story. Peace and respect also, what the Beck. Why the Bible is trustworthy. For the same reasons anything would be trustworthy. I mean, it wouldn't have special exemption as to why it should be trustworthy. Either something is trustworthy or not. And how do we know that, I guess, is the larger question. So I'm a correspondence theorist of truth. That is to say, I assign value. I know there can be like special exemptions that don't much matter in reality in justified true belief. That is that things could be coincidentally correct and not actually justified, and I'm actually okay with that. I don't think that's hugely important. But for the same reasons that anything else is true, that it's true in reality. Like, for instance, let me show you this. Okay, let me get myself to the bottom so you can see that in bigger print. And I'm going to take your comment down so I'm more out of the way. Genesis 8:2:2. While the earth remains, seed time, harvest, cold, heat, summer, winter, day, night, shall not cease. Shall not meaning like the same thing as will not in our modern language. Will not cease. So let's take any one of these. Night will not cease. What would that mean? Night will not cease as long as the earth remains. Well, it's a claim that it's always night. It doesn't cease. What about day? Day does not cease. Winter, summer does not cease. Seed time and harvest does not cease. Okay? Now, is that true any singular place on the planet? Any given continent? Is it true in Asia, for instance, that night does not cease? Well, no. On average, you got 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night, right? So it's not true in Asia. Is it true in Russia? No. Europe? Nope. The Americas? Nope. Not true. Each one of those has Africa? Nope. Each one of those has day and night. Is it true around the globe, however? Well, yeah, because it's a globe. It's some kind of a spherical shaped thing. And because there's a singular light source a really far distance away and we're turning, it is true that there is always night and there's always some surface of the earth that's facing toward the sun. So there's always day. And that day never ends. And that night never ends. And that's true. What about winter? Is it always winter somewhere on the planet? Yep. Is it always winter on any singular continent? No. I guess the polar ice caps. It's always winter there. Um, is it always summer somewhere on the planet? Yeah, yeah. Of course, I live in the moderate zone where it has some of the least temperature variation from the hottest of summer to the coldest of winter. I live in a place like that because distance and orbit to the sun versus which way it's facing the longest amount of time due to tilt and etc. like that. So my point, I could go through this. This is all true. It's absolutely true of the planet, and it's not true anywhere on the planet. Now, a person could, as Christians often do, that's so sad. Hillary's emails, peace and respect. You could challenge me on what I think the Bible is saying. You could get into some real nitty gritty with me if you wanted to. That'd be okay. Like, I do make some unusual assertions within my Christianity. So my overall point here is that Genesis 8:22 is true of the entire planet and true of absolutely no singular landmass. Now, how did somebody of the ancient Near East know that? Is it because they had figured out the planet, that they had figured out the seasons and the way that they worked around the planet? Is it because they knew that it was some kind of a sphere? Well, depending on which people, I guess you could make an argument that certain people thought it was a sphere and other people thought it wasn't. But if we stayed to just, since we're Old Testament here, if we stayed to just the Jews, then I'm relatively sure that there wasn't a consensus amongst Jews that held that this would be true. So why is it here? Well, it's evidently true. Now, how did it stay there? Peace and respect, News Unit, Dave. There are Christians that think this means that all these things happen on one given continent, and I can see them reading it that way. But if you read it that way, it's not very consistent, and it's not true, and it's not prophesying over the planet. I said hi, Beck. Peace and respect, Beck. Where was I? Oh, yeah. I had an emotional moment there. I hate to think that I'd hurt anyone's feelings, especially Beck's. So it has a truth. There's a truth claim here, and it's true in reality. So we can say something like, it has value because it's true in reality. Okay, is this the only place where the Bible makes some kind of a truth claim and we can prove that it's true in reality? Well, no. It's littered with it. You could go to something like, you could go to the book of Exodus, where if people had actually translated the words there, it's a lesson about learning, where when you don't know something, you're separated from others, and that enslaves you. It limits you in certain ways. And there is a group who does know that whatever topic, and it goes into great detail about what Exodus is in a learning process for a singular individual. I mean, it applies to riding a bicycle. It applies to going to college. It applies to heaven's arrival to the earth. It applies to a lot of things. So, I mean, it's literally true. Or you could go to Cain and Abel. Is it, although those words didn't get translated into the English, to the Hebrew ear, Cain is the idea of being vain and materialistic, whereas Cain is the idea of transitioning, and change in an individual, and Abel is the idea of vanity, and wilderness is the idea of some place that you don't go, that you haven't been, that you're new there, and it might even kill you. So when it reads that Cain meets Abel in the field, and that's the same as transition or changing, finds his vanity in a place he's never been. That is, he's never thought about his own vanity. And he kills his vanity in the field, and then God says to him, "Where's your vanity?" He says, did I have to maintain it? Do I have to keep that? Is that even a good thing? Yeah, it's been a brother to me. My vanity has been a close friend. A very close friend. But is it good? Should I even keep it? And of course, God protects him and blesses him after he loses his vanity, for just really obvious reasons. We will all be worm food, depending on if end times are true and are not anytime soon. Richard tends to believe that it'll be sooner than most think. I don't know what most means. You could be right. There are people that think it's like starting tomorrow, and they're always professing it's starting tomorrow. And I don't know how the hell they say that, where the Bible says no one will know the hour nor the day. Not even Jesus. So they're like, I don't know, professing themselves better than Jesus? I don't get that. Although I think that it's evident that some of the minor signs, not the big signs, but some of the minor signs have actually happened. Like in language, peace and respect, broker of peace. That in language we have started substituting evil terms to mean good terms. Like, oh, that's a bitchin' surfboard. Or that truck is sick. Like, why are those compliments? Literally, they're not. But it's very recent in the history of this earth that we started using language that way. Peace and respect, Mac the Human. Okay, moving on with my example of things that are in the Bible which are true. I troubled myself to look up these words that are in Job. And I'm sorry for the translation into the English. I think it's not very good in for a lot of reasons that are really small points. Like where this word sky appears, it's actually dust above the sky. It's not the sky. Small and large particulates. And this word strong right here is actually not strong, but increase. And the word and right, where was that? Spread out with him, spread out the sky. They kind of neglected the idea of knowledge, which is right about here in the text. I could show you. And in molten looking glass, well, the looking glass part is pretty good, meaning a mirror. But the molten right here is actually pulverized metal applied to hot glass. And if you pulverize a shiny metal and you apply it to hot glass, you do end up with a looking glass. But they left out the idea of knowledge in this, which is evidently there. I could show you. So this reads more like I have brought close and made you to understand the materials over top of the sky, right? And I did that through the increase, like visual increase, using a molten metal on the back of glass, a mirror. Okay? Well, what does that? Well, you might notice this is written in Job 37:18, which is Old Testament. But what does this very thing? It's claiming there's something that does this. Well, telescopes do this. But when was the first telescope? First telescope was, real telescope, not just a field glass or a looking glass or, a telescoping glass, but a real telescope. The first one of those was in 1610, Galileo Galilei. Yeah, this rock is not spread out, it's actually hammered, pulverized. But anyway, so if I take it very literally and I just ignore, I take the literal words, here they are. Raka, im, that's fine, him. Raka, yeah. The sky, which actually this isn't sky because that would be a different word. I could go through all these. You get bored. I don't want you to get bored. But I think it's describing a telescope, actually. And when was Job written down originally? Something like 3500 BC or some crazy stuff. Like a really long time, well before there was any telescope. Peace and respect to St. Tommy. We can argue over the Sara Schemmel. That sounds like a very Hebrew name. Oh, that's a really interesting assertion you made there. There are truths in the Bible. There are also lies. I'm going to argue with that part. The Bible, like any and all religious texts, are truths wrapped in lies. That's interesting. Every single religion and religious text is meant to deceive. And the Holy Father God is not limited to a book and or religion. I like your summation statement there, and I fully agree with you. If you look at enough of my content, you'll see that I'm not just saying I agree with you, but consistently I agree with you on that. Yeah, I think that all the ancient stories are telling truths, and I think they are wrapped in lies in kind of a way, because the way that playing telephone game through the years in any given religion has come up with ideas that they think are necessary to think about the text that aren't necessary, and so it's their view is the twisting. Not, I think the words themselves are perfect, but I think their view is twisting. I'd love to debate you on that. Worms. Please don't call yourself worms. I mean, yes, your physical body is very likely to become worm food. True. But they change cells too. You don't stay the worm. The worm is a continuation of life over time through materials, just like any of us are. So you might be temporarily part of a worm, but then you might become part of a rose after you were part of a worm. Who knows? I try to choose rose because I chose rose because people like roses, but I don't particularly, actually. And I don't know, 1,000 other places in the text I can go, okay, look, this is true. It's really true. Like, you don't have to like it. Now that I don't want to be dishonest about it, I want to be honest with you, B.S. Lewis, that there are parts of the text which are prophetic. Now, those haven't happened. And I cannot prove the future act of some sentient being. I can't prove that. They haven't done it. I could prove a past act if there's, sufficient evidence left behind. But I can't prove a future act. So on those prophetic points within the text, I hold a faith position. That because the other things have been true and my personal experience has been true, I'm willing to extend that to the rest of the story where I think the rest of the story is true. I can't show the rest of the story is true. I can say something like, it would be disprovable if. I can say it would be disprovable if, for instance, if part of the prophecy included a square circle or a married bachelor, or a two-dimensional sphere. Those things are logically impossible. And if it was something, if it made a statement that was logically impossible, I could say that's not going to ever be true. Or if it was impossible in physics, say that it said, it claimed something like gravity is the result of air pressure, and you're just so used to the air pushing down on you that that you aren't able to distinguish the air even pushing down on you, and that's what's causing you to be stuck to the earth. Or if it claimed something like the earth is a disk, and there isn't enough mass there to have gravitational pull on you, and actually what's going on is everyone's on one side of that disk, and if it ever stabilized in speed, then you would become weightless. So it has to be constantly accelerating upward for no apparent reason. If the Bible claimed that, I'd go, that's bullshit. We can't be constantly accelerating, and if we were, then I guess the whole universe is constantly accelerating in the same direction, and then you have problems with the redshift, and I mean, it would cause all kinds of problems. So that's a way you could falsify it. You could say if it claims something that's impossible in physics or logic, or it was inconsistent or whatever like that. The words are not perfect. Insistently. Messages received from God can be difficult to translate into language. The human mind has biases and doesn't always interpret God the way God intended. Okay, so part of your assertion there, Sarah, is that man was inspired to write the Bible, right? That's a hidden assumption within what you're saying. When I take the text into consideration with itself, even in only the Old Testament. I'm going to read the rest of these real quick because you're troubling yourself to type stuff. The texts are written by a human mind, but were inspired by God. Yeah, there it is. Via their gifts, clairvoyance, clairaudience, claircognizance, clairsentience. These are not always clear. Play on the word clair. I see that. It's witty. The mind gets deceived by Satan on a nearly constant basis. The ego and shadow are always at play to intercept and confuse the truth. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Peace and respect, Brother Timothy. I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome. I'm coincidental, a new person along with Sarah. Or do you guys know each other? Just curious. Doesn't matter if you do or don't. So God failed. No. God left us some amount of free choice. And these things should be hard to understand, and that's part of the point of it. Okay. So the intrinsic hidden assumption here, and you probably cognitively realize this, Sarah, that you're assuming that man wrote the text, right? I don't assume that, and I think that's impossible in the text for several reasons, like they knew things they couldn't know. I'll give you an example. In northern Africa, Enosh, however you want to say it, Enoch, wrote that a very accurate description of a eucalyptus tree, which no one had discovered. Australia and New Zealand and the surrounding islands, no one knew there was a eucalyptus tree, and yet he accurately describes one after having claimed to have flown over a great body of water into a wilderness land. Okay, how did he write that? He also claims that there are 14, not conifers, don't confuse me, non-deciduous trees on this earth. There are precisely worldwide 14 non-deciduous trees. You can check that. You have to. They're not just conifers, but also holly, the holly family, and the rhododendron family. Those are 14 total count. So that's also true. So how could people not able to travel the globe have surveyed the globe? Obviously, they are not the ones who were asserting it. And this just goes on and on and on. In the Old Testament is claimed let's see, which parts of it are claimed only in the Old Testament. I don't know. Tell me, do you ascribe value to the New Testament as well, so I can use that? It'd just be a lot easier. Their astral travel all over in the Bible. Oh, okay, okay. That's the way you look at it. You're probably referring to I was immediately in the spirit and ideas like that. Yeah. Okay. Sarah, there's a link at the top of the chat. It says http colon / StreamYard. Left click on that. It'll drop down a link to come into the chat, because you're saying a lot of things that are interesting, and I want to respectfully address you, and you're typing a lot, and there's too much. So a conversation would be much easier. This seems like it would be probably a fairly decent description of the experience, actually. I'm not sure that those are the reasons why. But experientially, this is a fairly decent explanation. I mean, I don't think that you know that this is why either. But it's a fairly rational explanation of it, I guess. I mean, in a B theory of time, and if I mean, I could extrapolate into the not necessary but possible explanations. In like a B theory of time where gravity waves are cascading across the actuality, you may be experiencing things outside of your time and knowledge range. And maybe that's what we're talking about here, but I can't be sure that's what it is. It seems to me there is intrinsic knowledge that can be passed from human being to human being. Like, I just formed a sentence and you understood it. And that was a transference of information. And you can investigate whatever I say, the sky is blue, and confirm or deny it. You can say, okay, it was valid information, it was true in reality, it was actually anti-knowledge information. But definitionally, information requires two intellects. There has to be a source of the information, and then there has to be a receiver of the information. Peace and respect, Doubting Thomas, who wrote, there are 100 types of deciduous trees in Canada alone, Richard Madsen. Wrong. Please stay with what I said. I didn't say types. I said species. And there are exactly 14 species of non-deciduous trees. Non-deciduous, like not having leaves. Like having spines and hard leaves and stuff like that, fleshy leaves. So first you get the deciduous, non-deciduous, right? And maybe your connection's not so good, Doubting. Okay, Sarah, can you turn on your camera and just like hold up your left hand so I know you're a real human, not a troll or something, please? Okay, I'm going to bring you in, but I'm going to keep my button on my finger on the kick button.
Oh.
Peace and respect, Sarah. Welcome. Hello. I heard something from you.
Hi, sorry, I don't do this, and I've got.
Don't be nervous. Nobody can see you, and no one can tell who you are.
How do you turn off the echo?
Okay, left click on your YouTube tab that you've got open on your screen there. Or you can right click it and mute that site. Or you can turn it off.
There we go. Okay.
Peace and respect, our dying son. Did that work? You good?
Yep. Do you still need to see a photo? I'm still in like PJs.
No. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to invade your privacy or anything like that. It's just that one thing a troll won't do is show their face, because they don't want to be identified. You know, it's part of being a troll. Anyway, so the floor is yours. You were trying to say some really interesting stuff that I want to engage with you, but, 200 characters isn't nearly enough for the kinds of things you're thinking. So the floor is yours.
What? Oh my. What do you want me to talk about in depth?
Okay, I'll lead off. No problem at all. I'm used to that. Okay, so my assertion is that the Bible had to be written by angels directly, and that if man had written it down because of the human mind being flawed, it would be flawed, and I can find no flaws.
Okay.
Okay.
What if I said that those angels involved were fallen angels?
Fallen angels. Okay. I'd like to hear that fleshed out. Let's say they were fallen angels. What would be the repercussions of it? That they could be liars?
The whole point is to deceive the entire world, all of humanity. And I've already said that all religious texts, to some extent, are truth wrapped in lies. And the best way to deceive someone is to wrap truth around it. Because if you can get them to believe the truth because it's truth, they usually don't keep, critically analyzing the remainder once you've got them hooked. And then they are sort of indoctrinated into the rest to believe it, since they can't actually validate it.
It's a really good point. Yeah, that is how we get tricked into things. I mean, I agree with you, like on a human level. That is true. I wish you'd quit misquoting that. Jeez, Doubting. Okay, anyway. I'll let you figure it out, Doubting Thomas. I'm not going to keep restating it. I said it perfectly twice. Okay, so that is how we get fooled by things. What makes you think that that's the case with, say, the Old Testament?
I actually don't know the Old Testament as well as the New. Is there a particular thing you are referencing in the Old Testament that you would like to discuss?
Well, let's go to New Testament then, if you're more familiar with that.
Okay.
Is that okay? All right. So, could you give me an example of what you're talking about from within the New Testament, where there is a fundamental lie that has truths wrapped around it and people are fooled by it? Just anything at all?
It's more or less, it's not necessarily a specific thing. It's more of a conceptual thing where, like I watched one of your videos yesterday. I don't know when you did it, a few days ago, on the
Thanks
word
for watching it.
meaning of Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
And the New Testament emphasizes that if you believe in Jesus, you will be saved.
Yeah.
Okay. God saves. Jesus does not save. So that's sort of a play on words where people think they need to believe in Jesus, who was a man, who did exist, who did die on a cross, and has absolute unconditional love and truly has connection to God. But Jesus does not save us. God saves us.
Okay, cool. Doubting Thomas, I have to admit, I could have used the wrong word. Maybe I should be saying family instead of species, because I can't remember which term is the right scientific term for that classification, that size of that group, and I could be saying it wrong. You could have looked up the right word that I'd said, and I am wrong. And maybe species is the wrong word and family is the right word, because I get confused about those things. Okay, so Jesus, Christos Jesus, that's christened to announce that Jehovah saves. So you're right, Jehovah is the one who saves, not Jesus. And when Christians say things like, oh, Jesus is my Savior, they're literally ignoring the text. So I totally agree with you. Now, is that in the text or is that in the church?
I mean, it depends on who's reading the text. Everyone can read it and interpret it in different ways. So some people will read the truth and some people will not read the truth, and they will read the same words. So it's really dependent on how they understand and interpret it.
Yes.
And many of the religions interpret things incorrectly.
Yes.
So they are teaching false doctrine.
Right, which the Bible warns against, doesn't it? It says several times, hey, don't do
Yeah.
that.
Yes. And
Oh,
Jesus outright says the religious leaders are hypocrites and leading people astray and away from the kingdom of God. And they are still
yes.
doing that today.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, there are 12 of this category of conifers, okay? And um, and then there's two more which I already mentioned, which is the holly and the holly and the rhododendron are the other two. Doubting Thomas, can you flash camera for me, or are you gonna make me nervous? Or all right, bro, you can turn it back off. And it's so rare that you do that. I know nobody got film footage of you doing that before, so we're good. All right, all right. So, I think Sarah, you're saying it's evident, and I agree with you that churches do this certain thing and look at it in funny ways. But can you show me in the text where they are necessarily looking at it correctly and it's contradictory? Like, for instance, could I say I can find in the text where it says that Jesus is Yahweh? I might find that somewhere, right? So that's what the Christians are saying, is Jesus is Yahweh, right? But do I find that anywhere in any story?
My memory is bad, so and I'm usually not very good to recall specific verses. I'm usually a gist person, or
Okay.
concept.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I appreciate that because you can talk in a larger view of it.
Uh-huh.
But do you ever use a search engine like Blue Letter Bible or eSword or anything like that? Stacks?
No.
I really recommend it because it just makes it easy.
The
So
thing I use the most is Bible Hub, and
Bible Hub, that's one of them.
I generally look at the interlinear version.
Okay, so if you go to if you search with Bible Hub,
Mm-hmm.
select your favorite interpretation, which are interpretations, but select your favorite one and then search just two words, Jehovah Christ, right? Or Jehovah Jesus, or all three of them. And it'll bring up every time they're in close proximity to each other, where those words are anywhere in the text in close proximity, right? And then you should be able to look at those and go, well, what's the sentence structure here? What's the context here? Is there ever a claim anywhere in the Bible where it says Jesus is Jehovah? And I'll tell you right now, you will never find that.
That might be true.
Okay,
And
now
maybe
churches say
maybe
it,
that
right?
is something that I'm just recalling from a church, and
Right.
it could
That's what
be.
I'm saying. I mean, I agree with you. Churches say things like that. Problem is, it's not in the text. Like even the foundational idea is not there. So just like if I'm a terrible student in maths and I say 1 plus 1 is always 5, right? And I'm just wrong. That doesn't discredit the idea that maths are bad. It only discredits me as a student of math. In the same way, when Christians say things that can't be justified in the Bible and that the Bible would actually argue with, but their church has convinced them is an overarching idea in the Bible, they're just bad students. And that's no reflection on the text. And unless I'm wrong, you were saying there's problems with the text, which I don't know of any.
It's not that there's problems with the text. It's that
Okay.
the words aren't necessarily perfect.
Well, okay.
Oftentimes, it's more the problem is our understanding of the words. So maybe the words are perfect, and it's really just understanding it and interpreting it, because a lot of the text is not always literal or concrete. Um, there are cases where that is true. There's double entendres everywhere in the Bible.
There are ellipsis, double entendres, there's merisms, there's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. So a
Yeah.
lot of the interpretations are incorrect, but then there's also multiple interpretations and they are all correct. And it just depends on which perspective you are viewing it from.
I think I've adopted a perspective that justifies all of that and makes all of it consistent, despite churches. I mean, I can't be part of a church.
Yeah.
So if you had to estimate in minutes how much you've listened to me speak about these things, I mean, on this particular topic, what would you say in minutes, maybe?
I watched 2 of your videos yesterday. One
Okay,
was
so
on the
you-
article with the end times dude, which was kind of a waste. That was mostly
Yeah.
arguments. And then the other one was on the 144,000.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So you watched the 2 debates, is what you watched.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want you to know that when it comes to End Times Teacher, although I was playing up the emotional part because it's a debate a little bit, that I genuinely believe the things that I'd said there.
Oh no,
And
I'm not worried about what you said. He was ignorant.
Okay. I mean, but when it came to the philosophical view on the text, I was being genuine. You know, I was speaking what I believe is true. Even if I thought he was simultaneously being dishonest and being a jerk and you know, throwing red herrings all over the path and all kinds of crazy stuff. Peace and respect to Plastic Jesus. Did I say hi, Melody Joy? I hope I did. I don't know if I did. Peace and respect, Melody Joy. Okay. All right. So you watched perhaps 2 hours, and most of it was junk, and I apologize for that. And I think Wesley Curley, who I pray does not hear me say this right now, is an extremely sweet man who really deeply believes what he's saying, and that there's things he is saying that are not true in reality. Peace and respect, Metabun. Okay, so I agreed to debate him on JG's channel so that he could have interaction with a living human being. Because it looks to me like he doesn't get a lot of that.
Was he the
Peace
guy
and
that
respect,
was
my
debating
darkened understanding. You can turn your camera
144,000?
off. Sorry, little point here. You can turn your camera off or leave it on, whichever you like. What'd you say, Sarah?
Which one was he? Was he the one debating the end times, or was he the 144,000?
The 144,000 guy.
Okay.
Rage, you're too famous. Give me some camera, Rage. Thank you, brother. Okay. Wow, look at this. Like a nearly full room, guys. You guys are cool. All right, so Sarah, if you would relinquish the floor enough for everyone to say hi and give their immediate thoughts in order of coming in: Doubting Thomas, Darkened, and Rage. Doubting Thomas, that's an invitation. Go ahead.
Hello, greetings.
Peace and respect.
Peace be with you, Richard. I haven't been following too much of what you're saying because I was researching through, so I won't derail the conversation. We can get back to that later.
Okay. And Darkened.
Hey, Richard.
Hey.
I listened to a little bit before jumping on. I just interested in the normal conversation, but I think one of the points that immediately hit me is you said something to the extent of like you've adopted this like general overview that accepts like all interpretations, and it was just kind of like saying I accept the. I don't know. It just seemed problematic to me. And if you could repeat that one more time. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah. It's a standard thing that I say, that although interpretations are made by churches and are steeped in their religiosity and aren't always very good interpretations of the original ideas, I like to go back to the original ideas. When I do that, and I take into consideration like the culture of the people, then what I see is about the same 20 base stories all over the planet throughout time in all these different religions. And I think those 20 stories, 20-ish stories, are true.
Yeah, you said something to Sarah that just sounded to me like what I heard, what you said and what I heard. What I've adopted it so that I'm always right. And it wasn't cheeky at all. It was just like, it came down to like, I adopted it so that my interpretation or whatever just always aligns with the right interpretation of the text. And I just thought that's kind of problematic.
Yeah, it's super it would be deeply biased is what that would be. No, that's not exactly what I'm saying. What I am saying is, as an anti-theist looking at these things, I saw the necessary overlap, and in fact, I see nothing but overlap. And when I look at that as a solid one thing, it all works together and there's no conflicts. And because, you know, it has more explanatory power and applicability and justifiability without unnecessary complexity, then that's a very likely correct answer.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll let Rage touch and see what he has to say.
Rage.
What's up, Rage?
Hey, what's up? Unmute. Yeah, I as well. I haven't really caught anything. I've been kind of busy this week, and I got home and I got online and I saw Richard was live, and I got in the side chat and I heard you talking about a conversation you had with End Times Teacher.
Yeah.
So I jumped in because I have questions, because
Go ahead.
I'm not sure what all you got into with him, because a lot of people like that don't know that he's a Black Hebrew Israelite or doesn't understand what the ideology entails. They won't get into specific things with him.
Right.
The thing that I despise most about him is he doesn't even do the BHI doctrine well. Like, he runs away from it, or he pretends like something's not an issue. Like, for example, when I called him out on, you know, what he should think of the Edomites, which is basically white people in the BHI way of thinking, you know, and the BHI, you know, ways of thinking that all white people are devils. And he's like, wait a minute, like real devils? Like, and he gives like this justification. And I'm like, dude, you claim to be a Black Hebrew Israelite. This is what makes you unique, trying to come into this like debatosphere that we have going on here.
Right.
And you don't even talk the Black Hebrew Israelite shit. So no, like if I ask you, are white people devils? You're supposed to say,
white, right?
hell yeah, right? Like you're supposed to say, hell yeah.
He's
Dude, right?
He's a white Hispanic mix of some kind.
Okay.
He claims to be a Latino, which is it's a new element of the BHI, because their shit's relative bullshit. Native Americans, African slaves are the original Jews. Those people in Israel, they're Edomites too. But you know, like essentially the new wave is, well, there's certain Latino communities as well, which historically would make sense. And they would probably actually have more legitimacy to their claims of being descendants of the lost tribes, as opposed to Native Americans or, you know, African slaves.
And Rage, do you think this is problematic? At least for me, what you're talking about is what literally made me hop on. It's this interpretation, right? Because it seems like a lot of people are interpreting a lot of different things so that they can jump on that bandwagon. And we have, and without using any kind of real metric other than like, you know, bias that Richard likes to say a lot. And Richard, thank you for that. Maybe I should start using that word a lot more, because I'm trying to like drive home a point, and it typically does have to do with somebody's bias. But they're talking about interpreting, whether it be the Bible or whether it be this like white Hispanic Israelite trying to jump on that bandwagon. He's interpreting things within his own bias that allow him to come to these different conclusions without us using like a standard ruler, right? Like, and as you very well know, doing like the finish work and the woodwork that you do, Richard, if we don't have a ruler that works across the board, right? Like if I'm using that ruler in some sort of like subjective or if I'm changing that to fit my needs, right?
Yeah.
Like my cabinet's going to come out all fucked up or something, the same way that when people interpret the Bible using various different biases, it comes out all over the map. And so
It
I guess
does. You're
that's
right.
when I heard you say, which, and I, God damn it, if I could remember what you said, but yeah, it just made me think of exactly that. Well, I just interpret it the way that, so that I'm correct or that it fits into my own bias. And I think that that's problematic, especially when we're talking to two people that are using the Bible to get to any kind of so-called truth or whatever.
Yeah, the your average Christian is going to neglect parts of the text as if it doesn't apply to them. Like the statement from Jehovah, my people, not someone else's people, my people perish. And that perish right there is a continuance, continue to perish through lack of understanding. But then Christians go, well, that doesn't apply to me. Like, okay, then you're not his people. Fine. I'll just agree with you.
My position has always been that the Bible is a fucking problem. I've said it a billion times. And I like to use, I don't use Richard as an example, but I like to think of Richard as an example of that. I think how Richard interprets the Bible, it goes beyond just an interpretation. He's read, historical text. He's got a really well-defined interpretation at this point. It's not, a first glance, I'm going to interpret it differently just to be kind of edgy. No, like Richard really believes his interpretation is the correct one. And I think that, with an open mind, I think most people would actually come to that conclusion that Richard's interpretation is closer to correct than a normal Christian interpretation. But I think of Richard as the example because Richard is able to come to this really different interpretation, and he's able to put hermeneutics behind it. He's able to put other historical texts behind it, and come to this far more, in my opinion, logical conclusion compared to other Christians. And it's all based on that same canon of text. And it just goes to my point of like I've said it a billion times over the last 6 years. I don't care what kind of a Christian you are. The problem is the fucking Bible.
and how people treat each other. Yeah.
Yeah, Knock, I was going to say that I agree with you mostly, right? Like Christianity is problematic for me. So it does bother me when you've got, depending on the type of Christian that you are, because the loose Christianity, liberal, doesn't bother me if they're out there like, we're all encompassing. Like my gay Christian friends, I got no problem with them typically because they're not out there preaching anything. Meanwhile, I've got, a neighbor that's a fucking young earth creationist that thinks all of our gay friends are going to hell. My brother's going to hell, like that we're going to hell for not believing. So I do have a problem with that particular type of Christianity because he's voting, he's doing this. Now, outside of like normal everyday life, when you and I have this conversation, then we can, it's not as problematic in the sense of talking about the way that he interprets, or we can kind of see like what's going on. But when it comes to my daily life of like when some dude down the street is voting against, members of my family being able to get married, or, just in generally, all the bad things that are associated with Christianity, because he interprets the book a certain way. So I agree the book's the problem, but those Christians are problematic too, man. And
the institution behind it, and 2,000 years now. I mean, take a few hundred years away, probably of actual, doctrine and theology, and just the history behind it entails a certain hermeneutic to it, and most of your denominations will kind of branch off of that. Richard goes, a complete 180 on that ass, But
if they were all like Richard, we wouldn't give a shit. We just come on and talk about stories and stuff, right? Like I wouldn't have, but I also have asked Rage. I've asked Richard a couple of times, I think, like, why is the Christian label so important to him? Because he can identify pretty much, in my opinion, when you interpret the book like Richard does, when you read certain things and you get to like either the space Jesus, or you get to some of like the strange things in text that I think Richard gives a good explanation for that normal, like the average Christian doesn't even want to fucking acknowledge, right?
Mm.
Like the alien kind of like just the weird stuff in the text. And if we take the view that Richard does, man, it'd be wonderful, right? Like if everybody was able to do that. But look, you've got people out there, Rage, that are fucking pissed that Richard's even, I'm nearing Christians because, and rarely do we get to see Richard have a conversation with an average Christian that knows their Bible, that can actually push back against what he's saying to the text. That's why I started following you, Richard, regardless. I think I've told you that before, Richard. I've always enjoyed that because, when you do hold a position, you can at least point it out in the text. I don't think that makes it any more true or problematic as far as like your bias is concerned. But
I think a lot of Christians run away from Richard because they don't know how to handle him. Like one of the best conversations I ever saw on YouTube was Richard versus Darth Dawkins, and it was just this clusterfuck of Christians don't know how to handle this. They want to argue with atheists, so I think they try to stay away from him.
And that brings us back around to TP Seeker. Why the fuck is truth hidden? Yeah, good point. Please consider the opposite. Let's say we had the objective truth of the ancestors in Christianity called heaven, right? And we just knew it. It was just a fact. What the hell are we still here for? There'd be no point in us even being here if we knew that was a fact. In fact, and if I take what Darkened and Rage were just saying, that if all theists believe as I did that we should accept our neighbor as they are and care for them as they are, not needing to correct them in any way, but presenting them plausible ideas that comport with reality, so that when these things are actually performed by the ancients, they can go, oh, I get it, because I've heard this story transformed before, and genuinely would be helpful. And just accepting and loving and caring for each other in real time, in the now, around the whole earth. How great would this planet be? Shoot, there'd be nobody dying uselessly. We wouldn't have that. We'd be looking out for each other. We would actually care for the mentally ill who want to hurt others. We would care for them. Sure, we'd have to isolate them, disable them from doing it in some way to protect the community at large. That's certainly true. But hopefully, deter them in the least ways possible and support them in ways they need supported so they can be most well adjusted. And that's what we should be doing, and we're not. And it's evident, it's mostly because of biases against each other, prejudices, and a lot of that prejudice is religious, is why we're not doing it. And that's freaking horrible.
Biases and prejudices, but greed as well. The institution of religion is a known moneymaker. I've got an uncle who's a pastor in the Wesleyan Church. It's not a big congregation, but dude is well off. He makes loot. He's not, he's not struggling like most of us do. But and to the point, like Darken's point of interpretation, like even the most harshest interpretation, right? Your fundamental evangelicals that go around saying we need to execute all gay people, like the Matt Powells of the world. That is a hermeneutic. It isn't an interpretation. There is history behind debunking that frame of thinking. Like these people lived in an ancient culture who didn't even have a concept of homosexuality, and these texts are addressing different issues like pederasty or the sex cult of what was it? The sex cult of ISIS, I believe it was at the time. Like there is no condemnation of homosexual peoples in the Bible. It's an interpretation of the Bible that gets people there.
Well, what about Leviticus? Knock. I mean, there's clearly like stone your unruly children, stone the gays.
Well, I mean, there's.
I think there's a precedent for it in the Bible, at least. It's not all interpretive, right? Like, I mean, that's how Matt Powell gets his fucking bullshit.
Well, no, there was ancient cultural practices that had a far more brutal justice system than we do in the modern times, for sure. But when it doesn't say like stone gay people, it calls like certain people that lay down together abominations, and mainly like what it's referring to is popular sex cults at the time. Like, like there wasn't a LGBTQ plus community in ancient Israel. Like it just wasn't a concept that was really thought of. It was more sex cults, but outside of that, the Mideastern tradition of pederasty of old men buying young boys to have sex with them. I mean, it takes an understanding of the history to get there, though. You're not going to get that understanding by going to a church pew and listening to a preacher.
Right, of course. And Sarah, who's in this stream right now, is being so nice to you guys that they're writing inside chat complex ideas. Would you go ahead, Sarah?
Oh, I was just setting up my next question, waiting for you to talk. I actually want to know your thoughts on which Bible is you consider to be the correct one.
None.
I mean, okay.
None of them. And it's even unfortunate that the best collection we have for the New Testament to be translated from, that the things we call the New Testament, is actually written in Greek, but it's obviously not describing Greek religion. It's describing late Judaism, early Christianity, specifically Christian ideas, right? So when you look at that, even in the Greek, you have to take into consideration Hebrew idioms. You have to stick them in there. And those would be, mostly compliant with early Christian ideas. Peace and respect, William Freeman. So when you see in the Greek the word face, right? Like two people are facing toward each other, or someone's facing toward an object. It's necessary to know that the Hebrew idiom face is not this part of your head, where your eyes and nose or mouth are located. No, it means to turn the correct direction. That's what it means. So where it reads face in the Greek, you should be reading that as repent. But it doesn't come out repent in the English, you see.
Do you have a Bible verse that uses that I can look at?
You could. I don't, nothing right offhand, and there's 1,000. I mean, it's just so much work to get to but I would start off by looking at the Hebrew in the Old Testament, which we have a lot of verification for these Hebrew ideas and idioms in the definitions and the etymologies of the words. And what I would do for someone who's interested in this idea is that you just hit keywords like repent, Jehovah, just the big ideas. Maybe circumcision, hit that one, and just take like maybe 20 really profound ideas throughout all the stories and find out what they actually meant by that. And man, that'll open your eyes.
What's the Greek word for face that you said means repent?
Oh, I don't have Greek memorized, but there is a Greek word that comes out in the English as face, but the Hebrew idea that they would have translated into the Greek the word face to the Greek word face, the Hebrew idea of face is actually repent, to turn toward the right thing when you've been wrong. But unfortunately in the English it'll come out like, and he saw the face of God. No, that's not wrong. No, it means God turned him around. God made him repent. It doesn't mean he looked at God, not in any way.
Okay.
So you end up with ideas like no man has seen the face of God is better thought of as there has not been a man who has repented yet for having full knowledge of God. It's more like that. If you see what I'm saying. And that was clumsy. I didn't use actual definitions there, but I mean we can do an in-depth study anytime you want. Peace and respect, Nerdy Rodent.
Okay.
Is that good? Is that
And
good
what
so
are
far?
your thoughts on other books that have been excluded, such as Mary Magdalene or Thomas?
Okay. It's like if you read, and this takes a lot of experience, and I recommend having the experience, by the way. But let's say you had a lover, right? And that lover had written you perhaps 1,000 letters, right? And by that I'm saying there's 1,000 religions on this planet, right? And they consistently used words in a certain way, and they had a certain set of experiences that you two share that they refer to, and you know what those experiences were just because of your own basic familiarity. That, and by that I'm saying you have to look at every religion around the planet. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they were in the middle of an idea of one time you were laughing together at a restaurant, and in pops the word hippopotamus. And you go, what the hell is hippopotamus doing there? They obviously got distracted by something that reminded them of the word hippopotamus or the animal, and they accidentally wrote hippopotamus. I'm just going to scratch that word out. The sentence is fine without the word hippopotamus. The context overall is working without hippopotamus. I think hippopotamus doesn't belong. And that's what I see in like the books of Maccabees. They're off topic. There is no depth. There is no real point. It's just might makes right, and if you believe in the right God, you win the war. And that's all of Maccabees, first and second. So I don't think there is no depth of understanding in Maccabees. There's nothing to be had. On the flip side of that,
if you believe in the right God, you win, is exactly.
That's pretty much what Maccabees says, yeah.
That is the truth.
Well, it's not true. It's just there's no deeper message.
That is the biggest message that you should take away. Believe in the right God, the God, not the one claiming to be the God.
So it's the problem that I have with it is that it's rooting that in like magical thinking instead of practicum. It's not really talking about end times where people are encountering God on a personal level. It's talking about the power of God and how that translates or filters into reality somehow and causes you to win a war, when that's not what the rest of the stories are about at all. So it's a total mismatch.
I haven't read Maccabee recently. I don't even know if I've read it, so I couldn't actually argue with you.
On the other hand, like there's one book called the Book of the Prophet, and it's totally a truth that could be in the Bible just fine. It doesn't. It has the same depth. It has the deeper meanings and underlying understandings. It's got all the Hebrew necessary idioms in it. You can tell it's a genuine piece, and so I think it's a genuine piece because it matches everything. It doesn't stand out like a sore thumb and acting all weird. But some of them do act weird, and I just throw them away.
But Richard, aren't there people out there that accept almost any book as a truth because of what you just said, that they do make sense to them because that is their metric? Oh, well, this aligns with my way of thinking.
Sure.
This aligns with certain things in the text. This does it. And it goes back to like, how can we know that if we don't use some sort of like standard measuring tool for all of this, which is outside of our own biases and our own perceptions, our own interpretations, and our own like desires, or that are built into like, years of indoctrination, whether it be into any various different religions, right?
Sure. And actually, from a Christian point of view, I should be jealous of you and where you are right now, because you are in the primary position. You're already saying, look, these things don't make sense in reality the way it's been explained to me. Okay, so then throw away the explanations. That makes sense to do. And yet something about you're kind of interested.
Hold on,
in
Richard.
It,
are you talking about me, or are you talking about Sarah?
my darkened understanding, Sean.
Yeah, I don't say that they don't make sense to me, so I throw them out. I say, or I don't say much of anything of that, but it's not that these texts don't make sense to me. It's that we can prove a lot of this, at least with the tools we have or we've been given, right? Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense to us in general when we, for example, for years and years and years, geologists use the Bible in hand, right? Bible in one hand, shovel in another. After years
Okay.
and years and years of the Bible being wrong, they fucking threw it out because it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work as an actual way to find information out about the world that comports with the reality we live in.
Okay.
It's not that it doesn't make sense to me, but when we, and I hate to even bring in the whole science thing, but when we just like, when we're trying to make sense of the world that we live in,
Yeah.
whether it be the age of the earth, whether it be how the world works, how the cosmos works, how everything works around us, the Bible doesn't do anything for us. And a matter of fact, it gets a lot of things wrong. So we can't use it as a tool.
Okay.
That's why I think it's all bullshit. It's
Let me make the
demonstrably all, yeah.
What if
differentiation.
science is behind and they're catching up with
I
quantum
can say that. I can say that all day long, every day long. And at some point, Sarah, you have to say, you have that just goes down a rabbit hole. I think you're leaving a door open so that you can always hold on to your belief, because at some point, people, like, it's like the Trump train, right? People are jumping off left and right every day. Like every day somebody's jumping off that Trump train, but there's always going to be somebody on the end of that Trump train at the very end that says, "Oh, well, we're just waiting because you're going to see 3D chess is coming. This is coming." You can
They're
always
false
wait in the
light.
dark.
They're cute. They're part of the B system.
But that's what I'm saying. When I hear you say something like that, Sarah, it makes me think of exactly like that, because you can hold that position forever. Like, I
Wait,
don't
yeah.
think we're
Well,
ever
I've
going to
actually
get to
had experience. It's not a belief.
Well, and like science catching up, like it depends on your definition of God. Like if your definition of God is a classical theist God, the omni whatever God, the God that lives outside of time and space, science is never going to catch up to that. If it's a biological God, a more advanced race of creatures, then possibly. Like I have a worse interpretation of the Bible probably than even Darkin. Like I look at the Bible as nothing more than very primitive fiction. Like everything else, fiction has gotten better over time, and you can find a lot better fictions than what you're going to find in the Bible. That's the way I look at the Bible.
Okay. All right. So, Sean, if I could show you that there were a Hebrew word which means to create with the imagination from just imagination, and I could show you that there's a Hebrew word which means to create out of existent things, to repurpose and reform them, and I could show you those were two different Hebrew words, and then I say something like what the text uses is the one that includes reforming and repurposing a thing. And you can't necessarily derive creation ex nihilo, as the Christians normally do, from that word create. And the context was this planet and the reality we experience. Shouldn't that cause you to say, well, they're looking at it biased, but definitionally that doesn't work?
Richard, I'm not sure. What would it? I don't know. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't sound like it. Like for me, the text doesn't do anything, regardless of the interpretation that you're gonna like. You can point out things that they got right in the text. You can point out things that we got wrong in the text. We can go back to the Code of Hammurabi and say there are things that are right, there are things that are wrong, there are truths in this, there are various different things. But that doesn't point to Jesus or like some sort of like.
Well, you're really jumping ahead, man. Sean,
Well, I know,
if you don't
but
mind me saying,
yeah,
you're really jumping ahead there.
Sure. Well, so I don't understand the point with what are those two words or those two definitions supposed to do for me?
It's supposed to make you doubt the Christian bias within their religion, and that I can show you it can't be justified in the story itself. And when you say things like the science in the Bible is wrong. Well, first of all, there's very little in the way of scientific claims, although it's popular recently for Christians to go, oh, look, this is scientific. Look, this is science. No, it's not. It's probably not.
I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think I ever said the science in the Bible. I said the Bible doesn't get you to anywhere, like when we study the world around us.
You said the
Because-
science is wrong.
I'm sorry. Well, that's not the way that I meant it. I don't think
Okay.
there's any science in the Bible. I just mean in the sense of using the book as a metric of any sort. My example was geologists tried that and it failed at every turn. So we
Okay, I
can't
don't know
use-
what geologists tried. I'd like to know what they tried, because I'll put money that they tried it within a Christian, average Christian reading context frame, that it would make certain claims, and I can show you that it doesn't make those claims, and then I can show you that the claims it does make do make sense in reality and are accurate, definitionally accurate.
Well, and real quick, to be fair to Darkin's point here, Richard, there is a whole, I lovingly call them a cult within Christianity that tries to put science into the Bible. The Standing for Truths of the world, Kent Hovind's of the world, those types, for sure.
Richard, I think you'd have to go to someone else besides myself. I just know that when we started doing geology, right, like let's say 1,000 years ago, they're using the Bible to try and do geology, and it just and I've listened to ask Dr. Josh the next time you talk to him about this, because I've heard him speak a little bit on this too, right?
Sure.
So maybe ask him who these geologists were, because he'll probably have a laundry list and we could probably find them on the internet. I
That'd
just
be
mean
cool.
in the sense of there were, since the beginning of time or the beginning of the Bible, people have been trying to use it to comport with the world they live in, right? To like align it or get what they are, whether it be like finding stuff in the, but that's my point. I don't think there's any science in the Bible. I mean, I don't think most of it ever happened. I don't think there was a worldwide flood. Moses ever existed. I don't think any of this stuff.
Well, and even the parts of it that are supposed to be reflecting history don't reflect the history accurately, right? Like, for a perfect example of it would be the Exodus story, right? The Exodus story calls the Jews in Egypt slaves, but everything that we know about the history of it is they were never slaves. They were like a warrior caste, a working caste. They were never slaves. There was never, this great exodus or a parting of the flood, a parting of the waters. It's just like even the historical parts. There's other parts of it as well. Like when you talk about the conquering of Tyre, the prophecy that Tyre would never exist. Like they don't match up to what we know actually happened in history.
Do you think Babylon's going to come back according to the Bible, the literal city?
Is that Jamie Russell?
No,
Yes, Jamie
I'm just promoting the euthanasia today.
That is definitely Jamie Russell. I recognize that voice.
By the way, I
That
agree with the
voice.
euthanasia.
I
Yes,
hate that name.
I am for the euthanasia. Yeah.
Let me say one last thing, and I'll let you guys have it. Richard, what you said? You don't have to get me on board with thinking that Christians don't have a leg to stand on in interpreting
Good.
the Bible or being wrong about the Bible. I'm right there with
Sure.
you, right? Like,
Okay.
and a lot of the things you can say to me that you've got the right interpretation or the right reading of, and you can show us when you walk us through these. And I say, yeah, that makes sense to me, right? Like Richard's probably right on that, but that doesn't do anything to get me to Christianity or any other.
I don't want you to become Christian. I think that's
Anything
a horrible
else.
idea. I want you
Well,
to
I'm-
accept reality as we know it. But I want you to know that there's knowledge within this that cannot have been written by ancient man, and the Christians are understanding it in a really weird traditional way. And I'll give you one example on screen now, is the word or, which appears in the phrase, let there be light. And what or means is to become enlightened, to illuminate a thing. It does not talk about the light source. There's nothing here about the light source, you see. It's all it becoming illuminated. Now that may be literal, like you see the ground illuminated by sunlight, and it might be metaphorical, like, oh, I just realized something and my mind became illuminated. Okay? There's the root word. Here's the derivative word, which is the same usages. It does not talk about the light source. It talks about the light itself. So it's not so much that this phrase here, "let there be light," is talking about the invention of a sun. It's
Richard.
not. It's talking about there being the earth lightened.
Yeah, there's a different word for the sun, isn't there?
Well, Jamie,
Yes, there
hold
is.
on. I think the big point that needs to be made in what you said before you did that explanation, because the explanation could be great. I could be on board with all that, but you said something like, could not have been written by man. And that's where I'm like, whoa, hold on now.
There are.
Let's
I think
talk
I can
about
make a
that.
good case for that.
Let's talk about that. We shouldn't be talking about anything else, because we can you and Sarah can have that discussion about like what the Bible means or what it's pointing to or the interpretation.
Well, I really like that first sentence. The
or
light
who's got-
he's referring to, because
Right,
I would like
I'm-
to go back to the
I'm
books
sure you do.
outside of the Bible that don't make sense, that actually explain how to become illuminated.
So Richard, you talk about with her, but at some point, let's go back to could not have been written by man.
Okay,
right?
read the above sentence.
That'll be fun. But like my hermeneutic of "let there be light" was always God brought a strobe light because he's making us a party.
Obviously, Satan is the is the wall. Yeah, it's good.
Okay, Sean, read the above sentence, please. To yourself or out loud or whatever you prefer, please. Take
The
just a
seed time and
moment.
harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter,
Yep.
day and night, all that shall not cease.
Right. Okay, now is that true of any continent on the planet?
Nope.
Is that true of the entirety of the planet?
No.
What do you mean?
Shall not cease. Like so.
Antarctica.
None of that's,
Antarctica.
Oh crap. Okay, there's places that are just really cold all the time. But it does describe the circumference of the planet more toward the equator, I admit.
They lied. The Bible's wrong. We throw it away. Good time. Pack it up. Let's go home.
So I'd much rather.
Jamie,
listen to
the
you
question
and Sarah
is
talk
not-
about the light.
Okay,
And then
now
go
I
back
said
to-
does it apply everywhere, but there's nothing about this that says it has to apply at the poles, but it
I
is
know. Okay,
true
sorry, I'm
around the
sorry.
earth.
I thought you were making a different point. Sorry, I was trying
It
to
is
tee you
true
up.
around the earth, okay? If we can agree to that. But it's not true. It is true of the
It's
entirety of
generally
the globe,
true, right? Sorry.
but it's not true of any place on the globe.
But hold
Now,
on, Richard,
how
couldn't we
how
just
could people author this in the ancient Near East?
couldn't we so we're all going to interpret this different. Couldn't I simply interpret that while the earth remains, all of those things will not cease, right? Like, so summer and winter won't cease, day and night won't cease, seed time and harvest won't cease, cold and heat won't cease. Anybody that's alive for 10 or 15 years going through the things can easily make that projection, right? Like, can easily say, well, this is just like all of these things won't cease as long as the earth is still turning.
Okay, at the end of winter, does winter end?
But what they're saying, Richard, can easily be said that summer and winter, day and night, shall not end as long as the earth is turning. Now, I don't think we could interpret it like that. Did they mean that day would never end as long as the earth is turning, or did they mean that day and night, like the yin and the yangs of each, winter, summer, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, are they just saying like all of these things, as long as the earth is spinning, will not end? I think we can easily interpret it at that. I mean, I don't think anybody thought that like the night is not going to cease because they knew it wasn't.
Yeah, from their little perspective, they would like to think that it applies to only their landmass. Sure. And Christians will normally read it that way. I agree with you.
Can we take this sentence and actually put it into context? Because this is referring to God no longer destroying the world again after
Right.
Noah's flood. He has destroyed the world numerous times, more than what is accounted in the Bible.
Right. So if you're going to hold to a worldwide flood, you should hold to a worldwide application of this claim.
Sure.
Okay, fair enough.
I would say the context, that same world that God created is that same world that was flooded, according to 2 Peter, and the context of Genesis. Very near context. He just created, whatever it is that he created, that world, that earth, is what's flooded, it seems to me. But I don't mean to derail you here.
It's fine. Okay, but
I just wanted to
Sean,
punch you in the gut
you
and
can
run,
see.
you know?
Oh, it's fine.
Sorry.
So, Sean, you can see both perspectives there. Yeah, that's what you're telling me.
No, I'm just saying I don't think there's anything that's like I don't think there's anything special about it saying that. I think anybody that's alive on the earth at any given time can have the concept of, hey, as long as the earth is still spinning, we're going to have seed time and harvest. We're going to have day and night. We're going to have hot and cold. We're going to have seasons.
But that's not
we're
what it
gonna have all
reads,
these
Sean.
things. Hey, well, when I read it, that's exactly the way that I read it. It says, as long as the earth remains, seed time and harvest shall not cease. I didn't read it as seed time shall not cease. I read it as seed time and harvest shall not cease. Why would I mean, unless I'm, and maybe back then they weren't as intelligent as we are now, but I don't see why.
Intelligent, yeah.
I don't see
Can
why
make
I
a
would.
link
I would.
between
I
this
would
and
interpret.
geologists?
Just a second, Sarah. Can you hang on to that thought for just a minute?
Yep.
Okay, so the final word that came out in the English is like cease, right? That last word in that sentence, that's shabath, right? And you can read it to decease, to desist, to halt, exterminate, destroy. But what it's missing from there is the idea that it continues on until it ceases. So it means unending. You see that? So it's not talking about the season of winter in one place. And that doesn't come out in the translation, which translation I object to, because it leaves that kind of an idea out.
Yeah, Richard, maybe you could tell me when you read that, what do you see? Because I simply read it as long as the earth is moving, we're going to have these seasons, we're going to have day and night, we're going to have these things. They shall not cease, meaning they're just going to continue.
As long as the earth is spinning around the sun, it's summer somewhere. It's harvest somewhere. It's planting time somewhere.
Sure.
That is in exertion, as in a continuation. See, it desists from exertion, not desist from a moment. But it desists from a continuation. And of course, that doesn't come out in the English. That it's the ending of a continuous thing, not the ending of a momentary thing.
Okay, sure. So if we say that you've got the right, what does that do for you? Because to me, what does that point to for you, Richard?
I'm just asking you if that's true, that around the earth, continuously, there is all of these things. Is that true?
So. I believe so, but I'm not that, like, I don't know the ins and outs. Like, is there, I think they're overlapping, right? Like, so there's always day somewhere, there's always night. As far as like harvest and seed, I don't know the overlap of that. There might be like a point where it doesn't overlap at some point, but I don't know. But I don't see that, again, that outside of the box in anyone. I mean, shit, man, thousands and thousands of years ago, they were traveling the globe. They were figuring out how to navigate, how to map the world, right?
So about how old is the Old Testament, specifically Genesis?
Oh man, what is it, 4,000 or 5,000? Is that right?
Let me just look it up.
I don't know, to be honest with you, Richard. Do you think that's where it starts, I guess? Is that what you're pointing at? Like, that there are these like profound things that are going on in the book, and that to you points to something that it can't be written by man? Because I don't really see that. Yeah,
I know you don't see that. That's.
I mean, we were domesticating we were domesticating dogs 30,000 years ago.
That's a plea. That has nothing to do with this.
What do you mean?
It's a plea.
I mean, humans literally were domesticating dogs.
Yeah.
To me,
we now have 2 atomic clocks. Therefore, everything we think in science is true. I've heard people claim that. It makes no sense.
I wasn't meaning anything, Richard, other than I think that if we were domesticating animals 30,000 years ago, I think that points to somebody had ideas of the sentence that you're of this, whether you call it a sentence or whatever you call this. I think that this was long before it was in the Bible. People had this idea. I don't think it was anything new 4,000 to 5,000 years ago.
I don't think it was new either. As I've said, I think all these ancient religions are telling the same thing, and that those things are true.
So we agree.
Yes, but it doesn't mean people had personal knowledge of this. And that's the part that's being assumed here.
It does make me wonder,
I-
like, in 2,000 years, are people going to be like going through old Stephen King books and arguing over specific words and what they translated to back then? You know,
We do
like
that now.
well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, you know, to Darkin's point here, it's honestly like, why should we care? Like, I don't really see any reason to think that these books were written by God or divinely inspired by God. I think that primitive people wrote shit. You know, like
I'll grant you that, Naka, that if end times never happens and our ancestors don't ever show up, then all of this is fan fiction. How's that?
Well, but to not knock what you're talking about is exactly what I meant when I said we're domesticating dogs 30,000 years ago. I mean, we're well on the map. If we're domesticating animals, we're harvesting like they're domesticating cows. And I mean, if we're literally like to the point to where we're going, hey, we need house pets and dogs to like run the cattle and stuff like that. To me, 5,000 years ago, somebody saying this particular verse or writing this down, it's not very profound. But I think what a lot of, and Richard, I'm not saying you're doing this, but what a lot of Christians like to do when talking about the Bible, and I'm sure we all agree on this, is that they say because something seems to be in the Bible that's profound and never written before, that points to Jesus. Like, I've had friends tell me, what was it? Well, Jesus is the only one. Somebody else said somebody besides Jesus said, love your neighbor. So sure, you can point to that, but Sean, tell me where somebody else said, love thy enemy. And I said, well, if you look at the Code of Hammurabi, it's like, it's right there. And that profoundness goes away because long before the Code of Hammurabi, people were probably realizing that we were better off working together than not, right? Like, but when Christians read the Bible, again, Richard, I'm not saying that you're doing this, but that's what it kind of sounds like a little bit, is when normal Christians say, oh, well, look, this can't possibly be written by men because listen to how profound this is. And that doesn't do anything for me.
Well, yeah, I'm not worried about how profound something sounds. And you're right, I wouldn't make that argument.
Yeah, well, and to Darkin's point here, I mean, just thinking about Homo sapiens, right, and what we know of history and relatively like the primitive things we know of prehistory, right? Like, you know, we're finding out more and more, and we do have this. You know, I'm not one to like, you know, to place all stock in historians or history, because history, I think, is somewhat inaccurate just by nature. But we do have a fairly good idea of a lot of things throughout. And I think we understand that one of the things that made Homo sapiens different compared to the rest of the hominids at the time that we were competing against when we first came along was our ability to figure out working together was to greater advantage. And I think this was captured brilliantly in Clan of the Cave Bear way back in the day, a fictional novel. But talking about a Neanderthal tribe of people and how just disharmony just within that tribe was ultimately its undoing. I think Homo sapiens figured out relatively early that working together is going to create greater results than staying out on our own. I think that was relatively early in our evolution.
Okay, so as best as I can find, it was between 6th to 5th century BCE that these things were first being written down. Of course, the tradition is a little bit older than that, and their tradition is that you don't get to change it. Unlike Christians, they don't get to change Torah. Okay, so it's that old or a little bit older, maybe even a lot older. It's hard to say, but the important part is how long does it go forward in time? That's the question. So how far does it go? Iron Age. Okay, it goes up to the Iron Age. So I'm trying to look right now at Iron Age travel. Does anyone know anything about Iron Age travel? If there were people in the ancient Near East who had surveyed the Earth or not? Does anyone know that?
Seems that they didn't.
I think that
I mean,
it's
according
just,
to mainstream.
I think it's one of those things that we just really can't know. You know, there's some historians that think that people were traveling the oceans, pretty much from the very beginning. You know, like it's just I don't know, like the concept that ancient peoples didn't have an understanding, or everybody thought the world was flat until Columbus sailed the seven seas.
Yeah, that's of course inaccurate.
It's a bullshit concept.
That's really
Right.
white. Right, like these Polynesians 30,000, 60,000 years ago weren't out there on fucking like wooden raft. I mean, that's
Yeah, like there's populations that made it to islands like 30, 40, 50,000
Yeah, it's
years
worse.
ago.
It's
you know?
worse though. It's
Well,
worse,
the-
man. The
well, the-
evidence of what they could do is amazing, and it's baffling every time. And people want to kind of ignore it, although it's creeping more into mainstream. It seems to me.
Yeah.
well, I think
We
Jamie,
like
we're
thinking we're
finding out-
special.
We're finding. Oh, absolutely. But
We
we're
are
finding out,
retarded.
Jamie. Oh, I wouldn't use that word either. But we're finding out a lot more about it, and I don't think so. Richard, is your point that this like because I'm not necessarily I don't know. Do you take this as them having knowledge, like knowledge of the Earth was round, the knowledge that we do now of the Earth, or is this speculation? Because I think there are people, let's say 30,000 years ago, you, me, Rage, and Jamie were sitting outside, and Sarah, forgive me, Sarah, I've kind of steamrolled you. I didn't mean to. Maybe we could go
I'm
back
waiting.
to Sarah.
I still have stuff to say.
Because I think she probably has she's probably better point than we do, or I do. But the short of it is, Richard, I think we would have been out there like looking up at the stars, and maybe even if we were Polynesian, like sailing from island to island, we were able to figure out like, hey, seasons, as long as this ball, as long as we're alive, and as long as the Earth is still here, we're going to have seasons. We're going to have night and day. It's going to be night somewhere. It's going to be. Now, I don't know if they had that particular thing, but again, we could have had these projections, right, long before we had the certainty, right? Is that correct? I don't know.
Okay, there's necessary extrapolation. We've done a lot, and we're pretty good at that, actually, I think. So yeah, so I was trying to look up if there was common knowledge or not of that being a positive statement. And although I understand that Christians can look at that, and maybe some Jews do, I don't know, look at that as, oh, it's only talking about my one continent, it's talking about seasons. But then I think that's ignoring some of the context of the words that are used when other words would have been available. Like they could have said that it was temporary status and then change. They had words that meant that, but they didn't use them. They said like permanent status and then it will all end. That's what it actually reads. So, I mean, Christians are welcome to think whatever. I just don't think it's accurate. And yes, I think that it would be probably impossible, or something that means something very close to impossible, that those people could have written not just that one statement that I just pointed out, thousands of things like that. I mean, it's just littered with it. I mean, I can hand wave that one away. I can hand wave away 20 of them. Can I hand wave 500, 750, 1,000 of them? Eventually, a person's mind should go, I'm having trouble holding my hands up this long doing all this hand waving.
But just because a book's making these, for me, right, like I just don't see. So because we have knowledge of a certain thing and we write it down in a book, or it's written down in several books, because you're going to see things that are written down in your book and the Muslims' book and, the Hindus' book, or just the like we're going to have shit written down in all kinds of books that point to like what I would think is just like correct or factual information, right? Just because we had this.
Yeah.
And they were doing that. Again, it's like when you read the Code of Hammurabi, right? Like we've got these, when a Christian says, well, I've got the most moral book on the thing. And I never knew this before I started listening to Dr. Josh, Bowen and Skylar Fiction, like Josh would come on there and talk about these things in the Code of Hammurabi. And I was like, holy shit. Sure. This is because the Christians are going, hey, my book's got it all. It's making these profound statements on morality and this and that. And unbeknownst to me and most Christians, there's a book that's written however many thousand years before
they even
Sure.
thought about the Torah that holds not only as much good moral stuff, but
Sometimes
more
better.
and better. Right? Yeah.
Hey, Richard.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Peace and respect, Joel.
And
Hey.
there were things written before the Hammurabi. If you want to go to the Sumerian tablets, and there's been plenty of things written since. You know, to me, always one of the best religions in the world. If you want to actually talk about religion offering like real life truth, is Buddhism. And there's no necessary deity there, but it's a religion that offers truth, and you can find truth all throughout it. If you're looking for truth, I don't see why you just stop short with this ancient Bible.
Right.
Sean just reminded me, if you guys know of Dr. Hugh Ross, I guess he's a supposedly Christian scientist now. His background story, Sean, you just reminded me, was that as a devout atheist, when he was first starting his scientific career, he he didn't care for a lot of this stuff, his historicity. He was kind of a closet Buddhist, like you were just like an atheist Buddhist, even as you were just saying, Noka. But he started analyzing all these different ancient texts, he said, just as a curiosity, just as a scientist. And what made him decide to become a Christian, he said, and even though a lot of Christians today like to try to disagree with him on specific points, but he said the Bible was the most scientific book he's ever read. He said he became a Christian because the Bible fit the science that he understood as an atheist perfectly, and the other books did not.
I think he needs to read the Quran, Joel.
No, he did. Yeah, he read them all. If you want to hear more details, I highly recommend his testimony. It's pretty cool.
I would actually think that there's some kind of societal misunderstandings in that. I mean, I can show you in the Bible where if the story of David and Goliath is applied to the near solar system, it would result in us being in a binary solar system. If you can imagine a binary solar system where one of the stars is far away from the central heaviest star, as Jupiter and our star would be, then you can imagine there could be moons between the two light sources. If you have a spherical object between two light sources with the darkness of space around it in every other direction, would it appear split in half? Yes.
That's why I love you, Richard. You come up
It
with
would.
The most unique things, and they make sense, and I love it.
So it's a prophecy of us being in a binary solar system, and that's his ride on the magical horse. It's not talking about him actually finding a real pegacorn. That's not the point.
Pegacorn.
Yeah, his ethereal experience is the ride, and then what he says is true. His splitting of the moon is only his describing of the moon being split. And all the rest of that is actually outside of Quran, what scholars say about the text, But if you just look at the story itself, it's just describing a binary solar system, that's all.
I mean, the text does describe him like flying up to the moon on a flying horse, though, right?
Yes, I think it's colloquial. It's not to be taken literally. It's very poetic, just like much of it's poetic.
Yeah, like I've read. I haven't read the whole Quran in forever. I did read it all at one point, but I've read like increments on different things I've researched for videos, and that was one of the most fascinating parts. Is if you go into like the different interpretations for his flight to the moon, it is fascinating theology.
Yeah, Rage. I've told you when I had that first dream sequence. And all these ideas started to there's this trickle down thing that happens. Like, well, if this is necessary, then all these are necessary. And that knowledge, that understanding, I'm going to say understanding, not knowledge. I correct myself. That understanding of it was so overwhelming to me that I've described myself as an amoeba on the side of a golf ball, And all I could see was this forever white dimpled wall extending to forever, with these huge mountains and valleys on it. And I felt like it was just going to go on forever and it would never end. And the more that trickled down, the more it was like that, the wall just expanding forever. And then eventually I could see a slight curvature on all sides of it. And I thought, wow, this is great. It's a sphere. There is an end to it, and I don't have to go crazy trying to understand it. It's just going to take some time. But I don't think I was ever an amoeba on a golf ball.
Perspective.
And I think that's what Muhammad is doing there. He's saying his experience was like riding this majestic mythical animal into space. Well, yeah, it would be a lot like that, in that perspective.
Well,
I don't think he's claiming to have rode one.
There were other aspects to it. He didn't just go to the moon. He went to like different kingdoms as well, and it's a different hermeneutic than the Bible for sure. And the thing about Islam is, like there's like 1,000 different schools of philosophy on it. So like it's
well, Rage, that's any
it's
of the
hard,
text, right?
Islam actually thinks about their text in a way that I find Christianity doesn't. So it depends on the Muslim that you're talking to, really, on how you can converse the text. And even then, it's like if you don't have a history of knowing the Quran or living the Quran, you're on light footing. I think it's why like even apostates kind of stay away from battling with Muslim folks a lot, is because they actually consider their religion. Where Christians, they just go to church on Sunday and they believe a thing.
Well, I think you got to give some Christians more credit, right?
Well, I mean,
I think there are a lot that do. I think
the online community, for sure.
Well, Knock, I think you're right. Like, I think there are a lot of Christians, and that was my point to Joel, is like when you really get like a Christian and a typical Muslim in the room talking about the science of the Bible and the Quran, the Muslim's just going to mop the floor, right? Because the book was written 1,000 years later. But this maybe is a good way to circle around to because I feel slightly bad about Sarah has been probably waiting this whole time to make that one point with Richard about the light or something that before I sidetracked it with the.
I've been waiting on two things. In fact, I forgot about that one. I was trying to make a point on the verse we were discussing, and I don't even remember the fucking verse, but it was the one in Genesis 8 that God said after he did the massive flood with Noah. And it was talking about he won't do this ever again. It will always have seasons. We'll always have night and day and all this stuff until the end of the earth. And what he's talking about is there will not be another cataclysmic extinction event, such as an ice age or the extinction of dinosaurs, all of those type of events where it is night all the time, or it is ice all the time, or there is no food because everything's been destroyed. We won't have another one of those events until the end of Earth. That is what that's talking about. And we've had several. So the Bible is only talking about humans' knowledge from when we were, writing stuff down. But if you look in history, we have had civilizations that have reached levels of intelligence beyond what we already have now, and they've all been destroyed, and then we start over again, and we start over again, and we start over again.
Possible.
So,
I mean, I definitely think that's possible, but I'm not sure, like, civilizations that have more technology than we have now, like that's theorized.
We're still trying to figure out how some of the like the pyramids, like how did they know some of the mathematical understandings of what they did there? Like they had knowledge that we are only now understanding.
I mean, I think people have been looking at the stars since there have been people, right? Like in ancient Egypt, one of the first major civilizations of mankind, but like they looked at the stars probably more than most of their own time. And I think that they mapped out a lot of their buildings based on constellations given the time period. And I think that history kind of bears out that it took a very long time to really kind of build those pyramids. I think a lot of people try to put more into it than it is. I definitely think that they were smarter than we give them credit for. I think oftentimes, and I've made the mistake constantly on YouTube, just kind of ad hom being the raging atheist, but like we like to think of them like primitive little piggies, right? Like they didn't really know shit about shit. When they were human beings using their brains just like we are, like we just have a better technology now than they did.
Yep. Before we move on to that topic, which I find very interesting, Dr. Bundy, what you have here is a philosophical assertion with no argument.
Is that Dr. Bundy?
Yeah. And
Hunter Biden's
again,
laptop? No shit.
what you have right here is a philosophical assertion with no argument. That's what you're doing. I'd like you to bring arguments. Oh, look, Jena's here. Peace and respect, Jena. And Stephanie Helms, peace and respect to you. I mean, it's fine to hold a belief in something, but if you can't show that it's logical and necessary, and that you have, premises and a conclusion to show what you believe, then it's a religious or philosophical point. So don't give me your religion, give me arguments.
I like the idea of talking about technology. Woohoo.
If you want to briefly talk about the light, the ore, and how that is actually talking about enlightenment and being born again, and how it actually corresponds with all those books they've left out of the Bible that actually tell you how to be born again. And
what books are you referring to, though? Because there were a lot of books that were left out of the Bible, but most of those were destroyed. Are you referring to the Gnostic Gospels? Because most of those were written 200 years later.
Yeah, after Jesus taught them how to do it. Jesus was the one who taught them how to be born again, born in the Spirit. That's what those books are discussing.
I wish we could find a copy of any of the shit that was burned and destroyed. Because we don't have copies of those.
Unfortunately, that's a Russian space station on the other side of the moon, isn't it? You just can't get there. So,
copies of what again? I missed something.
I said it's a Russian space station on the other side of the moon. Books that got destroyed.
Wait, the moon is hollow. Everybody knows it. This is known.
Silly me. What was I thinking?
Look, anytime, even if the books weren't burned, Rage, it'd be cool to see these books, right? But
for sure.
It wouldn't change anything because the Christian, standard MO is anything that doesn't. I mean, literally at the beginning of Christianity, they had a conference to decide what was canonic, and what was not. Right, so even if we had these books pointing to all kinds of crazy Jesus shit, or Jesus had a wife, or anything outside of the norm or the canon, they would just simply put it to the outside, like any of the books of what's the Gospel of Thomas, where Jesus runs around as a wild child just killing shit and
I've read a lot of the Gnostic
That's
texts.
not in Thomas.
The Gospel of Mary Magdalene was fascinating. It
fascinating.
Was fascinating. but I mean, written 200 years after the fact,
What if I have an alternative view as to why they were removed? And during that time, during the Council of Nicaea, with Constantine, who was pagan and tried to convert everyone under Christianity, but they still left in all the paganisms and wanted to remove the parts that we actually need to find God, which are found in those books, which is how to be born again. Removed and left out of the Bible.
And really quick, just to clarify, there's a lot of historians right now that are pretty much coming to the conclusion that Gnosticism wasn't even really a thing, that there were different versions of Christianity 200 years in, and these different versions reflected different things, but they often overlapped with each other. I'm not saying that the history is in on this, and again, I'm not a person that says history is God. I'm a mythicist. I can't be like that. But there are more and more historians that are coming to the conclusion that Gnosticism might not have even really been a thing.
Okay. I'm not a Gnostic, so I mean, I'm
but
by the definition of the word, but not the religion.
Most of these texts that we're talking about now are attributed to the Gnostics.
Yes. But I also agree with information that's in texts that are in all the other religions. As we've already discussed, most of them overlap. Just like you said, Jesus taught, to love your neighbor and treat them as yourselves. That's not a new concept. These are found all over the place.
Right.
Even I wanted to ask real quick, guys.
even to your point, Sarah, Jesus probably had these other older texts that he was raised with, right? Like if there was a
Exactly, he was.
historical Jesus, he was reading other texts. He was getting these ideas from other texts, right? Like if we take
He was
if we
reading
take
them
the
and interpreting them correctly because
well, now that's
leaders
right.
were
That's
in their
something that
own
we can never
interpretations
prove.
of
Like
meaning.
Or
you
the
just
scholars themselves were saying he supposedly as a child he had a better understanding. Richard, I wanted to ask the thing you've got on your screen. Were you trying to make a naturalistic explanation? Because I didn't think so.
Yeah, I think it is a naturalistic explanation that if Jupiter were realized as a short-term star, that it would be brighter than the rest of the stars in the sky. And of course, planets rotate around the sun, so eventually it's going to be in the east. Now you've got the brightest star in the east.
Mhm.
And that in this situation, because it is outside of our orbit around the sun, we could be between two light sources, which makes for an old Baptist song, I saw the light, no more darkness, no more night. And that's fundamentally in the text, although there's a little bit of, creative license in the song. That you would have literally no more darkness upon the earth, and the earth would be filled with his glory. Okay? And those are realistic things. And yes, that's clearer as an argument. Thank you, Dr. Bundy.
Well, and that makes sense, but what is the reference to the moon splitting part though with the Quran? That's what's throwing me off.
I don't understand. Yeah, it's within the story from a different perspective, but the same story. That if you have a sphere between two different light sources, you have two hemispheres of it lit up and a dark ring around the middle. It looks like it's cut in half. It does.
Oh, what to think about that then? Thanks.
Okay.
They call that the Terminator for space science.
Yeah. What is it? Light termination, something like that.
Yeah, it's a very distinct line.
Yeah.
That you can actually tell from the dark side and the light side in orbit. It's pretty cool.
Right. And yeah, there's certain things of the future I can't demonstrate because they're future. That's true, But I think the better question is it a more plausible explanation of what is there than what I've heard in the past? And the answer is definitely yes. What I've heard is God magic. And that's all I've ever heard from people is God magic, God magic. I don't believe in God magic. I believe in technology. I believe in physics. I believe in that kind of stuff.
Well, of course, as technologists, we often hear the old adage, primitive type people that don't know technology, they'll look at advanced technology as magic. And so maybe that's what a lot of this descriptions from these ancient, yeah.
If I said there was this thing that moved by itself, it could land on the ground and take off of the ground without a living being touching it, and that it looked like a wheel within a wheel, and that when that wheel within a wheel was turning, it made the sound of rushing air, and that sound of rushing air caused it to move up off of the ground and go and do things.
And it reminded me, I think it's Revelations. It talks about the head of a locust with the face of man. I
think those are drones. I mean, it's a description of a metallic
helicopter.
drone.
Yeah.
Some kind of. I think they're small helicopters, but yeah, basically a helicopter.
Well, that poor guy was probably just seeing a helicopter with people in it. He's like, what the heck?
That's plausible as an explanation. So, I mean, there's no getting around that Ezekiel says, and then as to the living animal, differentiating between these non-living things and this group over here, which are living things. So all the machine wheel within a wheel thing that moves on its own is of non-living category. So he can tell it's not alive. A child could tell it's not alive. But then what would you call a non-living machine that moves on its own? What do you want to call that?
Are you talking about the thrones, the wheels of God? Is that what we're talking about here? With the
eyes
within a wheel?
The wheel within a wheel in Ezekiel, yes.
The spinning eyes.
Tangible worlds. This is on the 5D.
But for people who consider the eyes were like some sort of portals or windows to a vehicle, yeah.
Well, it could be fifth dimension. I mean, there are serious people who think the fifth dimension. I'm not one of them. I don't understand that. But who say the fifth dimension is necessary. In fact, I've heard it goes all the way to 11, though I don't understand that either. But I think it's unnecessary complexity when I can already say ramjet engine.
Well, just to clarify that for you real quick, Richard,
God exists.
the first 11 dimensions, that's standard physics, and that's just perspective. So once you get past the fifth and sixth dimensions, it's basically zooming out, and then string theory goes like to 29 plus different dimensions. It's talking about things like galaxy clusters and superclusters. It's just getting bigger and bigger. It's not really that complicated.
Okay. Well, I've never heard it explained that way.
Yeah. Keep it simple, stupid.
I'm going to make an assumption here that
Go ahead.
you all have not been born again.
I have.
You feel the energy of God inside of you.
I do.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Do you-
I'm not completely Sarah, let me say I'm not dismissing my personal experience on an internal and emotional basis. However, I am aware that that kind of experience can be extremely self-confirming and biased, and it's not reliable as a primary source. It might be confirmation as a secondary source, but I can't call it primary. So I like to only speak about the external showable.
Okay, but
But I have
In-
wept.
experience, you would be able to understand those books that you consider non-canonical. How do you say that? Non-canon books,
Yeah,
Yeah.
canonical, yeah.
where they're talking about how to be born again. He is literally explaining how to reach the kingdom of God and experience the
What you're
energy
talking
of God
about-
inside of you.
To me, Sarah, what it sounds like you might be talking about to me is the difference between mental versus emotional intelligence.
It's
Okay,
not
real
an
quick, guys.
energy.
Real quick, guys. I'm gonna go. You guys keep going. I love that you're going. Keep going. I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back.
Real quick, I like it that, and I was AFK, and I'm kind of jumping here at the last end, and I don't want to sidetrack Joel there, but like when it talks about like metaphors to the kingdom of God, like what about like Jesus showing two of his apostles in reality the kingdom of God, and those apostles refused to even speak about what they saw for the rest of their days? That's in canon. That's in the Gospels.
Yeah, they had a vision, or they could see with clairvoyance.
I mean, vision. What it says in canon is he showed them as you know they were living, they were still alive, but he showed them the kingdom of God, and they were
the kingdom of God too. I'm still living.
The most important thing I think about from that verse, I don't have scripture here, but I know my Gospels, is that it says that they never spoke of it for the rest of their days. Like they never talked about what they saw in the kingdom of God.
Well, another example for you, Noka, is Paul. I believe he was talking about the third heaven, and he said he saw things that no human can speak of, if you recall.
Because it's hard to put into words and explain.
Yeah.
It's not something that's here in the tangible.
Right.
It is beyond words.
I do profess more knowledge when it comes to like the Gospels than to the later texts of the New Testament, the Polonian stuff. But I'm finding Paul far more interesting these days. I'm looking at him in a different light. I've always looked at him as like the original OG Antichrist, but I'm looking at him in a different light, and I'm finding him more interesting. I will say.
Well, to your own point, he's quote in the canon. So yeah.
Yeah, he's canon, you know.
Yep.
Well, I think it's pretty easy to demonstrate that it's a religion of Paul versus Jesus, right? Like nobody's following Jesus. Like when you talk about like what Jesus said versus most of all the denominations that I've ever been encountered or interacted with, like Paul is the man, right? Like I mean that's where it comes from.
I agree.
think there's good things to stand on. So Knock, that's why I think it's interesting, right? But to
I
the
agree.
point of a couple things, like Stephanie, Sarah, you like when you were talking about like this is what immediately came to mind, and I'm honest to a fault, and
Go for it.
and that's just so when you were saying like I don't think any of you are saved, was that correct?
No.
Did you say something?
I don't mean saved. I mean.
What did you mean? Would you say that again?
I
So
said born again. Have you been born again? Which that interpretation of
Sure, it makes me think like you don't spell your name correctly.
No, it's just very clear that you haven't had the experience to see
Right, that's what I'm
beyond.
saying. It's
The
very clear
emotional
that you
experience,
don't
right?
spell your name correctly. It's
Is
with
that
an
right, Sarah?
H.
I
No,
apologize. I was just trying
I
to.
spell my name without an H.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying. You don't have the correct spelling of your own name because you're missing the H. Sarah is spelled Sarah. So when you said what
Also
you
spelled
did,
S-A-R-A.
when you make this wild truth claim or this wild claim that like that everybody on the stream doesn't have X, it just made me think, well, like obviously your name's misspelled, right? Like why can't I just simply say that to you? Like
No,
it
it
just
was just
doesn't.
evident that you guys haven't had the experience yet. It's not that you
Yeah.
won't.
And
I was trying
can
to clarify.
can somebody's name be misspelled if it's their name?
That's my whole point, Knock. That's my whole point, right? Like
It's
anybody
like the
can
paradox
come
of
in.
paradoxes, I think, right?
Well, no, anybody can come in and say you haven't seen you don't have the Holy Spirit addressed. Like so her and
This is
Joel can
irrelevant.
argue at infinitum or like literally just all
If I
day
could,
long about them because Joel's
it's
literal response. Like Joel, how do you feel when Sarah says that to you? Because
well, I was
I
trying
just
to
Well,
don't
Joel
actually
bullshit.
hadn't
get a
spoken much,
more
so I
coherent
didn't know about Joel.
explanation, if I may. Sarah, if I may, real quick, were you simply referring to the emotion of being born again or finding God versus like an intellectual pursuit?
It was more intellectual for them to find understanding in the text that they don't get, because I didn't understand the text. I thought it was gibberish until I had the experience, and then I was like, oh, now it makes sense.
Okay, but I mean, what's the motive in the question asking? Because what you just described to me, both on an intellectual and an emotional level, was that the Bible or just truth in general is hidden from most people until the Holy Spirit Himself comes into your life and helps explain it directly, and that's
That
what
is very
happens.
true. That
Yeah.
is very true.
So what are you trying to, I guess, ask? More
I
specific.
was more or less wanting to make sure that I was seeing clearly that, okay, this is why they're not seeing the connections. This is why they've disregarded the Gnostic texts. This is why, okay, we're focused very much on the 3D, and it's very difficult to see anything beyond that because they haven't had the experience.
Okay.
Because you can't scientifically test the 5D, although we are getting very, very close with quantum physics, at
Yeah.
least gain an understanding from a mathematical probability lens.
See, that's more my language, Sarah. I don't think you and I have spoken before, but that would be my fun. That's my topic.
Yeah, that is very much God's realm, the quantum world. That is
Yes,
where
ma'am.
God lives.
Yep. I love it already. Yeah, that's more of my ministry these days, is trying to help people understand the science of
Well,
Yeah.
and to clarify, like the reason I dismissed the Gnostic Gospels again is they were written 150, 200, maybe even 250 years after the fact. I dismissed Mark. Mark was the first gospel in the canonical Bible, and that was written like 30 years after the fact, right? And I dismissed that. I'm like, that's not enough time. Like if this dude existed and he was truly the Son of God, we'd have like firsthand accounts, and we don't. We have an account from maybe an apostle's apostle, right? Like, you know, so you know, I dismiss Mark, therefore I dismiss the Gnostic Gospels that came much later.
Well, if I may posit, my response would be, I don't want to dismiss anything, as a scientist and as a Christian. I'm an information scientist, so you run into confirmation bias if you dismiss anything for any reason. If there's the only negative I've thought or feeling, I guess, I have of any Gnostic texts is simply that some of them seem wrong, and it's based on listening to the Holy Spirit. So, things like some things some people can't know, only they can know, kind of thing, and that's stuff like that.
For further clarification, I mean, I dismiss it because of the supernatural hoodoo woo-woo that's inside of it. If I was going to take it as a firsthand account, like a lot of people try to attribute it, then I would definitely want it to be closer to the time of Jesus than 30 years at the earliest. I'm being very generous with 30 years there, right? It was probably more like 50 to 60 years after the fact. For two, though, just that, Mark was the first, and at least two of the others clearly use Mark as the reference point for their writings. To me, like the entire thing is dismissible just based on just the shenanigans of it all.
I understand your point, Noka. The counter to that, though, and it's not a necessary counter, it's just that there is a counter, is that the Bible makes it clear that not all knowledge is going to be contained in the Bible. That's why we needed to have that relationship, as a lot of people describe. I think Sarah would agree, with the Holy Spirit, to interpret the stuff then and stuff now. And then, just even logically speaking, there's what's called the appeal to novelty and appeal to tradition logical fallacies, where you dismiss something because it's old or because it's new, and sometimes it's just you have to pay attention to both.
Oh yeah, and I just wanted to address because I was pretty much the only one in the stream kind of like dismissing the Gnostics.
Yeah.
And it's just because I've really looked into it. I've read all of them, or at least most of them. And like I'm only dismissing it based on just like my research of it. I don't expect anybody else to like just dismiss it out of hand.
Sure, and the positive on that is that that's basically what the canon councils did, right? They examined everything and said, well, this doesn't quite make sense, so let's cut that to the floor. That sounds like what you basically did. You confirmed the canon for yourself, which I think is awesome.
Yeah, I do try to be smart about some things. It's just not often.
Yeah.
But Sarah, I don't want you to think like to me, like I have good reasons why I dismiss them, but I don't expect you to, right? Like, and I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're at. I mean, I was there too. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding where you guys were at in your experience with God. Because if you had zero, like people that have no experience whatsoever and are completely detached from their soul and their true self and all this, like they truly don't see God at all. They plain out don't see it. And then you've got people on opposite spectrum. So I was just trying to figure out where you were in the scope of things.
Well, I like your
confirmation bias.
I like your description there, though. Like your description of like detached from soul. I've had the opportunity to meet a couple second, third. I think I've given that like a fourth generation atheist. They're rare. They're not very common. Most of us actually come from a religious upbringing. Myself, I was Southern Baptist in my upbringing down in North Carolina. But I've met a few, and I like most of them, but they are odd. They're different because they haven't been raised around religion. So right, like
we're raised right.
They see it differently, and I think it pretty much goes to just how people are raised at a really young age. Like most Christians, not all, but most Christians came to it when they were 4 or 5. And that's not really an age where you're using your brain at a capacity to really think about things. And the same goes with atheists. So the second, third generation atheists, they're odd to me, but it's because they were raised differently than I was. They had a different programming when they were children compared to me when I was a child. And I honestly, I think it's a really great argument for just how religion has kind of lasted as long as it has. We brainwash our children to believe what we believe. We don't give them a chance to grow and just become themselves.
You got to be careful with that. That's called a genetic logical fallacy. And
it probably is. I know.
And I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying be careful. Most people do not stick to what they were raised with, especially Christians. Everybody goes through the rebellious phases and stuff.
It's my observance in life, right? Like, because I've met several second, third, fourth generation atheists, and they seem a bit odd. Now, I have a child. And I did not. I lost the battle with my mother 7 years ago on whether or not my kid was going to church, and she ended up going to church with my mom, and it's carried over, and she goes to church with her mom. Like I wanted my child to come to it on her own. I never really got that chance, but at the same time, I never forced like my atheism upon my child. To where some second, third, fourth generations, it's just how they were raised. It's how they were programmed.
Right. They think that they're saving humanity by trying to abolish religion.
Well, no, it's just it's a different household, a different household with different dynamics. So this household were atheist parents that didn't have God in their household at all, right? And like I said, I lost that battle because if I could take it back, I would win that battle against my mom. I would never let my child go to church at all. But I lost that battle, and I've met some second, third generation atheists. They seem odd to me, but it's because they have a different background than I have. That's what we human beings do. We're tribal creatures. We identify our backgrounds, and so like it's just a matter of child programming. That's all it is. That's pretty much what it comes down to. Now you have your outliers. You have people that come to religion at a very late age. But it's usually from one religious background to another. So they're just trading basically pillars of their upbringing.
Yep. Well, again, that's been my experience. Everybody goes through rebellious phases, and no matter how we're raised, we always fight against it. And I think it's just critical thinking is my understanding. So like I mentioned Dr. Ross earlier today, for example, he was raised atheist, like you're talking about. And just through his own scientific background and training, Fred Hoyle, Dr. Collins, there's so many other examples out there, just through the scientific analysis of what I would describe as biblical science versus other things, including atheism, that's what makes a more logical, scientific, observable analysis, basically. And so people can adjust their worldviews based on things other than just what they were raised as.
I mean, without a doubt, I was raised Southern Baptist, and now I'm the raging atheist.
Yeah, and you might change back, yeah, or change to something different.
No, I might be Buddhist at one point, but like I pretty much rejected that too. But it's lingering, like it still sits there in like my stomach and my gut, and I'm like, I don't know, Gautama, like he has some shit going there,
If I understand your channel properly, Richard, and welcome back. I mean, you're trying to abolish religion, quote unquote.
Yes.
As a Christian.
Yeah, isn't that a funny
Love it.
position to have? Yeah, I think that we've played too much telephone game. We're too steeped in what is sometimes very recent doctrines. And because of that, we look at the stories in a certain way, and that the stories in their content and context and structure, and even down to the word itself and the etymology of the word, can't be held the way that Christians are normally holding the text.
Right.
Like I'll give for instance, the 6 days of creation, and you have man on the sixth day. Are we a very recent arrival to the planet? Yes, that's true. Have things changed since we've been here? We see it happen. That's absolutely fine. We even consider that there's new species in things like ring species and stuff where it's changed enough by the time they meet each other again on the other side of the mountain range or what have you, the other side of the lake. They no longer can interbreed. So yeah, that's real. We see that. Going back, were there the animals that we experience now reproducing in their kind before there was man? Yeah, there's stuff here older than us. Was there more advanced or complicated plant life in their kind, or in his kind, like the kind he prefers? Before that, yes, there were. Were there ancient animals that were of their kind, the kind he doesn't prefer? Well, yeah, dinosaur eat a human. You can't have those around if you're going to have humans around. Were there simple plants and animals before that? Absolutely, there were. Was there oceans before that? Yes. And was there the refraction of light or enlightenment to the planet, that is to say, atmosphere, before that? That's precisely correct. There's nothing flawed about that in geology. That's what the geologists say, that it did come in that order. And the only argument that a person would have is where the Christian says light means light source. But I just showed you that light doesn't mean light source. It's not talking about the source of the light at all. It's talking about the general illumination or refraction of light that we see in atmospheres. Did it happen in that order? Yeah. How the hell would people have known that before the science? They couldn't.
Intuition. Or
That's some
inspiration.
really good intuition. I just don't think it would be that solid. Like, why would you think, especially when you see water evaporate into gas, on a heat source, what would make you think that the atmosphere had to come before the oceans? What would make you think that? Well, nothing about ancient thinking would necessitate that.
Well, Richard, I'm sure I've talked about it with you and at least others. If you recall my comparisons with all of that, with Hoyle's stellar nuclear synthesis theory, with the stellar nebula theories, how that all correlates exactly with Genesis.
I think so, but the problem is the Christians will claim something like, although it's evident the story is talking about this one location in space, saying things like, you will be able to use the stars as a calendar. Well, that's referring to constellations, which we do use that as a calendar. That's what our calendars are based on, is star positions, right?
Right.
They'll necessitate the idea of stars, and they'll extrapolate that to all stars everywhere. But what the actual meaning of stars there in the text, in the sentence, I made the stars also, which, by the way, is really ham-handed. It's just like, oh, by the way, here's this other thing. It's super clumsy, right? But the word stars there means clumps of stars. It doesn't mean all the stars. It just doesn't mean that. So it's selecting clumps of stars from all stars. And do we do that? Yes. And do we track time with it? Yes, we do.
I was
So
going
it's
to add,
like
not
we
necessarily.
pointed out the constellations. It doesn't necessarily mean I made every star everywhere. In fact, I think
Right.
we can't say that.
Yeah, and I was trying to add to that the constellation of the navigation star charts that we rely on, that's certainly not all the stars.
No. No, you don't need them all. No.
So the Bible would be a little more accurate. It sounds like he's talking about clumps of stars. It's you look at a non-filtered dark night. It's almost completely packed with stars.
Yeah, what was it when one of the first missions of Hubble was to point it toward the darkest spot we could see in space and take a 2-week long exposure of that spot. Never guess what we found. More galaxies.
Yep.
That's what we found. More, and it's just more, no matter where you look and how
You
dark
got the
it
James
looks to
Webb
you.
looking into the deeper
I'm
infrared.
telling you, man.
We're flooded. Yeah.
Friggin' amazing. But is that necessarily in the text? Every star is mentioned. No, it's not.
Well, regardless, I mean, and that's to Noka's point, I think earlier, that there's not everything, not every truth is in the Bible. It's just
Right.
it's like I like to describe it as a primer, as a kindergarten book. It's a starting point.
Yeah.
You start with the Bible, and then God leads you on from there. Maybe that touches on Sarah's point about whatever Gnostic stuff she's into.
Well, I mean, that's kind of where
Well,
my
Joel,
issue comes in.
No, hold on one second. Joel, do you think, so you're saying start with the Bible?
Yeah, that's the primer.
Okay.
So awesome. Do you think that there's anything that's incorrect in the Bible?
I don't know. I've heard and I've seen the fake meme about the 400 contradictions, and I've seen the counters to those.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Do you think
Oh.
there was a worldwide flood? Do you think the earth is 6,000 years old? Do you think that Moses existed? Do you think that all of these, like, just typical
Yes.
things? I'm not talking about, like, simple contradictions. So you're a young earth creationist.
Well, not necessarily. The answer to that specific topic is that we've only have about 6,000 to 10,000 years of recorded history, and as a scientist, I can only go off of human observation. I don't
So what do you think
know what happened before
geologists-
then.
If we only have 6 or 10, what do you think, like, geologists, cosmologists, I don't even know how to say that word, but, like, what do you think, like, the majority of the scientific community are coming to these conclusions that the earth is 14
Well,
some billion years old? Like, how do
again,
you square that?
Yeah, it's easy. As a scientist, the idea that a majority of a community of anything, whether a scientist, is what's called an appeal to popularity logical fallacy. So I would always avoid that, first of all. And second of all, the geologists, the geophysicists, the astrophysicists, all the guys that I've talked to over the decades, we all generally agree that if it wasn't observed, then it's just a good guess. We try to make our best guesses without observation.
Well, so it seems to me, if I like even take you for, which I shouldn't, so let's just not even do it. So if the majority of scientists are coming to the conclusion that why are they coming to a different conclusion than you?
Well, for the same reason as any church would. So you're basically appealing to a church authority. So if the majority
hold
of
on.
church elders say this, then it must
Joel,
be true.
Joel, before you turn this into to whatever you're going to turn it into, I'm
Called
asking you a
logic?
very simple. I'm asking you a very simple question. So
I
you're a
told you.
scientist. No, you haven't. I'm not talking
No,
about.
I told you, and I'm going to repeat it. As a scientist, I don't appeal to a church. I
I'm
like
not
to listen to what
appealing
people.
to anything, Joel. I'm asking
When you say a majority
very
of so and so says something, that's
Holy
church.
shit. I'm
Come
asking
on,
you a
Joel.
specific
Joel, give him a
question.
chance here.
Sure.
Let
Yeah,
him
we can
flush it
repeat
out.
this 500 times. Yeah.
So
Please do.
why do you disagree with the majority of scientists?
Well, because I don't. I actually agree with basically every scientist I've ever talked to in my entire life. I'm just trying to encourage you and everybody specifically to always avoid the church mentality that if a majority of anybody says something, don't always believe it.
Maybe Rage or Richard can talk to him or get my point across to him, because what I'm trying to get at
Disagree
is
with your church, buddy.
so I don't
I like
believe in a
science.
church.
I like science over religion. You're using religion, using an appeal to a popularity fallacy. I'm simply saying that as scientists, if we don't have good observation data, we can make good hypotheses and make good guesses, but we won't call that true. If that helps.
So that helps me. No, you're not answering the specific question, because I'm asking you.
Well,
So
I
if we
did.
have, hold on 1 second, Joel. So maybe I wasn't
being rude.
clear. Shut the fuck up, dude.
See, you're just
Because
hostile and rude.
right
you're just
now,
a
I'll be
religious jerk.
gaslighting. Now I'm rude. Now I'm this.
Yes.
Now that. You quickly turn it into
No, you did.
litany of. You turn it into a
No,
litany of different things
you're
rather than
offended
just
because somebody
answer
challenged your
the
religion with
Okay, guys.
science, and so now you have to be rude.
Jesus Christ.
All right, guys. Joel, I hope you understand I hold you to a higher standard because you claim that you believe the Bible. I hold
Sure.
Sean to a lesser standard because
Richard,
he says he
it's
does not believe
demonstrable.
it.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
demonstrable, Richard.
I've
We saw
done this for so many
Joel,
decades
shut
now,
the
dude.
fuck up
I
already.
like to fast forward the nonsense as well if we can.
So
That's all.
so what I'm saying, Joel, is I'm asking you to concede wherever possible.
Yeah.
Richard, we saw
Okay.
this
I
on
know
your,
that's a lot.
we saw this a couple days ago when I was on that stream. Everybody
All right,
that Joel interacted with,
I'll
including
let
yourself.
Sean-
And
Well,
so he
He
can't
pushes
even shut
he
up.
pushes back on you.
He can't even let me finish without saying, "Well, I'll let him." Richard, we
Okay,
saw
so
even
we're
with
now
you,
done.
Richard.
We're
Yeah.
now done talking about mistakes of the past, and we're now moving forward. And the floor is Sean's.
So my simple point is this. So if I disagree with the census, with the scientific community's census on this, I could give you a reason, right? And I'm asking for that reason. Joel, not you going into some meta bullshit about like me being religious or my church. I'm asking for your specific reason of why you disagree with someone that posits, a scientist that posits the earth is 14 billion years old. That's it. Simple question.
Well, yeah, no, I can go into all of those specifics and more, but I would like to just be
How about
cautious
just that
as well.
one specific, that one specific thing that I'm asking you time and time again? Why do you disagree with the scientist, two scientists in a room? You're one, there's another scientist, you say 6 to 10, he says 14 billion. I'm asking, why do you disagree with him?
Well, so let me be able to have a freedom of speech attempt to explain why we scientists disagree with, what we call the church mentality, that if a majority allegedly agrees, that's how the Vatican stayed in power for so long. They regulated, quote, science. So Galileo Galilei, he's a pretty famous guy. You'd like to think that most people these days of all walks of life would have learned from him by now. I love quoting him. He said, "In the sciences, the authority of thousands of opinions is not worth as much as one tiny spark of reason in an individual man. Besides, the modern observations deprive all former writers of any authority, since if they had seen what we see, they would judge as we judged." And he said that freaking 1600s. So that's why we don't ever consider what a majority says. Often if the majority says something, it's almost always wrong. And that's why we love science, because we love to challenge the ethos and the mythologies and all that stuff out there. And so the reason why there's doubt of how old the universe is because we just simply don't know. The idea, for example, that light travels in a straight line. And so if what we see in the very near local redshift part of the observable galaxy that we see right now, if that's all there is, and we just say, okay, let's backtrack, or let's calculate the distance of the redshift infrared that we're seeing now, then yeah, it looks like if we keep going backwards straight, then it might be 14 billion years. That's a good guess. But the catch, though, is that light never travels in a straight line, especially over great distances. There's all kinds of gravitational shifting and lensing, and I mean, there's too many unknowns to truly know how far light packets, which all the stuff that we see with our eyeballs, they travel in packets, how far it's really going. A lot of the distance observations are based again on further assumptions and presumptions of luminosity. A lot of these things are just good guesses. And so until we actually start to get out there, I like to put it, I've worked for these companies that are trying our best as humans to quote, get out there and actually measure these distance and try to see, is there some giant Einstein's cross out there, for example, that's bending or manipulating the light that we see locally? Is there something that could give us a better, genuine, scientific, observable conclusion of how far things really are without just guessing?
Okay, I'm going to take a turn right here. Sorry. I'm going to take a turn right here. Mm-hmm. It's actually new within Christianity to think that the Bible is claiming a young earth. And that was not long held by Jews or early Christians. I think it's something about a 200-year-old or even less than that. I'm trying to play it safe. Theory. And it's based on the lineages that you see in the text. So some guy thought, and I don't know where he came up with this arbitrary judgment of what a freaking generation is. It's completely arbitrary. He just made something up. As far as I know, a generation's about 16 years, not 40. Why he went with 40, I have no idea.
It was a good guess.
And then when you...
Sorry.
Well, most people aren't reproducing at age 40. That's just not true, especially back then when you were you're considered an old man at 40 and you're probably going to be dead in the next 20 years. By the time you're 60, there's a very good chance that you're dead. Okay, so then he took these and he counted them, multiplied that by 40 and came up with the number 6,000. Okay, problem, big problem. Those names listed, first of all, they indicate there was never a firstborn female. That's statistically impossible. The names are parts of sentences in the Hebrew language, although they didn't translate them for the English. And those names listed as they are complete sentences. In fact, they're paragraphs. In fact, they're a story, and that story makes sense to all the rest of the Bible. So what's required there is that a person believe that they didn't reproduce until they were 40, and then on top of that, they were named from their birth appropriately to their high point in the story, to the high point of their life within that story. And then it assumes that the meaning of that name is not only the high point of them, it's also a sentence portion which makes a story. And all that requires that no one had a daughter first, that every one of those Jews had perfect prayer, and that all of them agreed. No one ever dropped out of the sequence saying, I'm not going to pray about I just want to name him this. So they had no choices and named them perfectly, and that no one ever dropped out, and that created another story. I don't think that's even what the names mean. They don't even mean real people. I'll give you a for instance. No Jew would ever name the child in their connotation of what a serpent or snake is. No one would ever name the mouth of a serpent, but that's the literal translation of the word Phineas.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a new idea. It's because of one scholar. It's been recently popularized. It doesn't work against the crustal record, and it's not necessary in the Bible.
So Richard, is that why you don't hold to a young Earth? Is because of that? Because that'd
Well,
be
not
my
only
next
that,
question, right? Because that's the
not
next question for me is like, why do you disagree with, like, whenever somebody says it's 6,000 to 10,000 years old, I typically am interested in like why they disagree with the scientists saying
right.
that right. And then the other
Okay.
thing is too the positive claim. Like when I say, okay, well, awesome. So this is why you disagree, but let's talk about the positives for why the Earth is young. And I think it's from the Bible, right? Like I think at its very base is what you're talking about. It's about the lineage, and that's why they're holding to this particular belief.
Okay, that's the difference between what's in the text and a church tradition. That's the difference right there.
Yeah, I like to reemphasize just to help diffuse any conflicts that, again, first of all, I don't appreciate it, I guess, people speaking for scientists, as a scientist. And then, so I'm the guy that doesn't know. Again, my answer, if you caught earlier, Sean, was that it seems like there's only about 6,000 to 10,000 ish years of recorded human history. And so anything outside of that is non-observable. Is all.
So why are they observing like us domesticating dogs that are 30,000 years ago? We're talking about domesticating dogs. We're talking about trees. Hold on, Joel, 1 second. We're talking about trees that are
on and on.
Dude, this is on and on. I'm going to make 2 fucking points that you can't shut up long enough for me to just make. And then we end up down this rabbit hole. You're like a small child that can't shut his mouth for 2 seconds.
Well, then you're like
domesticated dogs 30,000 years ago. And then
sure, yeah, because again, we don't know that. That's the reason why I joined earlier today. I started hearing you talk about that. I was like, where did they get this idea that we domesticated animals 30,000 years ago? We don't even know what happened past Egypt, much less 30,000 years ago. So I was like, wow, where's I guess my public school education failed me. I have no idea where we get that stuff.
And then I just remembered the other point was trees that are 11 to 15,000 years old that we just literally count the fucking rings.
Right, which see that's what so that right there to me that's a failure.
I don't think that's accurate, John.
It's not.
I think that's the ones where they just count the rings are closer to 6,000.
We know that tree rings aren't always the same on the same tree. So yeah, that whole assumption that proves why people are so ignorant of basic science these days. They make too many assumptions.
It's just I could be wrong, but I think it's the ones that are more than that 6,000 range are the ones that are the colonies of trees. But I could be wrong.
Guys, I'm going to start calling on you.
Weather events and flood events that change the frequency. Yeah.
I want to give Rage the floor and then P-Town. Go ahead, Rage.
Yeah, before we get into the rings of the trees, I just want to say, like, Joel, you're a smart dude, right? Like, you went to college, you've gotten your doctorate. Like, I agree with you. Like, we have about 10,000 years of quote-unquote history, but it seems like you're ignoring what we know about prehistory. Like, we know there was a whole huge period of time where human beings weren't recording history, right? Like Homo sapiens, we weren't recording history. Like, are you just ignoring that, or
I wouldn't say I ignore it. Again, so in science and engineering, we're trained to deal with the observable. If someone didn't write it down and we can't repeat it, then it's not that we dismiss it, it's just we doubt it. We need to repeat it. We need to see how it happens in reality before we can use it.
My counter to that would be, though, like, what we're learning about prehistory is what we're digging up. So what we're learning about prehistory is actual, like, verifiable, like, things that we can say, this happened. We have evidence. We have physical evidence for this. And we're learning more and more about that through archaeology and through these different geological sciences. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I agree with you. There's about 10,000 years. You can pretty much go back to the Sumerian tablets when we started recording quote unquote history. But there's a whole hell of a long period of time before that everybody agrees existed, right? And that's called prehistory. No. It's what we're learning about more and more.
No, it's just theory. There's a theoretical belief that things happened before then, but how do you know without a time machine?
Well, we have, like, the beads. When it comes to, like, evolution and coming out of Africa as Homo sapiens, we have a trail of beads, these little handmade things that humans.
Okay.
So what? This is my point. I'm a fucking high school dropout. You're a doctor, and you're like just dismissing all of this prehistory. Like, I don't get it.
Well, again, it's not dismissing it. That's too harsh of a word. It's just doubting it. We need. It's nice to have good repeatable observations in real time, is how we do it in real science. But if you don't know how, always question everything, including the existence of God, as Thomas Jefferson famously put it. How's that? Does that help? Never take anything by blind faith because somebody said it or wrote it down.
Okay, now P-Town.
Oh, I was just trying to put my 2 cents in about the tree rings. I wasn't.
Well, do it.
Because
don't tell us about it. Do it.
Okay, so without looking anything up, I think it's noteworthy that the oldest tree in recorded history depends on how you define a tree, but it would be Methuselah last time I checked. It's named after the character in the Bible that lived the longest. I think it's an uncanny coincidence that this particular type of tree is built to kind of survive a flood and happens to be about as old as the Bible describes the earth. The other ones I haven't done too much research in what a lot of atheists will ascribe to being the oldest trees, but from what I have extrapolated is that it's a colony of trees, not like an actual tree. Anyway, I was just I don't know. That's why I started talking. I thought that what Sean was saying wasn't correct, but could be wrong.
Yeah, and I want to.
Sean has a response. Hold on.
right.
Let Sean. Let's just let Sean.
Please.
Do you have a response, Sean? That would involve you unmuting.
He might be taking a shit, yo.
Yeah, he might be maybe he's quote unquote busy, as the text says. Maybe your God is busy. Okay. Open floor. Next thing.
I guess I want to say, I think I kind of want to expound on what Joel's saying, because I think we both get it, that maybe I ascribe to the young earth creationist corner, not because I just ignore what scientists say. It's because I do believe that if you look at the two sides, it's because I hold the Bible supreme, for one. But yes, we weren't born then, as the Bible would say. We don't know actually what happened in the past. And if you look at it from an objective standpoint, there's a lot of evidence that points to the Bible being correct as well. And you kind of weigh those two sides. And I don't have time to refute everything in quote unquote modern science that points to an ancient earth, but when I do have time to dig into it myself, there hasn't been any definitive evidence to completely dispel the Bible entirely.
Well,
and it's old.
That's what I've been doing for the last 20, 30 years, man. That's kind of my ministry. I'd love to do that.
To be honest with you, it's probably my passion too, Joel. I just don't want to put myself that high up there.
Sure.
That's just how I operate. I want to question. My dad taught me to question everything, so I went from atheist to Christian.
I really hope in 2,000 years people are going around trying to propagate Stephen King, because that dude is brilliant.
Yeah,
for sure.
See, it's stuff like that. Those comments, like, it's not really a smart thing to say.
Why not?
like
if you're going to propagate anything in 2,000 years, I would hope it would be the Dark Tower, not this nonsense of the Bible.
I think ultimately, when it comes to believing something, and when it comes to ascribing into whichever court you are on issues like this, to be honest with you, I believe that people doubt things less so because of what they think. It's mostly what they feel. And I think that's where rage is at.
I don't think you can comment on the validity of Stephen King's brilliance if you've never read The Dark Tower. That's just my.
Well,
so I wanted
think
to
that pales in comparison to the Bible. But anyway, yeah.
No, I wanted to help clarify that the Earth very well may be 4 billion or 10 trillion, however many quadrillions years old. We just don't know. That's the thing. And I think, in my opinion, that's the beauty of reality. That's the beauty of the Bible, even. And that's why I love coming to Richard's channel, for example, is because I think God purposefully left things to the imagination so that it would be a challenge. He didn't make it black and white or step by step, so that we would think and try to understand. And I think that's what we're doing.
Well, and I would add to that too. I think that God cares less about how smart we think we are. I think he also left it kind of ambiguous,
Yes.
so that we can't rely on our own understanding.
Right.
I have a definition of a word from the Bible that I think atheists should find slightly offensive or maybe enlightening. It's hard to tell. The text uses the word Israel, which is a compound word, and it means to wrestle with God. So it's more consistent within the text if you said anyone who wrestles with God is in a tribe of Israel. So if you're here wrestling with God, you're like, at least in the moment, definitionally part of what is being claimed.
Israeli?
Yeah.
I love it.
Is there anybody that's coming to a young Earth without some sort of religious belief? Like, so what we're talking about is right, and that's because Joel's already said he starts with the book. P-Town, I'm assuming that you probably start with the book as well.
I start with science, though.
Well,
You
book
can
of science.
make the claim the other way as
okay.
well.
I think I know where you're going with this. I agree with you. So science is going to measure things based on how things are going, at the rate of things are moving right now.
Well, so P-Town, before you assume where I'm going, let me just finish that one quick statement. To me, in my experience, the only people that are making a young Earth claim are coming at it from some sort of religious point of view or a book that says otherwise, right? And my question is, there's very, very little like positive. So if like literally, I went to school from 11 to 12, and everything that I learned in school points to an old Earth, right? Like, I mean, you'd have to throw out, if you're right, like we'd have to throw out all these fucking textbooks, but literally it goes against everything that I've ever been taught or that I see or that sure I believe about the world or about reality that I live in. And I only see it coming from, typically it's the Christian young Earth creationist, but we see very little positive claims. So do either of you have like a positive scientific, you being a scientist, Joel, do you have a positive scientific claim outside of the Bible?
Oh, absolutely. And that's what Peter and I were just talking about. We love to talk about those things. But I want to caution you, buddy, just as I think it was Noka was just talking about, what you just described, it sounds like you're believing things based on how you were raised, how you went to school. And as Richard put just a moment ago, how it's only been very recent, like within not even a century, that all the things that you thought was just, solved science, whatever, all these things are constantly changing. So once you get out of that kind of that preconditioning or that brainwashing, some people call it, especially from public schools and such like that create a lot of these popular myths or mythos.
Hey, so look,
once you get out of that, you start to really study where the stuff came from.
I understand that this is really important.
The actual scientists that postulate these things for us, you start to find where the discrepancies are, and you start to learn, hey, maybe these things that I was taught aren't necessarily not only true, but the origins and the history and the reasons, will cause you to dig deeper.
I would say turn that lens on yourself, but I don't care about the meta as much.
That's why I do that. Yeah.
Because every time I ask you a question, you go into the meta, and I don't care. I'm just asking you for a simple hey, why do you believe that the Earth?
Because
hold on a minute, Joel. If you could let me finish for a fucking minute. So when I ask you why do you disagree with scientists? I don't care about all the preamble bullshit. I'm just asking about specifically, and then you go into the speed of light. Awesome, great answer. So when I ask you a simple question of some positive scientific evidence for a young Earth, instead of the fucking 5-minute preamble, which I I know. Everybody knows you're a Christian, Joel. Everybody knows we've heard all this preaching
And that's
before.
irrelevant, right?
I'm right. It's absolutely irrelevant. So just leave it
Right.
out.
So
And then
because
we can have a much quicker, more relevant conversation. So positive claim for a young earth.
because it's more important to me as a scientist and as just a basic human being, and I hope everybody agrees with this. It's far more important to help you learn how to think for yourself instead of just trying to have those gotcha moments like you're trying to do right now. So, for example, when you
Dude,
start
this
to
is your
talk about
fucking
how
That's
problem.
well. That's
when,
well
This is
you're
your
a
said.
hypocrite,
problem.
you're a
No,
hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
Richard, give me 1
So
second,
you
please.
always interrupt me, and you
Richard,
complain
give me
about me
1
trying to help
second.
fast forward your lack of
No, give me 1
understanding, your
second.
lack of interest
No,
in actually challenging your own thoughts, your own religion. You
Joel,
you
you can
are
talk about Joel. Hold on
you
1
are
second.
your
Let me just
hypocrite.
make this.
You're
Let me make
not
this.
genuine,
Joel,
Sean. You are not here to learn from others. That's
Let
all
me
He's
make
you've
probably the most
proven.
religious one out there.
He
let me
is.
And
make this
breathe.
very clear.
And breathe. Everybody breathe. Just take
Yeah.
a
So it's
minute.
more important, if I may,
Joel,
Richard.
that's
I
you.
want to
Joel,
emphasize.
Joel,
It's
I'm serious, bro. Just breathe
well,
for just a minute. Seriously.
it's very
Please.
important to me to emphasize this, that we need to think for ourselves, no matter what. So that's why I pontificate, I think, is what Sean's accusing me of.
Okay, Sean.
Yeah. So one, I'm genuine, and I don't know how that I'm trying to do gotcha moments by literally asking you questions. That's it, man. There's no
Okay.
gotcha in here.
All
I
right, we'll
asked you,
pause.
Joel, shut the fuck
No,
up
you
for a
repeated
minute.
yourself 3 times in a row, Sean. You're
God damn
fake as
it.
heck. To
Sorry,
answer your
Richard.
question, the reason why you come off so fake is because you claim your reason for your claim why I disagree with scientists. Your entire premise is false. I do not disagree with scientists. You do. You disagree with scientists. Now, if you want to talk about the actual science, we can. I'd love to. I'd love to go into the extreme depths of it. But you are the one that disagrees with science, not me. Okay, clear?
Floor's yours, Sean.
Can we move on from that?
I can't even ask seriously a simple question of
He only
Man.
asked you to not repeat yourself.
Hey, Richard, come on, man. This is where I don't think you're disingenuous, but if you're gonna say that Joel is not the root of this particular problem when literally you say breathe and he's the only one that keeps talking over you, come
We
on,
all
man. The common
recognize-
denominator is Joel. My point being is I'm not disingenuous nor trying to have gotcha moments, but he can't just let that go because he has to show his fucking meta bullshit. I've only
Okay.
asked questions. That's all I've done, Richard. That's
Okay.
it.
So we all recognize that Joel is abnormally aggressive. Can we all agree on that?
No.
Yeah,
Joel disagrees.
he bites back.
I just
Okay.
see 2 shadows arguing with each other. Is what I see. You
I
guys-
think
like to
it's a
say
nice
I'm being
balance.
bullied.
It's a nice balance having Joel with me, though. I want to give him credit. Like, he does a lot of what I want to do a lot of the time.
Well, that's very
kind
sweet
of
of you,
fun.
Beatdown. In my reality, my experience, I'm being bullied. This is a mental abuse type thing where if you don't agree with somebody, especially a religious atheist, this is common for those of us in science. Albert Einstein and Galileo, there's all kinds of examples, famous and otherwise,
Right.
that complain about how especially the scientific thinker gets bullied by these religious people. Whether
And then
they're
that's why
atheists
it's
or
important to look at the history and the science and
Thank
I don't
you.
know what he said the meta behind it. It's paramount. He doesn't understand that his very question is biased because he wants us to take the Bible out when how can you give evidence for the Bible but by taking the Bible out?
right.
It doesn't the whole question is flawed, and he will challenge you every step of the way.
Right,
when you
or
try
vice
to
versa.
answer
And
it.
the motive of the question, why do I disagree with scientists? That is literally
That's not true.
figuratively,
Yeah.
That's literally
Exactly.
translated as why do you disagree with my church? That's exactly what that question is.
And when we say things like I don't often, but when we do accuse them of being the religious ones, I don't think they understand how much history we have to support that.
Yes.
I mean, you brought up the Vatican, precisely so. I mean, that's what the Vatican did. They created science into a religion.
So I want to bring it back to the topic of the stream, which was tell Richard why he's stupid.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
It's hard to
So
do.
you guys
Richard,
are
because you're
supposed
not.
to be here to attack me.
Well, what do you want us to attack you on? On the Jupiter thing?
Anything
maybe?
that you think is bad thinking.
Well, I'll attack you on something, but it's also why there's you end up bringing Christians and atheists alike on your channel. It's why it's growing, Richard, is because, well, I'll just jump to it. I can't stand it when people group you in as a Christian when I'm on stand with you. I love you to death, but it really, because honestly, to the atheist mind, they look at us, as the same, and I think it's tremendously dangerous.
Well, I think what you just defined is a general prejudice. Like I'll pick on somebody who put themselves out there on a big scale. I'll pick on Matt Dillahunty. Matt Dillahunty will talk about Christians, but it's some kind of a conglomerate, like a concrete stuck together by this common thread of the mortar. But it contains all these different rocks, and the rocks are not the same. And to treat it like it's all the same is just, it's great for the beginning of a conversation, but it lacks any definitiveness, and none of it is accurate to all Christians, right? So you can start a conversation that way, but you can't keep digging into it that way. And he tends to keep digging into it as if Christian is one thing, and it's just evidently not. And the same man will make the same argument that there's 20,000 different denominations of Christians. Will make up my mind. Is it one thing or is it 20,000 different things? And if so, which one are you talking about? So I want to get into the nuts and bolts of it. In fact, P-Town, a lot of people say to me, Richard, you're an atheist. Well, why would they say that? Because I don't think Jesus believes in magic. And I don't think there's a claim. I think the Father also definitionally an atheist. He doesn't believe in magic either. He doesn't believe in a supernatural God. He believes in a real God that is actually being translated and the ideas trying to be being presented to us in these stories.
Richard.
So I'm an atheist apparently. Go ahead.
If I may, you just reminded me of one of my favorite quotes in history.
Which was?
Give me 2 seconds to dig it out. I want to read it verbatim. It's from Wiener von Braun, the father of rocket scientist. What you just said.
Okay, so whenever you
he
find
said,
it.
quote, although I know of no reference to Christ ever commenting on scientific work, I do know that he said, quote, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free, or make you free, end quote. This I am certain that, were he among us today, Christ would encourage scientific research as modern man's most noble striving to comprehend and admire his Father's handiwork. The universe, as revealed through scientific inquiry, is the living witness that God has indeed been at work, end quote.
Okay, I'm going to restrict that to the earth and agree with the entirety of the idea with that restriction, with that caveat. No, I'm serious. I can agree with that with that caveat.
But yeah, you reminded me of that. Oh my gosh, I love you. All right, go ahead.
I love talking to atheists, and I like Joel a lot because I think, well, Joel and I share something in common. You can look at the world that we live in, which I mean the universe, and it's obvious that God made this. You can decipher that without the Bible, and I think the Bible says that you can.
Yeah.
I think that's a topic of conversation that can stand alone with atheists. But when it comes to you, Richard, I have to put up with a lot as a Christian when I call and say to a Muslim stream, atheist stream, when other Christians come on. I have to bite my tongue because even though they are Christians, and their view, like it drives, you have flat earthers. You have all the different denominations. You have the theistic evolutionary people who change the word of God, right? The ones that believe in a large flood, the ones that will sacrifice God's word to conforming to the ways of this world. And I bite, and I'll stand with them as fellow brothers. But there is, even though the word Christian, I don't think even that word's even in the Bible, but there is one thing that we all stand on, which is Christ died and rose again, according to the scriptures. And that's something that you don't believe.
What do you mean I don't believe it?
Well, I'm trying to confirm, but do you believe that God is Jesus is God, that he made the world, that there's one of them, and that he died according to the scriptures, rose again the third day, according to the scriptures. That's the premise. That's the only thing that we have to agree on as Christians.
Right,
And
and you and I don't agree. You're right.
right, and so by definition, the general held definition of being a Christian, though we are definitely imperfect people and we have disagreements, that is the one thing that Christians have, and not so much like it's just by definition you're not a Christian.
Okay, so let me address each
That
of your
definition.
points because there were several of them. And because one of them wasn't so, I had to say I do not agree with all of that, which makes it sound like I'm more argumentative than I actually am. And you may even assume that I don't believe things that I do believe, based on my necessary answer, because you didn't ask them one at a time. I'd recommend asking things one at a time.
May I make a quick observation?
Yeah, go ahead.
That I really appreciate both you guys right now. Pete Down, you're being extremely kind, I think. And you're doing exactly what Richard asked everybody to do today, which was challenge his beliefs. So I hope you love this, Richard. I'm looking forward to your answer. Yes.
I do.
I love this.
Okay, all right. So is there God? Yes. And that God necessitates certain things. That it is the contract between the angelic and man on the earth, and they have to hold to it like we have to hold to the Geneva Convention, even if nobody else does. That is, the people on the earth do not have to hold to it. It's absolutely fine if Sean is a hardcore anti-theist. No problem. He's fine. Okay? Because the angels will do it whether he likes it or not. And then he'll have the evidence he needs. Is God the Father? I hate the term God. I'm going to use Jehovah. Is Jehovah the Father? No. The Father is an adherent to Jehovah. That is, he thinks it's the highest thing. He agrees with it completely, lives his life, and interacts with reality based on what Jehovah is, which are a set of immaterial constructs. You can say that they're not, but you'll be arguing with things that are just repeated evidently in the text, in my view. Is the Son the Father? Yes, in that they have a singular mission, that they both agree with the Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, the Jehovah, that they are both perfect adherents to Jehovah once the Christ knows what Jehovah is, expressed to him by the Father in his prayer life, okay, and in his studies of these religions, plural. Okay, so that the Son becomes an adherent, which is why there's an evident growth change. Woman, why do you ask this of me? It is not yet my time. And then immediately it is his time, and he performs a miracle. Was Jesus killed on the earth? Was he crucified, died, was buried, rose again on the 3rd and a half day? Yes. Yes, he was. Just doesn't happen to have been this earth. And when he ascended, he was seated as my Father does for me at the right hand of his the Father. So that makes him in the new position of the Father seated at the right hand of God. All right? Which is also promised to the Son in every occurrence. So then what happens is necessarily this earth comes to its completion. Jesus shows up in what you call the second coming, which I'm saying is not the second coming. That's an inference. It's unnecessary. And that since he says he does what his Father did before him, he's looking at a record. He does it while he's testifying on the earth, which means he is absolutely saying that his Father testified on the earth before he testified on the earth. So the text also says there is only one Christ for this earth, which means it has to be two different earths that this occurred on. It can't be the same earth. So yes, I believe all of those things, and in no way that you believe them.
Real quick, Richard, I'm about to dip out of here. I've had a
Thanks
busy
for coming
week.
by.
I'm extremely tired. About to go cook dinner and chill out for the night. Y'all have a good night. Enjoy the talk. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice
Good
meeting you,
luck on
man.
the job search, Rage.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's gonna happen for me. It's gonna happen. But I'm gonna go to bed. Y'all have a good night and enjoyed the talk tonight. It was a great talk.
Spoil those you love, Rage.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
real quick. Hey, Rage, before you go,
Yeah.
I missed earlier tonight. You're looking for work. What field?
Well, now I'm back to my old OG field. I'm looking for a job in the restaurant industry that's going to be the least damaging on my feet because it's the only job I can probably get.
Okay.
So
Hello.
I recently had my old past caught up with me on a really good job that I thought I had. I had the job. It's a long story. It sucks, but
Okay. No worries. If I was just going to
Yeah.
offer, if you were looking for a technology job, if next time we talk, when you get time, let me know. I could probably try to help.
Yeah, I appreciate it, but no, I've got a job. It's just it's gonna be like kitchen manager in a restaurant, and I was trying to avoid that because it's hard on my feet.
Yeah.
I have health issues and shit. So
Understood.
but yeah, I think I have one. It's just not it wasn't the dream job that I had last week, and then my old school past caught up with me. It was heartbreaking. I'm getting over it, but I've had a hard week. I'm gonna go to bed.
Have a good night, sir.
Yeah, go to
Yeah.
bed, Knock.
Joel,
Yeah.
you don't
Yeah,
have
have
to
a good
answer this,
night.
but when you worked for SpaceX, did you work
Mhm.
in the Seattle area?
No, sir. I was in the McGregor, Texas Research and Development Farm.
Okay, I live in the
So, hey, I
Seattle
was looking for a
area.
programming job.
I think working at a tech field would be pretty cool.
My understanding, the Seattle office is mostly for the microsatellite development.
Right, I think right, yeah, because I have friends that work there. They're
It's kind
kind
of a
of
niche. Yeah.
they don't they do the extra parts to certain things, particular
It's
stuff. I
mostly
don't know.
component research, and it's for the microsatellites, from my understanding. But it's always changing.
I never can figure out if they actually work for SpaceX. They say they work for
Mhm.
SpaceX, but they're contractors, I think, right? Technically.
No,
hard to
there's a
tell.
Seattle branch. Yeah, it's just not as
Okay.
common or popular, I guess.
Midnight Sparkle.
Sparkle.
Are you still an atheist?
Town.
What'd you say?
Going back to
Ni hao?
Richard. Richard, yeah,
How?
that.
Ni hao? Kamsahamnida.
Well, I mean, you asked me a question.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Am I still an atheist? Well, I suppose for all intents and purposes, yes.
Have you seen
Well,
the
we're
light?
making progress. Look at that. Come sparkles coming to the light.
I said I'm an atheist.
I know, but you almost didn't.
I wanted to ask Richard a question.
Well, no,
a minute ago.
I said for all intents and purposes, I'll use that label. I'm still.
That might be gaslighting. We'll have to figure that one out over
Yeah,
time.
well,
Hey.
Town loves to do that.
Oh man.
Call it hopeful thinking on his part. Go ahead,
Probably.
Joel.
So I wanted to ask, the interpretation you were giving, is that any correlation with the first and the second heaven, in earth, talked about in Revelation?
Actually, it's mentioned several times in the text.
I was just thinking that as I said it. So yes, sir.
Yeah, it's many times. Okay, one such quote is, "I do as my Father did before me." Another quote is, "I will give to him that overcomes as my Father gave to me." And the him right there that overcomes cannot be a group. It must be a singular. In fact, it must be a male, as if pointing at one man. That's what the word right there, him, means.
If I may, I was asking most specifically to the second earth, second heaven reference, because
I was
I
gonna
think
give all of
general.
them.
Sure. Well, because you're far more researched into this than I think I and most Christians. But
Are you
I was going to say
kidding me?
that
Richard wrote this.
the general connotation, I thought I've known, I guess, over the years, or just assumed with most people, it seems, the second heaven and earth was the end times. That this earth and universe will pass away, and God will create a new earth. But it sounds like you're connecting that in a deeper sense, possibly.
Right. The reason there's so much argumentation over the eons and Christ's control and losing control and Satan back in control and then God and Christ take control again is because it's talking about a repetitive cycle that they don't want to admit out of their pride that we must be the only batch of children ever. Okay? That's the stumbling block right there. What the text reads, is that in Hebrews 1 and Hebrews 11, with these invisible things, I have so made the worlds, plural, and it doesn't matter if you take that word world there as your planet or all of the universe or your time on the planet, man's time on the planet. It doesn't much matter. It necessitates a repetitive cycle. That's for certain.
Well, let me ask
But-
then, if I may, as I caught your reference to the abyss, you know, and
Yeah.
the devil and his angel, the demons, whatever, being
Yeah.
released after 1,000 years. I caught that reference.
Sure.
Are you talking about a perpetual, eternal repetition, like the
Yes.
Buddhist? Okay, versus just like
No,
maybe
that's what the Buddhists are talking about.
Interesting. Okay.
When
I was
they're
gonna ask
talking.
versus-
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so perceptually, if I remember talking to you last week, right?
Right.
My perception of that is it's a first person memory, right, of an actual event. But if my grandmother talks to me about talking to her husband when she first met him, and I'm recalling that, it's still in a way first person, but referring to a past event. Okay, so statistically, if there were multiple Earths, it would make sense that somebody on some past Earth had a life that is very much like mine, because my life isn't that weird or that, interesting. It's rather mundane. So much of their life experience could be like much of my life experience. Now, when they give me advice in prayer, and I perceive that advice as an internal voice or internalizing consideration and further inspection of thought and experience, it would seem to me like I could look at it as an American and go, oh, I'm talking to myself. I could look at it as an Asian and say I'm talking to the ancestors, but that would be still the same thing.
Okay. You know that you probably already know that's strongly the conclusion of the multiverse theories.
No, I don't know that.
Dude, there are some Christians that have, like, say there's 10, 12 dimensions, right?
Well, I think what
I've been kind of weary of diving into that stuff.
Yeah, it's strictly hypothetical and theoretical. But if I understood what you were saying, Richard, you're describing possibly the idea that there are multiple realities, I guess. There's a popular science fiction theory out there, basically, that there's I don't know how many different ways of describing it, but that there's a little bit of difference in a different universe, in a different reality. You know, you might have different color hair, or one person might be rich, one person might be poor. Yeah, it's just infinite.
I know that idea. Yeah.
Okay, that's what kind of came to mind, but I'm not sure.
Okay, I'd be accepting of that, except for its slightly unnecessary complexity, because it could all happen in one universe.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
I want this flurfer to come into the chat and talk about the moon pic I took.
I actually agree with you, Richard. We have gone
What's that,
through,
Sarah?
I said I agree with you. We have gone through multiple cycles, and it has all been on one Earth.
That's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. Of course, that would really necessitate a very ancient Earth. And by the way, I would justify ancient Earth from within the text in this following way. In the book of Genesis, where it reads that the Earth was formless and void, I looked up those words, where formless there means without area distinctions, not like a nebula, a dusty gas or something like that. No, it's talking about a solid thing, but it's all the same. Right? And then the word void right there means void of life, living critters. So the claim is that an existent thing was all the same and there was nothing alive on it. By the way, works really well with the prime directive, saying you don't disturb things that already have sentient life on it. So just like I can't say something like, it's not, Star Trek, that's right. So I can't say I have a lack of car that has a flat tire and is out of gas. But I can say I have an existent car that has a flat tire and is out of gas. So you can't put descriptives on a non-thing. That doesn't make sense. And the Bible is definitely putting descriptors on a thing, which means it demands it already exists.
So wait, you say you can't put this cryptic on a non-thing that doesn't exist?
Right. Right.
Do you mean physically exist or like abstractly? Like,
Well,
consciously in the mind.
no, that would be fine. If it's an abstract world, that's fine. But it should continue to be an abstract world then. And there's nothing that says in the text that it goes from the abstract to the real, but it only refers to the real.
Mm.
And this is too much fan fiction for Sean. I don't blame him. Thanks for coming
Yeah.
by. You're welcome back if you come back. Oh, he did come back. Okay. Maybe it's just a connection thing.
The better
Okay,
question
so
is, why did you let him back on?
Richard,
he's
what?
an honest guy.
I know.
Why
I'm
shouldn't
just
I?
fucking with him.
Hey, fuck you,
Richard,
Midnight.
do you believe
You couldn't afford me.
Okay,
in
okay.
You're
a,
probably right.
do you believe in one creator God?
In one creator God of this earth, yes, necessarily.
No, of everything, of time included.
Do not think you can show that in the text. I do not think that is valuable.
What about Romans 1?
What is Romans 1? I've heard it enough. I'm starting to remember it.
Yeah,
P-Town.
sorry about that.
You and P-Town were talking about it last time we were talking.
Okay. So then it was, the Word was with God and the Word was God. That line. That's Romans
No.
1.
No,
Yeah,
that's
John.
John 1.
That's John 1. So
Romans
bad
1
with those.
is where those that don't believe in the one true God, the one or just the one creator, bad
Yeah.
thing, they basically turn bad. Reprobate
Yeah,
mind.
sure. I believe in one creator.
I think is that what you were asking, P-Town?
Well, he believes in one creator of this earth, but
yeah,
not.
but in that that creator, that creative force is a set of ideas, and then the Father acts on them in reality, which is why he's given the privilege of when to conduct end times, because it's his flipping earth. It's his. He did it.
It's
He had
his
help,
time?
but he did it.
Okay, I get that, but then who made that person?
He was born naturally to a different earth, the one that preceded this earth.
Okay, and then who bore that person who was in that other?
Let's avoid the step by step where there's so many steps and go right to the beginning. That's what you want, right?
Yes.
Okay.
First cause.
A naturalistic evolutionary process may be something like what we think it is, but probably not perfectly the same as we think it is. There's probably some refinement we still need, which is fine. Happened on some Earth-like planet, where the ancient atmosphere of that planet did encourage, allow for, and even demand abiogenesis, whereas this Earth did not. Okay, that resulted in the first parts of life, and they did spit. They swapped spit. They bred with each other. They did all kinds of interesting things. And eventually what came out on top was some kind of actually a bovinidae, what we would call bovinidae, creature ended up on top of the food chain. They decided with their technology and time and advancement that they wanted slaves. But they're not emotional animals, so it's not like they're evil. It's just it makes sense to have working slaves. We have working slaves. We call them chickens and dogs and cows. We don't think of them as slaves, but they are.
But the point is, Richard, and I don't you're an atheist.
Okay, fine, I'm an atheist. So then on that planet, the thing that got in charge is later in the stories called Pharaoh and Egyptian. That's how they're referred to. And they're not the same thing as the Jew. They're a different thing. In fact, you would never mistake one of their kind for the Jew kind. Okay? Eventually, there's this prophecy from among the ruling class, the Pharaoh and his kind. There's this prophecy from one of his minions. And I think these minions are scientists because what they do. They do things like they cause an entire birthing cycle of tens of thousands of children to be all born male. There's only one way to accomplish that. That's genetic alteration and manipulation. So a prophecy comes, says, if you keep doing this, one of these things are going to take over. You're going to lose your kingdom. I'm telling you, man. And the Pharaoh goes, I don't really believe that. But this one batch gets to be like 2 years old, and he gets evidence of the prophecy. These things are too flippin' smart. And he says, puts out a mandate, kill them. Kill them all. One escapes. What happens to that one? He ends up in charge of 2/3 of government, dude. Like, the king of that land put him in charge of infrastructure and taxation. You know what? They must have really trusted this guy. Did they trust him because he was stupid? No. Because he was physically stronger than his opponents? No. Because he was smart. That's why. They respected his intellect, his ability to learn. So he grows up and he's like, yo, I'm horny. Can you give me a girl? Like something that's like me? Because I'm looking back at that thing I come from, and that ain't sexy. And by the way, y'all aren't sexy either. I need something like me. So they give him something like him from his own genetic material. And by the way, a rib ain't a bad place to harvest such genetic material. Not much in the way. Layer of skin, maybe one layer of muscle. Easy to get to. No guts in the way. You're not even close to the brain. That's awesome. So it's very low risk. They make him a female. He starts reproducing. They have babies. Eventually, there's so many of them that they're kind of like noticeable. And by the way, they're pretty. So what happens when animal A sees animal B and thinks it's sexy? I don't need to explain things. Children are born, and these children were, they were a bastardization. Well, what does that mean? That means we're close enough to the Pharaoh kind we can interbreed. So there's a rebellion when the Moses says to himself, wait a minute, I come from that thing, don't I? And I don't come from you. And he's like, that's not cool. You're holding slaves. I have like a moral problem with this. And
wait, hold on. Where you skipped a whole bunch of the Bible. What about Abraham and
what about Abraham?
I want to. Well, you just went from Adam to Moses.
Yeah.
I feel really weird saying
I
that.
apologize. Guys,
yeah.
I need to get going too. I'm sorry. Just real quick.
Peace and respect. Have a great day.
You,
Thanks for coming by, Joel.
Yeah.
Hey, Joel,
Yeah,
I love you. You're a pain in the ass.
Joel.
You're awesome, and I'm going to listen to the rest of this later. What's up? Quick. Okay.
Bye. Bye.
Did you say bye?
Yeah, I'm saying
Auf
bye, you
Wiederhören.
big, beautiful bastard.
Bis später.
See you, Joel.
I don't know. I'm just fucking with you. Have a nice day. Richard likes it. Richard's like.
I think it's very important that Jacob wrestled with God, and I think it's extremely important that Abraham is the father of all, and that he sacrificed his son. And I was about to describe why that's necessary.
But did you mean
the
Moses
first human?
before?
What's that?
Did you mean Moses when you were talking about, like when you were talking about one of the slaves got away, and and the Pharaoh put him in charge?
Yep, that's the story of Moses. It's also the story of Joseph. It's an expansion. Okay, so it's a teaching book, and it's trying to teach a certain set of ideas, right? So it starts off with way too vague and way too broad, and here's like what we're going to cover in this class, and that's called the beginning of the book of Genesis. What's going to get covered in the class? Okay, now you get to Exodus. Okay, well, what happened in between these times? And I mean, it's laid out like a series of lessons. And yes, Abraham is one of those lessons, but I skipped right to the expansion story and the explanation of it instead of going, although Abraham is totally necessary in the story, so is Jacob. So, I mean, you'll get bored listening to me explain all the details. And I
definitely don't think people get bored listening to you, Richard. But
I can't imagine why they don't.
I mean,
Sarah,
go ahead.
I'm going to turn up your microphone, Sarah, because you're getting chopped out because of other. So don't mute right now. I've got you pumped up all the way, but if you can get closer to your microphone without like breathing on it.
By the way, hi Sarah.
Hi Sarah.
hi.
I just met you. I don't know. I was like, wait. But go ahead, Richard.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I forgot what question you were answering.
Okay. I don't know. I was just giving my overview of the whole thing, how I justify it all.
Trust me, I didn't ask him about it.
Whole Earths or
Just
the mold?
joking.
What question exactly are you answering?
It was
It's where
something
they
more like, do
differ,
you believe
Sarah.
that God is creator of the universe? I think that was the original question.
Okay.
Well, I think it was more so how you differ, Richard, than P-Town being the whatever P-Town considers himself, like where, like he has a problem with you being lumped in with him because in his eyes, you're not a Christian.
That's fair. Yep, that's a pretty good assessment too.
You know, it's funny. I could become a Christian tomorrow, and P-Town would probably tell me you're not a real Christian, Midnight.
That's not true. I laid out the specific one thing that makes you a Christian as we define it. You could do
See,
that.
But by those actual definitions, I'm a Christian.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know.
You see?
He's gonna.
You proved my
Also,
point.
But hold
Sorry,
on,
Richard.
that's a brilliant point with the three of you guys on the panel, and maybe Midnight and I'll just shut up for a minute, because what's interesting to me, Richard, is you do call yourself a Christian. You do think that that moniker is important, even though I wonder why sometimes. But P-Town, why? Like, what specifically? Like, why? Because Richard. What specifically, P-Town, would you say Richard's not a Christian? Like, what's that one point that you say, nope, you can't be a Christian?
Well, first of all, he doesn't believe in God as creating everything, including time. It starts there. I mean, to be a Christian specifically, you have to believe that Jesus is also that God, and that he manifested himself here on earth according to the scriptures, died on the cross according to scriptures, rose again, conquered death on the third day according to the scriptures. And you're supposed to believe on him, and through him you have access to the Father who is also him. You'll have everlasting life, and when you die, you'll go to heaven. That's what it means to be a Christian.
And P-Town, perhaps you would take a poke at what does it mean to be begotten, not made? Would you explain that to me?
I wouldn't know where you're going with that one.
Well, it's part of the Christian Catholic, specifically credo that you were quoting just now. That's one of its stances. Do you hold to that?
I don't know what the Catholic credo is.
It's a Catholic confession, which you were just quoting.
Well, I guess I don't know what that is, so yeah.
So you weren't
I
purposefully
can't comment on
quoting
it.
it.
No, that was
Okay,
just my probably
do you
poor
hold
synopsis of.
It's okay. I mean, we're working with each other here, right? Okay, was Christ always?
Yes.
Okay, was Christ born?
Yes.
So he was always and born.
Yes.
Was he fully God when he was always?
Yes.
Was he fully God when he was born?
Yes.
Why does
Okay,
he
so
refer to himself as the Son of God instead of I am God?
What did
That's
you
a good
say,
question.
Sarah?
Said, why does Jesus refer to himself as the Son of God rather than being God?
Doesn't he do both? He says he's
Sorry.
the Son of God, but he is God.
He doesn't. I don't think he. He doesn't. I
Midnight,
don't
that
think he
depends
refers
on
to
which
himself as
Christian
God.
church you're referring to. You can refer to different Christian churches and get different answers to your question, Midnight.
Fair enough, I guess.
Go ahead.
But I
Peter.
get it.
Sorry.
I see the apparent contradictions in it. I do. It's just this is what it teaches, as far as I can tell.
Okay. Now, if there's an apparent contradiction, you're simultaneously saying there's a resolution to it. That does make sense, right?
I have to make a phone call. I can come back though to call somebody back.
Okay.
No, so I'll try to answer what you just said. Yeah, but it might. I don't think it's going to be the answer that people want. It's not. The logic.
Yeah, but Piton, nobody's asking for what people want. We're just like you and Richard are having a conversation. And you brought another point that I think kind of implied that he was leading you down this like gotcha moment. Why think there's a gotcha moment? Like one, I think if you've got truth on your side, there's no gotcha moment. But why assume that he's like leading you down some road where there's a gotcha or you can't explain it? Why can't we just literally ask questions to each other and you answer them, or Richard answer them? You'll never. This is the one thing why I don't think Richard's disingenuous, where some people may, and I'll push back against that because he answers questions like you just were when you were saying yes, yes, no, yes, right? But then there's one that sticks. To me, it seems like there's one that sticks that you're like, well, people aren't going to like this. Who gives a shit what people are going to like? We're having a conversation about the reason you think Richard's not an actual Christian, and why get into like this weird meta of like, well, people aren't going to like this, or you're leading me down this road. Why not just have that
Well,
conversation?
I think you misunderstood me.
Goes.
I think you misunderstood. I think you're reading my mind completely incorrectly. I think it's your darkened understanding.
When you said people aren't going to like this, I'm simply saying, who gives a shit? Just answer the question. Like, who cares what people are going to say, what people are going to like? Just give us like your answer, because that's what we're.
I was trying to give you the answer according to. I understand the contradictions, and he was asking me, well, wouldn't there be a mechanism to solve those contradictions if they're just apparent contradictions? And what I was trying to explain was, I don't think the answers that you get to some of these apparent contradictions are going to be sufficient to man's ways as defining them. Like, I mean, he's precisely right. I mean, how can you be born but also eternal? I mean, it is what it is. It's not. It's a contradiction.
Born, the soul is not.
What's that, Sarah?
The energy of God, the spark inside of Jesus, the soul, the actual God energy inside of him has always
right.
The body, the human, was born.
Right, like and whether or not that's sufficient to the world that we, man's ways, I don't know. I can, but I mean, you can, if an almighty creator God wanted to incarnate himself into our world, I don't see how, we can call it a contradiction all we want, but it doesn't change what it is.
Welcome, James Apperson. How are you doing, brother?
Hello.
I gotta call somebody.
Yeah.
Hi, James.
It's okay.
Hey there, guys.
Hi. Hey, Richard, why are we looking at your wonderful logic chart of
Assembly of God?
Yeah.
Because this is necessary in the text, whereas Christian extrapolation is not.
And Jay.
Wait, is Jay who? Wait, Jay's here also? I can't see it.
He's talking to the chat, Midnight.
Sorry, I just wanted to say hi before we got back into it. I'm sorry.
Midnight's like, who's here? Jay's here.
Jay, we got back. We got a lot of wonderful people in the house tonight.
Yeah.
Except Midnight. Fuck Midnight, right?
Midnight's wonderful in midnight ways.
You sparkle. I've said it before. You sparkle. You do.
Sparkle like a diamond. That's me.
That's right.
Okay, so I think that there's too much Christian extrapolation from the text, and that's literally eisegesis. Now, I'm not talking smack. There is good eisegesis. There is bad eisegesis. Here's one of my favorite examples. There are two kinds of people in this world, guys. Some who can extrapolate out from necessary information, and anyone?
Some that can't.
There you go. You could. You apparently can.
Right.
But there's some people who can't. And they end up guessing and they get up with the wrong answer. By the way, Sarah had no choice what words to use and in what order. She had to say it exactly the way she did to be right. Any variation of that could have been wrong. And she could have been completely wrong, which she wasn't. Okay? So that's necessary versus unnecessary eisegesis right there. She did necessary eisegesis. It literally wasn't in what I'd said, but it was demanded by what I'd said. Right? Okay, so the problem with Christians is they do unnecessary eisegesis. When they start saying things like, in order that Jesus was always and yet born, then that means that he was always God and is completely God at his birth, but denies some of himself, putting away from himself on purpose, but not knowing that he did that, so that he can have a real earthly experience that's not cheating and yet be fully God. Well, wow, that was a bunch of dancing around, wasn't it?
Yeah. Truth.
You want to talk about mental gymnastics? Holy cow. How about this? He's a guy. Oh. And he changes in his life. He learns things. Oh. Which is why he can say things like, it's not yet my time, and then later, it's his time. There was a change there. So he learned stuff. Good. That explains why in Gethsemane he can make, prayer and ask of some other mind what's going on here. And there's absolutely no problem with it unless you think it's necessary that Jesus is a person and not a job. If Jesus is a job, it all works quite well. Anybody?
I mean, I got lots to say about that. It never sat well with me to hear religious people say things like God is unchanging and God knows everything that ever is or ever will be. Because if you know the future, then it can only happen one way, which also means you know everything you're going to say and do, which means you are not free to do anything different than that, which makes you limited in an ironic sort of way. And I just think it makes sense to say that, if you're going to believe that Jesus was a real person, or even if you want to believe that God was a literal entity, either one, clearly they grow and they change throughout the stories. They just do. And then for someone to create this apologetic where they don't change and they're the same forever, it makes me wonder if they even read the book.
Okay, so here's what I see that is the solution to your problem. Also, an observation about Christianity, what they're assuming, why they're assuming it, what the problem is, why you're not assuming it, and what the Bible actually says in as succinct and clear and short way as possible as I see it.
Lay it on me.
Okay, so more than once in the story, including the relationship between Aaron and Moses and the Son and the Father, you will be as God to this lower person who's learning. Okay? Mm-hmm. And as God is not the same as is God. Okay? So it's a comparative, it's a correlation. Right. It's as not causation.
Like. Right.
It's like, right? It's not is, right. It's not. Okay. So it describes God as an unchanging thing. It really does. 7 standards that do not ever need changed, because the claim is they are the most fundamental things that are necessary. Okay? In immaterial constructs, like how to run a society, something like that. Mm-hmm. So the Father is adherent to that. And when the Son experiences the Father, that's how he learns of that. He experiences through the Father, because the Father in heaven already having perfect understanding. And what the Christian does is say, oh, the Son and the Father are one. Okay, you can justify that. And the Father is God. Yeah, to Jesus. But is it ultimately God? No, you can't do that with the text.
I think we're all going to agree, except I think the people that I'd be interested in hearing from would be P-Town and Sara, because I think they would.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I get it. It's weird, but the flurfer in the chat probably is doing the best job of explaining it. He's just quoting scripture. Let's read some of that.
P-Town. If you wanted me off the stream, you could just say it. I'll leave. You don't have to.
No, he just said flurfer, not puffer.
No, I know, but it seems like he wants the flurfer to join. Right? Just say midnight, just leave. rather than
I don't know. I don't think he's coming in. I would love that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not in queue. So.
But here, let's see here.
I would love to actually talk about that verse he was referring to, where Moses will be seen as God to the Pharaoh.
Mhm.
Right.
And actually go
No,
into
not to Pharaoh, to Aaron.
So he says, "He that honoreth not the Son honoreth not the Father which hath sent him." Just
No.
quoting stuff where it's Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off your topic of interest, Sarah. But I guess anyone can go read what Eon Monk is trying to portray. But I get it, Sean. Wait, was it James or Sean that was talking last?
James.
I think both. I think it's both of us, but James is the one with the beautiful voice, P-Town.
The
That's how you can
dynamic.
differentiate.
Was that James saying that, or was that Sean just now?
That was me. James is. You'll know James when he comes
Oh,
up.
Sean, you got a beautiful voice.
James is the
Sean,
the
you gotta give yourself more
antithesis of
credit.
midnight.
Well, I for
yeah.
one hate my voice. Like if you ever hear my voice, you wanna
No.
kill yourself in Minecraft.
Sparkle, can I be mean to you for a second? Have you seen Ice Age? You'd like that.
Yes, I've seen Ice
You know what
Age.
I'm talking about.
What? Am I the squirrel? Am I
Yeah.
the squirrel chasing the nuts?
Yeah.
That's what I am.
No,
No,
not the
not the
squirrel chasing
squirrel.
the nut, the sloth. What's his name?
I'm the oh wow, I'm the sloth. And what the fuck are you? Huh?
Oh my
Midnight,
gosh,
you
you gotta.
remind me. Your voice reminds me of a lot of friends I used to have when I drank and smoked in bars regularly.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't do that
I think
anymore,
there's a
Sean?
couple.
That's right. No, I don't. Nope.
Yeah, that's why he
That's
found
why I have a
God.
God-sized hole in my heart, P-Town, because I no longer do all that bullshit that's ungodly.
It's supposed to be
or at least
God
that's what
shaped,
my-
not God sized.
maybe
Holy
that's what they say.
shit!
And
So
I just,
God is inside you?
That's right.
Oh, speaking
Don't
of
you
all
know?
that, I'm a
Midnight.
bachelor tonight.
Midnight.
I might have to
Don't you
get
know
some.
that God wants to come in everyone midnight?
God damn. With or without their consent, apparently.
It's all very erotic, yeah.
Oh man. Well, can I
Wait,
ask
if you-
Sarah? So look, can I ask a question to Sarah, because we kind of asked. I think I've had an idea of why P-Town doesn't think Richard's a Christian. But Sarah, I missed the stream before I popped on. One, are you a Christian? And not to offend, but what kind of Christian are you? And two, do you consider Richard a Christian?
based off of the rules of P-Town, I'm not a Christian. I don't call myself a Christian. I don't associate myself with any religion. I believe in Holy Father God as the one and only creator. I believe that Jesus was born, existed, and has God inside of him, but it's not God. And I believe that he died and rose again.
You got a little
I don't-
static there.
Do you
You're
believe
right,
that
Midnight.
Jesus sits at the right hand of the Father?
I do, but in a very different context than what is being taught in Christianity.
Right. I mean, and that's the thing too, is when I read the Bible, it seems more unclear to me than the way that the Christian churches and communities portray it. And so I don't think that there's any shame in admitting that.
Okay,
Sarah, I don't.
quick point of moderation. Sarah, your microphone is super crackly and it's getting hard to understand. It's been getting slowly but continuously worse, and I'm going to ask you to refresh. And what I mean by that is kick yourself out by hitting the red circle at the bottom with the white X, and then going to the top of the side chat in YouTube, hitting the link again, muting that stream, and coming in backstage again, please.
Okay.
So Richard, while she's doing that, Jena brought up one of the questions that I typically get to is, so now that we've got three different people that we would consider all have ideas on God, how do we figure out who's right? Like, is there
Well,
a
first
metric
you
we can
don't.
use, or
No, first you don't. And that's part of the point, is that we don't. Like, if we had a definitive answer on this, why the divine hiddenness? And
yeah, but
if
that's
the
just a
divine
cop out,
hiddenness is
man.
ever destroyed, no, it's not a cop out. It's what the text demands.
But if
It's
we
not
can
a cop
never
out.
know,
It's the answer.
Richard,
Not never
it's
know.
right. But if we can,
I didn't say that.
what do you mean?
I didn't
then?
say never know.
Say it for me one more time.
I
I'm sorry,
say
say it for me one
heaven's
more time.
arrival clarifies these things. The angels themselves will clarify these things. We don't need to worry so much. Who's right? Who's wrong? What do you believe? If you believe anything at all, that really is irrelevant. And it causes the diversity, and it leaves us things like free choice. Good.
Well, free choice is another bag of worms, but I mean, I disagree with. I don't. That just.
Okay.
So for me, that's kind of like hold on a minute. So for me, that's kind of like how can we ever understand the mind of God? So that works both ways, right? Like if you're going to say, well, you can't ever know the mind of God, I'm going to say, well, neither can you. So if you're going to say, well, the point is to not know,
not exactly
then that
the same
plays out
thing.
like if right, not exactly, but for me, it's in the same bucket of leaving a door open, right? Like, so if we leave this door open, if we can't know, it makes it infallible in my mind, right? Like, so if we can't know, then we can talk till we're blue in the face, but at the end of the conversation, when you and P-Town and Sarah disagree, and the three of us are sitting on the other side disagreeing with the three of you across the board, the response, well, we can't ever truly know, or
Well,
we can't know right now, then that leaves the door open for me.
Hold
It's
on,
kind of
P-Town.
like, you know what I mean, Richard? That's what the
I think
point I'm
so.
making is. It just leaves a door open that that's problematic for me, because you're saying, oh well, at the end of the day we can't know. Okay, well.
Okay, sort of, but not exactly. I've been given the example: the wise mother takes the child to the forced inoculation because they know though the child screams, it's good for the child. Okay, but let's not forget that there's a forced inoculation at the end of the story. That is, quote unquote, what the Christians would call end times, or the great day of the Lord. So I'm not saying we'll never know. I'm saying that until the intervention, we're designed to not know. It's designed to not tell us.
But couldn't that just be a defense of the religion? Just like when Sarah said earlier something to the extent of like, well, do we know all that we can about science? Because that leaves the door open to say, well, we don't know everything now, so we could be wrong about this. It just kind of leaves everything. James,
Sure, but we're learning.
Yeah, but it leaves a door open, in my opinion. Maybe James or Midnight can speak a little bit more to why that bothers me than I can. If
I don't know that I could say why it bothers you. It does make me wonder if somebody's position is that we can't know, at least now, then why are we having the conversation?
Okay. Same reason. Go ahead, P-Town. I know it's killing you. Go ahead.
Yeah, in this rare case, because this goes back to my point. They keep on putting you in the same court as us, Richard. When you're an atheist, okay? Like this is what they do, and then this is tremendously dangerous.
This is what by
my definition, the definition of most of most Christians, almost all of them. Sarah's a Christian. She believes Jesus. She said she was born again. She believed that Jesus was in the earth according to scriptures, that he died according to the scriptures, and rose again according to scriptures. That's what it means to be a Christian. Okay, well, yeah, sorry, I don't want to speak for you, so sorry. Go ahead, Sarah.
No, I was just wanted to emphasize that Jesus is not the Savior, God is the Savior.
But you do believe that Jesus died and rose again, correct?
Yes, he ascended.
Right. So that's typically the definition of what it means to be, generically, like to be saved. The specifics.
Dying and rising gods are fairly common for old religions. I mean,
they should be if they're true.
Oh, I'd like to hear you expand on that idea.
My understanding of being born again is used in other religions. when you actually go through the experience, it is also known as a Kundalini awakening, which is a completely different religion and sacred text. And most Christianity see the Kundalini as demonic, when in fact it's the very thing they're seeking, to be born again. That is
No, Sarah, you're
the
cutting out
energy.
just you're still cutting out a bit there, Sarah. But I think you said Akuna Matata.
No, Kundalini, a Kundalini awakening, which is it's a very different religion, but is exactly the enlightenment the Christian looks for in the enlightenment of mind and the understanding of their own religion. It just, they'd be better off studying a different religion that they're not so emotionally attached to. I think something like that, Sarah.
They're both describing the same thing. They call it different things, but because it's not within the context of what they study, they believe that they are demonic or evil or got the other side wrong. They're basically, it's like an illusion where one person's on the side of a 6 and the other one's on the side of the 9, but it's the same damn thing. So they're arguing, is it a 6 or a 9? Is it a 6 or a 9? But when you go up to God's perspective from a bird's view, you realize they're looking at the same thing, but they're arguing from different perspectives. So
see, now I deeply agree with that with a lot of definition. Sarah, your connection is still not good. Can you do anything about your connection?
nope, this is as good as it gets. I don't have an actual mic. This is just a video cam. But that's not uncommon. I have a lot of tech issues when I actually speak.
Okay.
Truth.
Well, thank you for your patience. We're trying to be patient too.
It's okay.
Yeah. So, Sarah, do you have any labels that you identify with, if not Christian?
No, I don't use the label. I believe in Holy Father God.
Were you
I don't
Christian
either.
at one point, Sarah? Did you have a label at one point?
I was raised Catholic. I am not a Catholic.
What turned you off of Catholicism?
I'm sorry?
What turned you off of Catholicism? What turned you off? Like, at what point did you say, okay, well, this is obviously not it. I'm just going to be a deist.
I was raised in Catholic school. I had to do all of those things, but I've always had an adverse. Going to mass, it was like rituals. It was very satanic in my eyes, where you kneel, stand, sit, kneel, stand, sit, kneel. It was a ritual. It was not actually praying with God. I also know that you can talk directly to God. You don't need a middleman.
Do you ascribe anything ritualistic to Satan? Like any ritual? Like, are there any good religious rituals that you would say are godly, or?
Prayer, maybe?
I wouldn't say that they're actually demonic. It just gave me that vibe. Like, this isn't holy. This is just people doing a routine and calling it holy.
Sure. Are there any routines or rituals that you would think are holy?
I would say maybe meditation, but the point of meditation would be to actually communicate to God. You're trying to actually talk to God and have a conversation. That's what prayer should be. It's not a one-way thing. You should be trying to actually communicate with God, not to God. Because He can talk back if you learn to listen.
So when you say talk back, do you mean like an audible voice in your head, or are you just talking like from an intuition?
It depends on what your gifts are. I get more knowings. I have stronger claircognizance, so I get knowings. Some people hear, they have clairaudience. Some people see. I have a little bit of clairsentience. I've actually seen quite a bit in the spiritual realm. I've also seen some things that are terrifying in the 3D realm that shouldn't be in the 3D realm. But yeah, people have gifts. It's just most of them are unaware of it, don't realize it, haven't developed it. Everyone has gifts. My strongest is cognizant and clairvoyance. So for me, I pull in a lot of the Gnostic texts because I am and associate a lot more with that mysticism stuff that people see as. But I'm not not a Gnostic. There are aspects in every religion and every sacred text that I believe are true, but I also believe that there's a lot of contradictions in all of them that are deceiving people. So I am not any of them, but I see truth in all of them.
Wow, Sarah, I really want to have an in-depth, personalized, one-on-one conversation with you when you have a good connection.
Okay.
For now, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. You guys good without me for about 5 to 7 minutes?
Yeah, we'll behave.
No. I mean, keep it moving, keep it serious.
I can't speak for them, Richard.
No, I'm only asking anyone to speak for themselves.
Well, P-Town, I was
I'll
just about to
behave.
pose the question to you, what it's like to talk to two Christians that obviously, have a better idea of what Christianity is all about than you do.
Here we go again. Oh my god.
Intentionally
goodness.
provocative, but that's fun.
Yeah, that was funny.
Well, P-Town, does it bother, how much does it literally, and look, how much does it bother you when Sarah and Richard talk? How much does that just grind your gears, because they both believe in a deity, they both have lines on Jesus, and if I'm not mistaken, from your point of view, it's just they're wildly off, right?
I don't like offending people, but if I really stated my opinion on the matter, I don't know how it wouldn't be offensive. Can I leave it at that?
It won't upset me.
You have no problem offending me, P-Town.
You're not going to offend me.
What is that? What is that character's name from the Ice Age?
Fuck you. I'm not the. You see, you have no problem offending me.
And Jena, I usually don't read the chat, P-Town, but Jena brings up a great point. You have no problem coming in and being an asshole to any atheist when you're in that evolution, giggling at the atheist, you can't possibly believe this is stupid, blah. So you have no problem being an asshole when it comes to the atheist. So yeah, Jena, that's a great point. You're offensive all the time. So to say that you don't want to be offensive to Sarah and Richard just means that you simply, just like Joel, right? That dude, you ask a question and he starts screaming bloody murder and gaslighting and rude and all this stuff. But when he talks to Richard and Richard asks a question, it's oh, well, Richard, you're right? Oh man, I really like to be inside you right now. The point being is, so my point being is say again.
No, I think you mean the other way, right? They want Richard inside them. They don't want to be inside Richard.
I'm sorry, Sarah. What did you say?
I was just going to say, if you understand depth psychology, if you've ever looked at Carl Jung and cognitive functions, and the way they communicate, they're hitting each other's shadows, so they look like each other's enemies, so they start attacking each other. Whereas Joel and Richard both have introverted thinking, which is very much deductive reasoning and mathematical conceptual logic. So they communicate on the same language. So it's their egos are just feeding each other, because that's what's in their egos, rather than hitting each other.
Interesting. Psychology. That intrigues me. I like psychology as well. Yeah. Are you on Discord, by the way?
I am.
We need to send you a mic, is what we need to do.
Can you see the private chat at all?
Yeah, I can see the private chat.
Okay. Hold on.
John, I disagree with you. I am a very patient man with atheists.
No, you're not. Polite. Don't fucking lie. Do not fucking lie. I have been.
As you can see, the way that you can. Joel is the expression of the way I want to be sometimes. I think I'm very nice. No, you're referring to when I joke with Mark. Specifically, I've said a lot of atheists when.
Well, no.
There was that one guy trolling, and I was asking Mark well, where did what came first, the milk or the boobs? Like,
No,
that's just fun and games, man.
bullshit. But let Midnight go.
Well, no, I just wanted to say, like, I was there during your discussion with Bimsy, a like a week or two ago. You know, back when it was like, what, 5 a.m. Everyone was fucking tired
Oh
as
yeah,
hell.
we were in the back screen. Yeah, that was just us, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we were on Discord.
I was nice, right?
No, you weren't.
Oh, sometimes it depends on how you define nice.
Oh, it
Hey,
depends
look,
I
on how
want you to come to
define
Christ.
nice.
P-Town, can
Yeah.
I look? I know you're a bachelor this week, but look, whoever you're sucking off in the background, can you finish that?
Oh,
Can you
I
finish
was
that
eating
up and then
candy.
come back and can you finish that up and then come back and talk to us?
I would actually like to talk to P-Town about the differences. Like, I actually want you. Like,
I would love
you
to
don't.
hear that
We
conversation, Sarah.
can disagree without being offensive. Like, we can have a conversation.
I mean,
At
what's
least I
wrong with
can.
being offensive?
Yeah,
I was
agree with
mostly
Midnight, but
referring to
Sarah,
Richard when I said that, Sarah.
Sarah,
Mostly.
at some point, P-Town's not going to be able to not be an asshole to you. If
Yeah.
you stretch,
That's all right. I
if
can
you
handle
if
it.
you
I have
get
a
that
backbone.
tension, awesome. I'm gonna mute and let you guys go at it.
Yep. Let's see this bloodbath.
You want to see this bloodbath?
Well, you just can't
Sarah,
help
well,
yourself at
first
some
of all,
point,
Sarah,
P-Town.
well, I'm an honest man, and sometimes honesty hurts, but I try to be respectful. I don't know why you have this impression of me, Sean. I must touch you deeply sometimes.
No, because
You can be
I've
honest.
watched you just like Midnight's watch you. Anyway, I'll mute for.
Midnight's getting excited.
Fuck off and go ahead.
Sarah, I respect your view, especially since you were raised in so my initial reaction, honest reaction, is you were raised Catholic. My mom was raised Catholic. My mom struggles with mental issues. I think it's beautiful that you believe the Bible. You can put us in the same
Oh,
court.
wait.
I think you
I
said that
believe
right.
there's truths in the Bible, but if you saw the very beginning of this show, I actually said that the Bible is truth wrapped in lies.
Oh, I missed that. Okay. So let me spin this on back to my mom. My mom will twist scripture now too. Somehow she's actually like it's I would be weary that I think I'm fearful of what other spirits impacting your life right now. It's my honest opinion. I do. I think that I
And you
believe
say
in the
that
Bible. I
because
believe it's true.
I can hear things or see things. Is that
According
what-
to my interpretation of scripture, yeah, I think basically what scripture says, yeah, we're supposed to be weary of people who communicate with the other side like that. See, it's offensive. I don't mean it in an
the
offensive
Bible
way.
tells you should communicate, but to always test the spirit.
Yeah, well, maybe you have to be very careful. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to test the spirit. But if you want to refer to the Bible,
And my first way of testing it would be, do you believe the Bible's true, Sarah? That would be one of my first questions, and you clearly don't. So I've already
I believe there are
tested.
truths in the Bible. There are lots of truths in the Bible.
Well, I think that you can. I don't like it cherry picking at it, which these atheists will accuse of. That's what I do, But I have no harm. I mean, I have no. My heart's in the right place.
Okay,
and I'm
but
probably
every
not describing my
person
opinion.
in the Bible, their experience with God was through these things that you're claiming. You're worried about me being involved with spirits. Every single one. They want. Who was it? Moses talked to a burning bush. John was flown in the spirit to see the prophecy of the future. Like that's clairvoyance. That's I heard God speak to me. That's clairaudience. God did not come down in a material, tangible form and speak to them like a human communicates verbally.
Sure.
They heard it in the spirit, in the mind, through abilities.
Okay. Do
But there
you
are also
do you have
oracles.
other do you have others do you speak to other spirits besides God?
I try not to. I
But
have to
you do sometimes.
No. I can't control who talks to me besides putting up energetic boundaries. So when they try to talk to me, I have to test the spirit first to see if I continue a conversation.
Okay.
I have an objection and a consideration. Midnight and also Sean and also James, thank you so much for joining this conversation and staying while you listen to what sounds like fan fiction. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You're really shining their intentions in way too of a positive light. You missed
Well,
the opening, Richard.
okay, well,
They were
I
looking
think,
for quote unquote a bloodbath. They were going to
uh,
sit back and watch the
I mean,
bloodbath.
I mean,
okay,
I was joking, but okay.
and I have
No,
an
no,
objection.
that's
Go ahead.
Richard. That's not true, P-Town. We weren't looking for a bloodbath. We said that you wouldn't be able to help yourself even with another theist because you're smug and arrogant and condescending at some point. But we were interested in hearing Sarah's take on, or at least you and she discussed Christianity, is what we were interested in.
Okay, and then that leads right into my objection for myself included, and P-Town and Sarah. When we talk about the text, we're necessarily speaking about it from our perspective. And unless someone claims they have the objective perspective that is correct, which I hear Christians doing all the time, and P-Town, it seems that you especially are doing that, where Sarah seems to have doubts about her understanding and could be open to new ways of looking at it, then you're claiming to have the mind of God.
I mean, that was your cue to say something, Pito.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you came out and started viewing things out of context. I definitely do not put myself up there with the mind of God.
Okay,
I might
so then,
sometimes sound positive in what I say, but I want to make it clear that I personally don't.
okay, so
Definitely
then
don't put myself.
you are open to reconsidering any part of the text.
Well, I wouldn't phrase it like that, Richard, but I'm always open to being wrong. And I know that I'm just a feeble man who has perceptions just like anyone else. But I will
Okay,
stand firm to things that are clear.
Okay, so what you just said, in my understanding, correct me where I'm wrong, is you're fully persuaded, and that's why you hold the position you hold, but it may change in the future.
It depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about something, it just depends on what you're talking about specifically. But
Hey, Richard.
I've been told I give off the impression that I speak confidently and I can persuade people just because of the way I talk. I'm not
Okay,
aware
that's
of that.
bullshit.
Just what other people, it's what my wife claims I do sometimes. When I'm actually just discussing things with her and I'm thinking things out, she'll claim that I'm actually she actually believed what I was saying. That's not a good example. Point is, I'm just a man,
P-Town,
dude.
Definitively.
P-Town,
It's
do you
okay. I
believe
understand. I
that
do the same thing.
do
I'm
you
just a
believe that
man. There's some issues with
P-Town,
men. Yeah.
and
Hey, why are
Richard,
you
help
such an
me out with
ass, by
this.
the way, Sean? Gosh, you always,
P-Town,
every chance you
uh,
get, you just kick me in
hold
the
on now.
nuts, man.
Richard,
And then,
help me out with this. Help me out with this question, Richard, because P-Town, do you have do you believe you have the objective correctness or the objective truth? Richard, you said something about believing that the Bible is the objective something. So maybe that's the better question is, does P-Town have the objective truth to the Bible, or do you believe the Bible is objectively true? Richard, how did you said that when you were prefacing all that stuff? I think that's the
I'm going to
question.
grant that P-Town understood your question, and if he didn't, then you can object.
so what I was trying to say is there's some things that the Bible might say, and I'm going to object if it's clear. if it's clear that someone is saying something that's against what that says. In this particular case, Sarah says she's not going to stand behind the Bible, but she will stand behind a lot of the Bibles. I don't want to misquote her, but they're some of the tenets. Well, that's where I'm going to stand behind the Bible as a whole,
Which is fine.
verse by verse, right? So when it comes to me saying that I have all the understanding, I think I've clearly demonstrated today and confessed when I don't have all this understanding. I don't truly know how God can be born and eternal, or how he can be one and two. I don't know, but I'll stand firm to what the Bible does say.
Okay, what if I showed you that it's logically impossible to hold that position?
But then I even mentioned before, and now I know this drives Sean nuts because I'm not directly answering the question, but you can't do that because now you're putting logic into man's court instead of God's court. But
Let's talk about that real quick.
Well, we already covered that though. That's exhausting.
Let's cover
topic.
it again then. Let's cover it again. If God made logic, is logic true?
Well, logic is just a word that we use to describe not a physical thing. I mean, I don't even know, man. I don't even know how to answer that question.
Okay, did God make all things?
Oh God, Richard. Yes.
Okay, then God made logic.
I don't know that. Man may have made logic.
Okay, did God make us?
In that sense, yes, God made all things. If he made us, we can make logic. There's an example. Okay. I don't know, man.
Is logic prescriptive or descriptive?
I don't know.
Okay, it's descriptive. A tree is that tree because that tree is that tree. That's the first law of classical logic.
I don't want to go down this trail. I don't this is not going to get us anywhere because we haven't established my first point. We haven't discussed that. It's clear in the Bible that God's ways are not man's ways. It's just
Sure. Is that talking about morality or physicality?
I don't know, man. The Bible talks about how the truth is revealed through a mystery. Jesus spoke in parables. It's all kind of it's not really descriptive in that sense of deducing all the time. It's more than that. It speaks to you in similitudes and types and patterns. It defines itself divine in other ways than how it's not like reading a textbook. It doesn't work like that.
I think it's very much like reading textbooks and fairy tales put together, actually.
I know, but you have, and I don't know how to not be offensive, fill in the blank way of interpreting it, Richard, because you actually you completely take time out of the whole premise of it, where there's this and then there's this and then there's that. You think it's all happening at one time, and it's written like a textbook where the new character is actually also the former character. I don't know. You think there's multiple worlds, multiple dimensions. I mean, I'm not going to ascribe with it
Too many topics.
Sure, but it's still it is one topic. It's a blender of beliefs. It's a mixture.
Do you approve of the classical ancient Near Eastern method of teaching called memory hooks?
I don't know what that is. No, I don't.
It's like when you go to school and they teach you addition. First the numbers, and then addition, and then subtraction, and then multiplication, which multiplication is really addition. It's just multiples of addition. That's what multiplication is. And then division is the same as subtraction. It's just multiples of subtraction. And then you build on that. So you start with the basic ideas, and then you build on those basic ideas. Those are called memory hooks. The basic idea is called a memory hook. So, since that's a good teaching method that we still use today, even in European style schooling, and it apparently works, is there anything wrong with the Bible being written that way?
Well, that's the thing, Richard. The Bible is written that way, but you take it to another planet. See, the Bible does have patterns. These people do like fit together, right? The New Testament is the Old Testament revealed. That's the beauty of it. Is it does operate like that. But that doesn't mean that it is the way that you interpret it, which is something completely different than what it is.
I'm not saying it's necessary that people interpret it the way I do. What I'm saying is it makes the most sense the way that it's been shown to me to interpret it.
I get that. I get how people. I understand how. Well, I mean, I would challenge it, but that would be a lot. That'd be what we need, like eternity, to cover that.
Everybody goes with whatever.
I understand where it would take you into that direction.
James?
Sorry, I was just going to say everybody goes with whatever interpretation makes the most sense to them.
Right, absolutely. Okay, so there would be apparent contradictions in the story. If a person doesn't read it the way I'm reading it, I'll give a specific example. None are righteous, no, not one. Then Abraham is righteous. Moses is righteous. David is righteous. For a time, Saul is righteous. That is the first Saul, not the second one, Paul. Jesus is righteous. How can you say no, not one, and then have all these righteous?
Because you're taking it out of context.
Right.
That's one possible case.
Well, most of the examples you gave were in the Hebrew, and then what you were quoting from was the Greek, right?
The Greek refers to the late Hebrew, early Christian.
This is where we always branch.
It's not a Greek religion. If you want to say it's a Greek religion, if you want to say it's Greek religion, I can show you that's wrong.
If you want to believe something other than the Bible, that's fine, but don't call yourself Christian.
I'm only talking about the Bible.
This is why, you guys can have him. James, Sean.
Wait, who can have who?
Midnight's almost. No, I'm just joking.
Wait, we can have who?
Richard.
Oh, we can have Richard. All
you
right.
guys just keep ascribing. You guys put us in I don't know how to explain it.
Well, I, for one, accept Richard as a Christian.
I don't think it should matter what we call ourselves. Why is this identity so...
Because of tribalism.
Like, who gives a fuck what you call yourself?
No, it's what they call us. It's when James, Sean, Midnight want to attack my beliefs and group Richard's in with them. That's where I take a stand.
Whoa, attack? Like, load of language there, buddy. We're having a discussion.
Sure, well, we can... Sure, I don't know. If you got a better word for it, that's fine.
On my stream last night, I did get a bit aggressive about Christian ideas. And P-Town was in the chat at the time, and I would, if somebody wants to call that an attack, I'll just, as long as we don't mean it in a personal way, I'll just own that. But when I come on somebody else's stream, I make every effort to be conducive to good social dynamics as I can be, as pro-social as I can be, as charitable as I can be. And whenever I'm not, feel free to call me out on that. I'm not hostile to somebody just because they wear a certain label or have a certain idea about what, God is or what the world is about. Like, I don't take any of that stuff personal, so I don't feel any hostility towards it. I do feel critical of certain ideas, but I try to remember not to be critical of the people that hold the ideas that I disagree with, because their journey is their own, and I'm sure they've reasoned it out as best as they can.
No, and I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it attack. I didn't mean attack like a violent word or anything.
Well, but what
Peace
else?
and respect, Peace and respect, Esau and William Freeman. Esau, please stay away from politics. Please stay to the channel. Please stay to the channel content.
Sorry, I just found that funny. But why would you say attack my beliefs? That like it to me when you say words like that, it's just like you're trying to you're trying to pin a narrative as to how people treat you. Like, oh, how dare these atheists attack my beliefs, as if as if we're hurting. I don't know, man. It just comes off the wrong way.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, I do think that, I don't have the right word off the top of my head, but it is anti-Christian a lot of the time when we are talking. I mean, the whole premise of James's new YouTube channel is anti-God. I mean, in some sense, the way Sean talks to me and describes Christians is anti-Christian. It is an attack in some sort of bare sense, and I think it's
Okay, but it's
perfectly
not an
fine for
attack.
me to
But it's not.
describe it that way.
But it's not an attack against you personally.
Sean attacks me all the time personally.
Jesus Christ.
No,
I
he's
want to
right
point
about
out
that,
that
Midnight. I definitely, when he's being condescending, I've definitely gone after him. But that's a
Well, that's
problem
okay.
that I have. That's
Well,
a
well,
problem that I have with condescending
well. There's a difference
people.
there's a difference between like going after him of being condescending. Hey, if I'm condescending, you do that. Like, feel free. But saying that we're attacking the beliefs, it's just like we're having a discussion, right? About the things we believe, right?
But that's the
It's
persecution complex, I think,
well,
Midnight.
yeah,
But look,
obviously.
here's the deal. He switched this to us when it has nothing to do with you, me, and James at the moment. Richard is the one that's talking to him, and P Town's like, "Fuck, let me out of this goddamn box. How about these atheists?"
So
I
why are
mean,
you
let's get
here,
back to right.
P-Town? Why are
Let's
you
get back to
here?
you and Richard talking, P Town. Maybe even Sarah, because don't bring this back to like James, Midnight, and I, because the ones that literally is attacking what you would consider attacking is or are Richard and Sarah at this present moment. Because Midnight, what you're talking about is basically any pushback towards his worldview he considers an attack.
Yeah,
So let's
that's
just,
literally what
the
I'm
three
saying.
atheists will shut the hell up and let you three talk for a bit, because Richard, I thought at least, was making good points. Sarah was making good points earlier. And it seems like P Town's kind of like been like, yeah, let me out of this fucking box. Hey, atheists.
I think what you just did was kind of attacking me in a bare sense. But maybe, maybe
God
I'm out
knew
of it.
that
damn
was
it,
going to get a
bro.
laugh.
I'm sorry. That's
Okay. But the point is not for me to troubleshoot P Town's experience and understanding, nor Sarah's, nor James, nor Sparkle, nor Sean's, but for you guys to tell me where I'm stupid. That's the point of this show. So I
Correct,
take
Richard.
all challengers.
But Richard, that's what I was saying. Like
I
you and
agree
P
with you.
Town were talking about those differences, but because it got uncomfortable, P Town wanted to back out and say, "Hey, well, these atheists are attacking me." Blah 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 blah. The same thing happened when Sarah and he were talking while you were gone about the difference between P Town's version of Christianity and Sarah's deism. Right. So
Right.
that's all that's
I
going on
didn't
here,
think
at
he
least
was
from.
attacking. Didn't,
Am I
I
the
didn't
only?
say he was attacking Sarah. I'm
No,
so
he got
sorry to
unnecessarily
he
defensive.
just disagreed.
Right, that's the whole point. But he's accusing us of attacking him. But I think it's any pushback. Point being is, this all is 5 minutes off of what I think the real topic is. Pushing back against Richard. P-Town and Richard were doing exactly that. You and P-Town were doing that while Richard was gone. But I don't think P-Town wants to do that. So he's literally said, "Hey, look over there," and that's what we've been doing for 5 minutes. So I'd like to get back to what Richard and P-Town were talking about.
So I'll stop asking questions of anyone, and anyone's free to ask questions of me to look for inconsistencies or bad thinking or conclusions and premises that are not in the text, and conclusions that don't follow.
I just want to point something out first. Picture us all in a room, sitting in folding metal chairs, in a circle facing each other having the same conversation. And immediately we would recognize that this isn't a religious discussion, it's group therapy. That's what the hell this is. So,
Yeah, you
take
know
it or
what?
leave it.
You know what, James? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So wait. Are you the therapist, or is
No.
Richard?
No, I think the therapist quit. We're on our own. The crazies are running the house. That's what I
Right.
think.
The lunatics are running the insane asylum.
Yes, we
That's
are.
the expression, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm okay with it, you know. And if somebody takes something I say personally, just let me know, call me on it, and we can have that discussion. But you know, there's all kinds of issues that come up that if I pursue them, I'm going down a rabbit hole that's going to take us away from where we were at. And so I refrain. I'm like, nope, not taking that one. Nope, not taking that one, because I'm trying to keep us on topic, right? So at some point, if somebody wants to have a discussion about what I think about God, I'm there for it. But I just don't. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now because that's not where we're at.
I'd love to do that with you sometime, James. For that matter,
Yeah.
I'd love to have justification for some of the things you hold positively true. Sometime or another.
Absolutely. We'll make time for that.
Okay, so I'll make an assertion to get this started. The Yod-He Vav-He is a set of spirits. In description of those 7 spirits, wisdom, counsel, understanding, fear, knowledge, power, and conservation. Boy, I hate it when I do them out of order. It throws my brain off. Those are immaterial constructs to run a society.
Okay.
Anybody? Nobody has a problem with that?
I gotta go. I can't, Richard. I can't even be associated with your way of translating the Bible.
Yeah, that
Especially-
whole reading the Bible thing for what it says, that's objectionable.
God
Oh,
damn it,
goodness.
Why? You know what?
Why-
Whatever.
Well,
How are you associated by being in argumentation on my channel? How are you associated? What are you talking
Right.
about?
Because I get grouped in all the time.
Well, that's more our fault than anything else. You can call me a Madsenist if you want.
Well, we've been trying to think of a name for you. I like that, Madsenist.
Although all of
No.
my family does not hold to this view.
Can we call you the Madsen Hatter?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. I have no problem with that. Although I did play with Mercury as a child. It shows no sign of long effect because it was just the metal itself.
Fair.
And I didn't consume any physically. I didn't drink it.
Right.
So
I feel
wait.
the same way about all the times I got dropped on my head. No effect.
Right.
Okay.
It's hard to say
Yeah,
because you have
but it
nothing to
doesn't-
compare it to, right?
Sure.
So, what I don't understand is that P-Town literally
Did he
will
actually
come
leave?
into.
I can't tell.
Here we go. I'm gonna get kicked in the nuts again over and over again by
P-Town,
Sean.
I'm not going to kick
While
you
he
in the nuts.
while he takes the high ride.
P-Town, I'm not going to kick you in the nuts this time. I might actually say something that you should, I think, resonate with, right? Like, he comes into all of these rooms to defend Christianity. Except, Richard, what seems problematic to me is when he gets into your room, he no longer wants to defend Christianity. He's like, "Well, Richard, I just can't even do it." And I think that's because the pushback is probably worse because he can't do, "Oh, well, you can't believe this evolution." He has to actually have a legitimate discussion with somebody that knows his book.
That's not
The way
true.
that he
Richard and I have talked together for hours upon hours. I have no problem talking to Richard. I have no problem. I do come into these shows to defend Christianity, and I just don't like it when you constantly want to group him in with me, full well knowing that that's not what I believe.
How about this?
And then
How about this part? I'm a biblical literalist, and I think that the Bible is perfect in every way, and that there's not a mistaken word other than in the translations, and that every word in it is necessary and true.
And you'd be then that's not, none of that's true what you said, Richard.
No, that was the truth.
No, it's not. Sorry. Love you, but absolutely not.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
two
but that
different
was
people-
actually the truth.
Should
Yeah,
we
two
go
different
verse
people
by
can-
verse?
Sure.
This will quickly
Let-
explode.
Let's start right here with this chart. The Father is perfectly adherent to the Yod He Vav He and is not the Yod He Vav He.
Oh,
What does adherent to mean?
Adherent, perfectly agrees with, assigns value to, lives their life that way.
Okay.
I think we need to understand your definitions here. Because when you say Jehovah, instead of spirits or societal ideals, is that your definition for that word or the concept of Jehovah?
Okay, the definition for the word are the letters Yod He Vav He, right? And those letters mean the hand of power, which heaven is heaven, the four corners of heaven, tent peg, the Vav, tied to the four corners of the earth. So it's a contractual agreement that the angels hold in respect to us, whether we hold it or not. And their ideals for running that set of angels and why they're committed to us. So it's a set of societal standards.
Okay. And I imagine B-Town is thinking that is the proper name of God of Israel, which has very different
Probably.
definitions. So we're not even talking the same language at the moment. So it is
Right.
very difficult to have a conversation when we're literally talking a different language.
on a different
Right.
planet.
Right. Okay, so let's settle it. What does the text say about the Yod He Vav He, the Jehovah? What does the text say? P-Town.
Isn't it just a word for God?
What do you mean by God?
Is
Because
that
God
the
is...
is that the
God is
unpronounceable word of God?
Hold on.
Can't remember.
Hold on. God is a very general term.
I know
You're
because there's
welcome
like
to
12
use
of
it.
them. Or 12
Right.
gods.
And I think we need to differentiate between the generalistic term God, which does include the name Baal. That includes the word God, right? We're certainly not talking about Baal. We're talking about the Yod He Vav He, or easier to say Jehovah. So what do you think Jehovah is?
I don't have my book of all the different names for God with me. I can't remember top of my head. But it's just still like, just because God can have different names doesn't mean that they're different people, Richard. I mean, how many names are there for God? You love to talk to the Muslims. How many names for God do they have? They don't
One.
believe in thousands of gods. But they have lots of names besides Allah.
The word Allah is a general descriptor, like the way you're using the word God. The Muslim don't even claim to have the name of the God. They just refer to it as the God.
Correct,
As
but all the
in
names that they
Allah.
do use, doesn't
Are
mean
all
they believe in
descriptors.
multiple gods. Right.
No,
So,
there is
well,
only one. They're monotheistic, and they
They-
talk about the aspects of God. They do not claim to know the name of God.
The
But I don't
Bible
know
is
why
not
we're talking
monotheistic.
about Islam.
you don't claim for these to be gods at all.
What do you mean?
Is Yahweh Wahweh God, Jehovah,
Yes, it is the God.
God that made all things, including time?
It demands that angels do certain things. Those angels do them.
Is it the God that made all things, including
No
time?
such claim anywhere.
So no.
That's a
So
church
if I def-
doctrine that I'm asking you to justify this church doctrine from within the text.
we can go verse by verse, and you'll quick. It's like,
I'll tell you what, I'll make it easy for you. If God created all things find me somewhere in the text, anywhere at all, where it claims in one continuous idea, be that an entire chapter or just
Sure,
a
here. In the
paragraph or
beginning
just
was
a
the Word.
verse.
In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God. The Word was God. In the same,
That does
the
not
beginning
talk
was
about
God. All
creation.
things were made by Him, and without
Thank
Him
you.
was not anything made that was
Right.
made.
Where?
That's John. Anything, Richard.
Anything where?
Anything.
Is this an open system or a
Everywhere.
closed system? What are you talking about?
All things. Anywhere.
All. Okay, so you say it means all things everywhere, right? I say it's a
That's
narrower topic than that. It's talking about this planet and this planet alone, which is consistent throughout the text. I'll show you why. Our constellations would not be these constellations from any other point in space as close as 16 light minutes from here.
where is it quoting the constellations? Which scripture?
I have repurposed the clumps of stars in the probably the King James, maybe. You would read it, I created the stars also. And you will use them for signs and seasons and days and times. That's both in Genesis and fairly close proximity to each other. What they are, clumps of stars. How I repurposed them, you'll use them as a calendar. And that would not work 16 light minutes from our orbit.
Which verse is that?
He's talking about the one where it says, "And God made the stars also."
In the King
Right, I'm
James
just
it
trying to
reads,
find
and
the
I
actual.
made... What's that?
I was just trying to find the actual verse so I could look at it.
If you have a search engine available, I'll find it for you if
Genesis
you don't.
1. Genesis 1, I'm guessing 11. I like to guess things. I don't know where to even go, Richard, with this. This is, like I said, if we're going to talk about the topic of the show, which is challenge you for how you interpret scripture and what you believe, I don't have the energy right now. I mean, I
When
don't know
will you?
how we've done it, you know?
No, we
I mean,
haven't. No, I've made
it is
logical
it is my
points.
bachelor night. It is my bachelor night, so maybe I can gear up for it.
Well, go eat and come back or something, whatever you need. To take a nap and come back. I'll just stay and keep going until you come back. But what I do is I show the text, then I talk about the definitions of the actual words that were there, never mind a translation. I don't care about any translation. Those are written by churches, and they have church doctrine written into them accidentally. I'll grant them it's accidental, okay? But it is there. But when we go back to the more original, more confirmed text, we don't find church doctrine in it. It's just not there.
What
And
I
when
really
I talk
want to
about those words, like the Jews had a word that meant to imagine a thing and then make it, right? So that's the idea of ex nihilo, whereas the word that is consistently used throughout the Bible is conditional, where it says to reform and repurpose an existent thing. There is no ex nihilo anywhere in the Bible.
what I would really like to do, because what I would like to do tonight with you, Richard, is let's look at the names and what they mean, and let's look at them from Adam to Noah. Because you've done this before in other parts through Scripture,
Sure.
but you haven't done Adam to Noah yet. And in there's a little synopsis of what I believe in. If you just look at the meanings of the names, just to Noah.
Okay.
And I think that would be fun to do with you. I'd like to, but trying to go about refuting your perspective is very difficult for me because it's I wouldn't say difficult. It's just unfruitful in my eyes and tremendously just
okay. What do you mean by unfruitful?
There's just a lot, but I just think that we can do a lot more. There's just a lot more fruit if we did something else than talking
Like what?
about space Jesus. Like talking about what the Bible actually says and how it is integrated and how it works. Well, you know, not trying to interpret it from our perspective, but from what God's trying to relay.
Okay, so now we're assuming the mind of God again.
Well, we're not assuming it. My point, the approach to it would be trying to put aside our own predispositions. For you, that's like Star Trek and I don't know, Woodstock. I have no idea where you get this stuff.
Oh, that not even my mom made it to Woodstock, bro. I'm not that old. Okay, so.
But I get, but like for me, I mean, you know, these guys will criticize me because I say it, but from where I was before I was a Christian, it's really hard for me to put away my predispositions, you know,
Okay.
all the way from biogenesis to me being a monkey man. Like, yeah, that's hard. Or all the knowledge that I learned in school when it comes to geology, astrology, anthropology.
Monkey man.
Well,
It's not easy to read. It's when I first approach scripture, you take all of that with you and you read it into the text, putting all of that away and aside and just saying, what is the Bible telling me here? It's so
Okay,
hard to do.
Let me ask you some base questions and do a side-by-side comparative of who is more likely to have the cleaner reading. Because you're claiming that you read it open-minded, judging it only by itself. That's what you're claiming, right?
Well, I listen to teachers predominantly on YouTube. I like Chuck Missler when it comes to the Bible.
And he's
I think he's brilliant. He is a Christian. Yes.
I literally
He's
have
what
this
kind of
slide
Christian?
here with Adam to Noah. I knew exactly who you were talking about.
Right. Yeah. Because
So Chuck
he didn't
Missler is
discover
of what
that,
faith?
but you know.
Chuck
I
Missler
would
is of what
categorize.
faith?
I think it's okay to categorize him as a Christian, though. We're all really confused what that is today. But I would.
Right.
Call
I'd
him
love
Christian.
for you to narrow that down a little bit to some faith.
He's a Bible believing, chicken eating Christian. He doesn't. I don't think he really strives.
Kent Hovind says that too.
I know. I was joking. That's why I was.
Calvinists
I don't
say
think he doesn't really have a denomination, but
Yeah, but Richard P-Town likes all those people. Ken Hovind, Calvinist, right? Those are his people. That's his tribe.
I even like
you,
Sean. I mean,
well,
yeah.
P-Town, let's not talk about me, but clearly, like, I think you have a certain thing that you like to talk about that, like maybe it's evolution or maybe it's young earth creationism or maybe it's your version or your perception of the Bible that you're comfortable with. But what at least I see, and I think a lot of people probably see with a very quick conversation with Richard, is you have trouble pushing back against another, and I can't say biblical Christian because you wouldn't consider him, but he definitely has knowledge of the Bible. He definitely has a good way, or he's definitely pushing against you to the point that it makes you so uncomfortable. You're like, yeah, this is not fruitful. Let me talk to the atheist. Like, you're just kind of like squirming out of this. And Richard keeps saying, sure, well, what do you want to talk about? And it's just vagueness after vagueness after vagueness. And if you're truly coming in here to challenge Richard, right? Like, sharpen the knives a little bit, dude. Like, challenge him. And when he pushes back, give an honest answer instead of like squirming out of it or like leaving that back door open, because that's what I see going on.
Oh crap! I put another piece of candy in my mouth. I forgot that you guys can hear that.
Okay.
I think he's attacking me again, Richard. What do you think?
If Joel's over at your house, it's cool. None of us are going to judge you for what you and Joel do while your wife's away. But what I do judge you for is coming on to Richard's channel.
I think it's okay for me to say this is attacking him.
Challenging Richard.
I think we've established that Joel's stripper name is Candy. I mean, we can just move past that.
But P-Town, look, man,
I
here's the
do
deal.
like atheist
Like,
humor.
you
Yeah.
go into an atheist room and you don't back down.
I don't.
I mean, it turns into a shit show because you're unwilling to back down. But you have a 5-minute conversation with Richard on the Bible, and it's just like P-Town's going, oh, well, that's like slinking away. I don't know how else to describe it, but you're just like, oh, I mean, look, dude, like,
How many
if
different
you're
ways
gonna
are you gonna
challenge
try and
Richard,
say this? I called him, dude.
yeah,
I take a stand to Richard all the time, more so than most Christians do. Maybe he can. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but I did just tell him that what he believed in was a mixture between Star Trek and Woodstock. I think it's. I'm trying to be as
sure,
polite,
but
but also take a stand as much as I can.
instead of you attacking Richard's belief, maybe engage with the beliefs on his level of wanting to talk about the biblical interpretation. And you know what I mean? Instead of saying it, because that's something you and I can do all day long, right? Like, I'm happy to trade ad hocs or ad hominems or whatever the fucking insults with you are all day long. But when Richard tries to engage you on the Bible, it seems you're not interested in that conversation,
I'm
which
not
is odd to
interested
me
in
as
his
a
definition of. I'm not interested in his view of how God is a space scientist, like that. I don't know, created us
That's
little
the
man
Father.
monkeys.
That's the Father, not God.
Yeah, sure. I'm not interested. No, yeah, and that's why I said maybe it's good that I'm not on this panel according to the topic of it. I haven't,
Well,
you know.
what if I'm starting to lean towards Richard because the Christian that comes into the room
You can.
just has no pushback. Has no
You
pushback.
think I have no
Richard makes
pushback? I've
sense.
talked to him. I've talked to him for 8 hours
Not
on.
against.
Well, I think there's 4 hours of me and him talking on his channel before I found out his.
Well, sure, P-Town, but I mean, all we've heard tonight is like you don't want to engage with Richard's definition of space Jesus. Well, sure, it seems like Richard's definition of space Jesus or whatever he defines is more coherent, and there's a word I'm looking for is definitely
Internally consistent.
It's definitely consistent than your I don't want to talk about this because that's all you brought to the table is well, Richard. It's literally the parallel to well, you can't possibly believe evolution. You're just doing the same argument with Christian, man. Give us some substance, dude.
That's not true. I've gone verse by verse with Richard. We could do it again.
I don't want to spend a whole lot more time on that.
We can talk about how water is not water, how people are water, how boat's not a boat, how a mountain's not actually. Well, maybe a mountain's a mountain.
What are you talking about? The people are what?
People.
Yeah, this is where it'll go in the beginning of Genesis with Richard. If you guys really want to do that, I don't think that it's.
People were
no, already stop. It's not a beginning according to his definition. We're already something different.
There was darkness, then midnight appeared to brighten the universe.
I was just going to quote Star Trek and point out that we're all ugly bags.
It says in the beginning there was a void, which means chaos. Does not mean darkness.
Well, it's more of a vacuum, but yeah. So a vacuum.
Sorry.
Is a void, so but.
No, actually, Sarah's right. It more lends to a chaotic situation that does exist than a lack of things.
It was formless and void.
Yep.
All right. I like it. So I'm going to give Richard a little bit of pushback then, instead of talking for another hour about how we don't feel like P-Town gives Richard enough pushback. Because I feel like that's worth 1 minute of discussion, but not an hour. It's like, okay, here's some pushback, Richard. What if? Now, here's the thing. I watched a video that the algorithm suggested to me a couple of weeks ago, and it is a hypothetical. And so basically, the hypothetical is this: aliens want to conquer our planet, but they don't want to waste good ammunition on humans. And so what they do is they send a message to humans, and humans aren't sure what to do with it. They only know it comes from some outside source. They're so curious about what it is that they go ahead and decipher.
Here comes the attack.
Yes, absolutely.
I want him to attack me.
Yes.
No, here comes the special James Apperson attack on Christianity.
It's no. You already said I'm not a Christian.
No,
Yeah,
no.
This is just about
Yes.
Richard.
Be consistent, P-Town.
This is just about Richards, I promise.
Okay.
If Christianity gets caught in the crossfire, I no pun intended, I wasn't aiming for you guys. That's all I can say.
Crossfire.
Okay, I misunderstood where you were going with this. My bad.
So
You
in this
could
video,
just wait for him to finish instead.
oh, it's all good. So in this video, what happens is humans get really curious. They decipher it. It ends up being some kind of complex machinery that they're supposed to assemble. They build it, and then they press the button to see what happens. They can't wait to find out what the aliens have sent them. And it destroys them, and the aliens never have to fire a shot. And so what if, Richard, you are right, that aliens sent you a message, that it's meant for people to decode it and to make sense of it, and then to try to, apply it, and run with it, see what happens. And the reason is because they're setting dominoes in motion, where they're using you as an agent of destruction to lead humanity to ruin instead of to salvation. How would you know that if that was it?
I like that. That's like very, and it's funny. You ever? I've thought about this for a while, right? Because I mean, the world was shit before, but I feel like ever since. Ever since humans discovered, ever since humans discovered how to make nuclear bombs to set two of them off, aliens will probably be like, we need to watch this planet closely. They have the power to destroy planets, so if left unchecked, you know what I mean? So I've always had this wondering whether aliens are among us, just fucking everything up. So we don't become too advanced too quickly.
Midnight.
Yeah.
Haven't you ever seen Independence Day? It's not a nuclear weapon. It takes Bill Pullman and a fucking old fighter jet to take out an alien spaceship. Not a nuke, buddy.
Right.
Yes, I've seen the first movie. I've watched the first movie so many times. I remember the speech. Good morning.
And a computer virus. And a computer
less
virus.
than an hour. Yeah, the computer virus.
Oh, that's right, James.
Wait. Well,
that's one of the best movies.
Yeah.
I would love to
what if
rephrase James's question to something that could be true. I'm going to change the words, but essentially it can be the same concept.
Can we do that next, Sarah?
Well, instead of aliens, let's say that it's fallen angels come in to try and get humanity to destroy themselves. And they create these texts that conflict, and yet some of it overlap. The truths overlap, and the disagreements are actually the lies. So then you have all these different religions and faiths going at it, and it creates war and chaos and death. And instead of actually trying to find God on your own, you are seeking him through a book, and we end up following false light and killing each other over it.
That can be historically shown to have happened. People have definitely killed each other over religions. Whether or not it contains lies or truths, that's another yes, but definitely in that direction. Okay, so James, let me see if I understand the premise correctly. It's the problem of the evil God, yeah?
Well, it's the problem of the aliens who want us destroyed. I mean, from our perspective, they'd be evil. From their perspective, they're just, a force of nature, any other creature that has a right to dominate within the larger jungle of the cosmos if they can succeed in doing so. They're not going to be concerned with our interests in this hypothetical. And that could even be true of angels. I don't know what angels would be except for some beings that pre-existed and are somewhere out in space, living in some other place. I don't know. I'm not sure how Sarah would define angels there, but that's the basic idea.
Love it.
It's like Descartes' demon, right, James?
I mean,
yeah, sure.
Kind of, but doesn't really have to do with what James said.
So then the information, the ideas that are contained in this book are written in such a way where they're going inevitably to create divisions between people who are going to interpret it in all different ways. You get 100 or 1,000 different people reading this book. They're all going to come up with a different idea about what it means. But because they're so sure that this is essential for how humans are supposed to live, that makes it imperative that they fight each other over who has the right interpretation. And so you end up with crusades and holy wars and all kinds of divisions in society and all kinds of divisions about value systems and how to define a family and what behaviors are okay and what's okay to think and what it's okay to feel and who you're allowed to marry and what you're allowed to do with your genitals. And like we just never run out of stuff. Now humans already, despite religion or apart from religion, have certain unfortunate wirings in their head, right? And then social systems kind of perpetuate our mistakes. They keep it going. And so it's not that religions are the only reason that we have problems. Without religions, people wouldn't run out of ways or reasons to divide, but it amplifies the problem. It speeds up the problem. It takes it to a whole nother level with higher perceived stakes. Because now we're not just talking about, who should get what resources on the earth or who should be allowed to live where or what. Now we're also talking about the eternal consequence of every soul on earth, right? And so this is why St. Augustine argued that perhaps heretics shouldn't just be captured and killed. Perhaps they should be tortured into repentance first so that they could arrive before God with a clear conscience and have a chance of avoiding hell. So within the context of his narrative, that actually does make sense. He's putting the greater good ahead of all other considerations. But this is exactly the problem that these books and these interpretations cause. All these different ideas with extreme consequence and an absolute sense of imperative, along with the idea that any day now, the super being in the sky is going to come down and judge us all, right? And it might be tomorrow. Don't be caught with your pants down. Don't be caught being lazy. Don't be caught being wrong. And so the stakes are so damn high every single day that it's got to be settled. Otherwise,
Okay, this has gone on to like 4 topics now. I got to stop you sometime.
All right, yeah, go ahead, stop me and respond to it, because I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just saying, how do we know that it's not the case where you got this message from somebody with nefarious intent?
Okay, first things first. This is an actual argument, people. Take notice. He just presented an argument, which is not the same as just an assertion. He's actually proposing something to challenge what I have. Good for you, James, and thank you for that. Let me say first in response, you can't know. All right? In fact, there is no way to show definitively that these beings do or don't exist. That's purposeful. They mean to leave you with no evidence on purpose, just like I can fool a child in hide and seek. I do maintain that there is an intended reader, which is evident in the text, because it makes promises that are not realized to Christians. For instance, all of your prayers will be answered if you pray in the name of Jesus Christ. They've tried it. It don't work. In the story, however, when Jesus does this, his prayers are always answered, bar none. Okay, and besides that, if you prayed in someone else's name, you're a plagiarist. You're claiming to be someone you're not, and that makes no sense. But in the idea of an intended reader, whose wishes, prayers will be granted, answered, this works very well with the claims in the text. All right. As to the evil, or lack thereof, the benevolence of those who are making these claims, could they be setting us up for a fall? Yes, they could. And you won't know until you meet them. In the story is you meeting them, or whatever people are alive at that time, get to actually meet these beings. And this is in the stories of judgment and the rapture and all those sorts of ideas. The angels in the story literally come down, and there's so many of them, they cover an entire mountain range. And I think that what's being said there is they descend from the heaven, the house of God. They collect us from all over the earth, which means they go to all parts of the earth. And they bring us to some certain location on the earth called the Stone of Help, which looks like a giant millstone. And that's where judgment takes place. In which case, you would have seen an alien invasion, you would have met an angel, they would have negotiated with you and tried to explain things to you and told you that essentially you could object emotionally and morally to what's going on, but ultimately they don't care and you're going to go wherever this measuring place is. And the evidence that you'll be okay is not until that point. Like, they don't counterattack. They don't shoot back when we shoot at them. The angels show patience and intelligence and extreme health, like the best health a human could possibly be. And that's their natural state. And then they claim individually that they have experienced what the Christians call end times, right? And what the text calls the great day, or the day of the Lord, or the great day of the Lord. It says it a few different ways, but the idea is there that during this 7-year period, such and such will happen in a certain order, and those alive at that time will actually see it. And it even qualifies in Revelation 7:9 through 15 what angels are, calling them angels, right? And then where they come from. And here's part of my argument for multiple earths, as a matter of fact. After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number. We have numbered the people on this planet. We know how many of us there has been and how many are alive today. We know that. And they are from all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes. That means they're already clean, right? And palms in their hands, which we do have palms in our hands, which has nothing to do with tree branches. In fact, the tree is named after the human hand, not the other way around. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, this is the big deal. Salvation, God sitteth upon the throne, unto the Lamb. And all the angels, here it calls them angels, specifically round about that throne, which they just identified where their location is, and about the elders and the 4 beasts, fell upon the faces worshiping God, saying, etc. Really cool stuff, you're cool. And then one of the elders, which elder here means an angel, and Christians will normally say this is the angel Christ, right? The elder Christ. And so he calls them elders, right? Answer is unto me, which means really actually inquired of me. Who are these arrayed in white robes, and whence came they, or where did they come from? And he said, you know better than I do. Why don't you just go ahead and spill the beans? And that angel, and or the Christ, says, these are they which came, past tense, out of the great tribulation, end times. They went through end times, and they've washed their robes and made them large or white in the blood of the Lamb. Blood of the Lamb and robes. This refers to accepting the righteousness of saints, accepting Christ as King, i.e. enlightenment. They've been enlightened. Now, what do they get for being enlightened? They sit before the throne of God, serving him night and day in his temple. And he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. This is past tense. They're already doing it. And they shall hunger no more ever again, right? For the Lamb which in the midst of the throne feed them, blah, 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 takes care of their needs. Okay, so what is all that? It says that angels came from an earth. They were men, just like you and I. So we'll meet them and they'll say, look, I'm okay, you're going to be okay, and we won't know until then.
No, I appreciate that. So what we have is a body of text where the claim is that the people that are giving us these messages are good guys, and then they're relaying a message from some even better guys, and we can probably trust them because they vouched for themselves, and all the best people vouch for themselves, and don't worry about the future because they promise it's
You
going to be
know,
A-okay, buddy.
there's only one argument about against your assertion within all of the text,
Yeah.
and it's in literary structure. It's called an embarrassment. Okay, where you admit a bad on yourself, and that's supposed to lend credence to your honesty. Okay, just like if someone says I don't know in a debate, and you go, wow, at least they're being honest, they don't know. And that's the story of Lucifer, where something goes wrong and it's admitted in the story. And that's the
Sure.
best I can do right now.
Fair. If it's
Could
the best
that
you
be-
can do, at least you're honest.
Sure, but could that be, Richard? Not the I don't know, but so the embarrassment thing. Could they have known that? Could that be put into the text to reinforce? Because if
See?
I'm like I don't think
That's
these
right, buddy.
right.
Now you're
That's what
getting
I'm
into
saying.
it.
Well,
It could be
well, I've
completely
always-
contrived, right?
correct.
Yeah.
That's what I've always said. So these arguments from
Sweet.
like women at the tomb, the embarrassment, all of these things, it's almost like we to take a lot of like the Christian arguments, you have to think that these people back then were just not intelligent enough to say, hey, if we put women at the tomb, it's going to be more credible.
Or high
Maybe
on
that's not the word.
shrooms.
So look,
Yeah,
Midnight, we're trying to like stick to a certain thing here as much as anyway, Midnight. But
That was a
Richard,
joke.
you understand my point, right? Like what I mean, this doesn't really do anything for me because I
Right.
think that they were smart enough to, even in the Old Testament, I think they were playing games, right, with words. In the
Fair
New
enough.
Testament, it's obvious that they were even not only playing games with words and writing fiction, but they were also like, well, let's call it myth, or they were, but they were also using each other's text to write the own or correct and make amendments. So we know that they were doing this. So to even say, hey, well, I might believe this a little bit more because of it's called the something of embarrassment, I forget, but the
Criterion.
too.
yeah, it doesn't do anything for me. You know what I mean? Because like that's just
Okay.
contrived.
Now,
Like,
now
how do
I'm
we
going to
know?
ask you for the rest of your life to be consistent and never again. And if you ever said it, and I'm not saying you have said it, but I never want to hear you say anything like ancient goat herders wrote.
I'm not making that promise.
Well, so Richard, more than likely you're never going to hear that from me because I don't believe the
Good.
Bible was written by goat herders. I believe it was written by Greeks, right?
Fair
So
enough.
I believe that it was written by if we set aside all of the arguments and just look at reality for what it is in the textual, and we try and look with the tools that we have to look at the Bible historically, we can tell that it was written by Greeks because of the way that it was written, because of the way that they do, is it textual criticism, or the way that historians like that we can tell who it was written by, how it was written, and almost a lot of times we can tell what they were doing. Like if you listen to some of the New Testament scholars talk about like why they wrote certain things into it, or how this was not something that they wanted. So I'm sorry, not Mark, but like this is why Luke changed certain things. This is why John changed certain
Right.
things. We
Right.
can tell that these are Greek authors. So you're never going to hear me say an ancient goat herder wrote anything because
Good.
I don't think that's factually. I just think that's factually incorrect. I don't think that'd be like saying, oh, there are witnesses in the Bible. There are no witnesses in the Bible. There are only two
Right.
people that claim to witness in the Bible. The rest is stories about witnesses
Right.
and about
And beside
bullshit.
it, it's circular reasoning. My point in
don't
saying
know
that,
about
Big Flying Wayne, is if a person says something like Bronze Age goat herders, what they're trying to say is uneducated, stupid folks. That's what they're really trying to say. And if you say uneducated, stupid people, then you can't maintain that it was well written and manipulative. You know, you can't say both. That's my point.
I have
And
pushback for
no,
that when you're done.
it's not too personal. It's not too personal for me. I'm absolutely fine. Go ahead.
One, we don't have any way to know that these Greeks didn't herd any goats. They may have herded a few. I mean, it's good to have some milk, Just saying, they may have had a few goats.
Pedantic.
So, and then,
Fucking
yeah, but I'm just saying.
James.
Well,
Well,
hold
it
on.
wasn't just.
Oh, go ahead.
It wasn't just the writers, right? Like there was decades between each of the gospels, so-called
Yep.
gospels. And so so some well-educated Greek who doesn't want to put his name to it with his own personal agenda wrote a gospel. And then over the decades it took for somebody else to get a hold of that and then write it down, and then somebody else to decades later to write down a different version that they heard. I would think it's inevitable that many of the people paying it forward, these rumors, these oral traditions. Sorry,
Mhm.
rumors is what they are, but oral traditions forward until somebody that was well versed in Greek literary methods and in language and very articulate wrote it down what they heard. Like, but they got it from some goat herders who heard it from some goat herders who, if you trace it back far enough, got it from somebody very well educated. So let's not take the goat herders out of the equation. They were a
Fair
necessary
enough.
part of it. They were just in the mix somewhere.
Fair enough.
So,
And I'll go further back than that and say this is throughout the ancient Near East, throughout Mesopotamia, in the Hammurabi law, into Zoroastrianism, all that, and much more, and much deeper, and much worse than that. That these ideas pre-exist the Jews. Okay, so yeah, agree with all that. So where were we? The evil god thing. Yeah, it's possible until the invasion.
right. So then when you use the word evil god, and I happen to like that phrase, but I'm going to give you pushback about it anyways. How are we defining God if we're not saying that it has to be a maximally perfect great being? If we can say evil God and it not be a contradiction, what is a god?
Depends on what part of the text you're referring to. The Hebrew word for a singular powerful being, which would indicate monotheism, would be Eloach, where the term that is being used in the beginning of the Bible is Elohim, the plural form, powerful beings. And no mention of the Yod He Vav He until Adam. But I think that's perfectly justified, because the kind of animal that I am, what was evolved to be, has emotions, and it's a social animal. So because of that, it would need an emotional social structure, a set of ideals that society adheres to, and that's the description of the Jehovah.
Yeah, that's very much like what Peterson says, that this entity is representative or personification of ideals that people submit to or submit themselves under.
Yeah, I learned about Jordan Peterson 8 years later, and
Yeah.
I find that he's using his education and applying it to the stories to talk about human introspect, and that's interesting. And I agree with it fundamentally, but he's not taking all of the logical necessity that follows from that, what the stories are talking about.
Oh,
And
I
in
agree with you
that
100%.
is failing. He's
Right, yeah.
failing.
No, I agree. I was only making that very limited parallel, nothing else.
Yep. So I mean, I'm willing to agree with him, even though I would have agreed with him, 9 years before I met him, or I'm sorry, 8 years before I met him,
Sure.
to some extent.
Right. So, I mean, I don't have a whole lot of pushback. I find that the way you read Bibles is internally consistent. I've never caught you contradicting yourself. That doesn't mean that I find it necessarily believable or whatever.
Right. That's not the same thing.
One of the problems that I have that you've mentioned is this idea that every single thing in there is exactly what's supposed to be in there according to whatever mysterious super beings wanted it to be. And I think that's impossible. I think that if these super beings delivered messages through fallible human beings, I think that human beings being the way that they are, I think that they're gonna repeat it with some compromise, and then the next person's going to repeat it with some more compromise,
Okay,
and so changes are going to be inevitable. So
this is exactly what Sara was talking about, and Sarah is fundamentally correct.
yeah,
That what you should find is telephone game over time, and you get more telephone than you do game, and around each little point of game is nothing but telephone, right? So you end up with truths wrapped in lies, if that's close enough to a quote for Sara from what she'd said before. And I find that is plausible in reality to think of it that way, and that even makes sense in human nature. Okay,
yeah.
Unless I consider enough of the stories in their most original, most confirmed forms, where I find that the stories, the same base 20 stories, are just told, I mean, a ridiculous amount of times. And it's like this: if I were sentenced to death, I were imprisoned, and I have a love in my life who can't come to the prison. I give one of my best, most trusted friends my last will and testament, and I say, well, how is my wealth to be, described and distributed, etc., like that. There's nothing that would change that would stop that one person in their greed and in their selfishness. After all, I'm dying. I'm not going to care. And if the other person, the recipient, doesn't know the difference, there's nothing to stop them from changing what I gave them. But if unbeknownst to them, I give it to 50 people, or I could go to something more like 10,000 people. If I did that, and all of those letters independently came back to my love, well, they would see where everyone tried to change it quite plainly.
Okay.
So there's no way to get around the preservation of these same basic 20 or so base stories.
Hey, before you guys get too far, what's an example or a lie wrapped in a truth? Like what?
Okay. If you include a falsehood within a valuable knowledge statement, it devalues the knowledge. It makes it not knowledge.
No, Richard, I'm sorry. So do you believe that the Bible has truths wrapped in lies in it?
No, I think that Sarah's reading that from within a Christian context, which is the next conversation I'd like to have with them, how to read it outside of that Christian context where it all actually works with itself and there are no lies.
And when you guys do that, or if she pops back on, can we get an example of one of those truths that are wrapped in lies? That's
she would have to provide that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When
I
she
can
pops
do that
back
from
on.
within a Christian narrative, if that would be sufficient for now.
Sure, I'm just curious. That piqued my curiosity when someone says it's a truth, like there are truths wrapped in lies. It's like it kind of,
I
if
just saw
something's
Sarah
sweet wrapped in
unmute.
shit. How do we know?
Yeah,
How
it's
do we
hard.
know it's sweet? Because I'm not getting in there.
Yeah.
Sarah.
Why do you want to know? You want to learn how to do it, Sean?
Keaton, again, while your wife's away, dude, you do whatever you want, and we are not going to judge you, right? Like, you and Candy can get into whatever, like...
The greatest
I
insult
might
there...
I might get some cider and some spicy teriyaki. This rebel.
The greatest
If you know
insult
what I
there is
mean.
actually to Joel, where Joel is Candy, which he can speak around.
Yeah. Sarah's back though, right,
Jesus
Sarah?
Christ.
Yeah, I never left. I just muted.
Hey,
I've
your
heard that
microphone got
spicy-
better.
I
Oh,
know
that's
what
better.
Don't jinx
spicy
her.
Teriyaki's code
Don't
for.
jinx her.
I don't believe in magic midnight. Sarah, go ahead.
Okay. I think mostly my truth wrapped in lies is probably more along the lines of where the interpretations are wrong. And I only say that because off the top of my head, I cannot think of a specific verse that is saying falsehoods as well as a truth. And if I can come up with one later on, I'll let you know. But off the top of my head right now, I can't think of anything.
By golly, I can. I can think of one right away.
Of the actual verse? Or translation?
Well, an entire set of books, actually.
Okay.
and how the Christians look at it and why that must be wrong, and looking at the life of the singular character from within the authorship of all those books. And that's Paul. Okay, so you got Pauline Christian and you got James gang Christians. And never the twain shall meet. Because Paul is wrong. No, James is wrong. Okay. So they're reading it within their church doctrine and context and saying something like, Paul tried to abscond away with Christianity and it mostly worked. And that bastard Paul. Okay, great. Does Paul disagree with the apostles? Yes. Let's look at Paul for just a second. Paul was directly interfered by, his life was directly interfered by through direct intervention from heaven. Okay, that happens to Jesus. Paul goes around saying, no, you're thinking about this the wrong way. That happens to Jesus. Paul is a persecutor of people. This part can't be shown definitively, but it's logically plausible. Jesus was missing for 30 years. You don't know what Jesus was doing then. The text says that Jesus is born out of the dead, but not that dead people give birth, but spiritually dead. What's it mean biblically to be spiritually dead? It means to not believe in God. That is, he was born out of an atheistic group. Jesus, born out of an atheistic group. What do you think he believed? He believed in atheism. What? Christ was an atheist? Yes, afraid so, sugar bottoms. But he changes. Oh, I think it's absolutely necessary that Jesus was born, and that's why he was in the temple arguing. He was an atheist. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. Got thrown off the rails.
You know how those atheists are. They just go into temples and argue all the time. That's just what we do.
Well, yeah, they do.
Uh-huh.
I mean, on a one-to-one basis with, sitting down with the preacher. Yeah. I mean, what do we do here on YouTube?
True.
Okay. So he grows up. He's missing for a really long time. He has this direct intervention from the Father, completely changes his life. He goes forward correcting people. This is the story of Paul. Okay. Paul's the story of Christ. Because it has to be. It can't be something else. Does Paul have a right to correct the apostles? Absolutely. Is he directly made an apostle a follower of Christ? Absolutely. Since Christ is an idea set, a way to live your life, a belief system, no problems at all. Why do Christians deny Paul? There you go.
Must believe.
There's a nugget of gold wrapped in crap.
Oh, was that you giving an example of what it would be like?
Yeah.
Because Jesus was not an atheist.
Okay, you say so.
And what he means by out of the dead, meaning spiritually dead, meaning they haven't been born again. They can still believe in God. It just means they haven't received the Holy Spirit. It hasn't been awakened inside of them. That is what.
By whatever disqualifier they don't understand correctly, they are the dead. Yeah.
But that does not make them an atheist. They can still believe in God and be dead.
Well, they may as well be an atheist if they misunderstand God, yeah?
Well, that's why if you read in Revelations 13, there are so many that are deceived. There are so many people that believe in God, even the one creator.
Sure.
But they will still be deceived. It doesn't make them an atheist.
Right, like those who say, we cast out demons in your name. Jesus goes, who the hell are you? I don't know you.
Actually, every time Jesus cast them out, they all knew who Jesus was. It was someone who wasn't Jesus that they didn't know who he was and said, you don't have authority.
Right. They recognized John the Baptist and they recognized the Christ, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, so you may say I'm going too far saying they're necessarily atheistic.
Right. They're actually they believe in multiple gods. Actually,
I take your
Bible
point.
Is
it's fine.
gods. Okay.
I take your point, but still, he's not born into a group that actually understand the actual God.
True.
Which is my point. Okay. So he's got at least misunderstanding. So he's not following God like he does later. And that's a change.
Yes, he was spiritually awakened.
Yes, we are together on that. I appreciate your point of correction. I stand corrected on that point. Okay, so
What those Bibles those books that have been removed are all about. That's what Jesus was teaching.
right
And
on.
how to be born again and awakened.
So Sean, does that answer to your question a challenge of how can you have a truth wrapped in crap?
Sure, it wasn't necessarily how, but I was just interested in to what you guys thought one of those would look like that was in the Bible, just because it seems to me it's odd because one, how do you know that it's a truth? Because if it's wrapped in a lie, right? Like you're saying, well, I see
Okay, how
through
about
this
this one?
lie and I see that there's truth underneath the lie, right? It's that we've been talking about this all night. It's just interpretation, it's bias, it's all of those things that we as humans do, right? Like the same way that Sarah came out of Catholicism at some point and said, well, that seems, odd to me, but I'm still holding on to this belief. Everybody's doing that same thing. P-Town's in one camp, the three of you are in another, and James and I are saying, yeah, we don't really believe any of it. I think, James, I don't mean to misrepresent anyone on that, but to me, it just comes down to confirmation bias and this thing that I'm having trouble wrapping my head around, other than saying you're leaving a back door open, right? Like I would say, well, maybe it's just a lie, and you're going to say, nope, it's a lie, but see, there's an underlying truth, and I'm saying, oh, you're just kind of leaving the door open to say that you're right? Like the Christian that says, so the answer is never for a lot of Christians. The answer is never. It's not Jesus. It's, well, I understand that it's not logical, the Trinity, but it just is, right? For someone like me, I'm saying, well, it doesn't seem coherent at all, so I think it's bullshit. And then the Christian says, well, no, it's obviously not bullshit. It is this, because it has to be true. They've started with the presupposition already, right? Like you're just getting there. And to me, when you say there's sweetness wrapped in shit, you started with a presupposition that there's sweetness rather than maybe it's just all shit.
I love Sean.
Yeah.
Richard, can we do Sean needs to hear it. Can we do the Adam to Noah thing?
Sure, just as soon as we wrap up what's
No.
on the table now.
I don't need to hear that, P-Town.
What if I said Jesus' real name is not Jesus? That is I believe Richard said was a position, but it's a rank. It's a title.
Rank is okay. That's a okay way to say it. Yeah, rank is fine.
What if his real name was Emmanuel? And that is actually in the Bible.
Does Emmanuel mean God with us?
Yes, God is with us.
Wow, I remembered something.
God saves.
Good job,
And
P-Town.
we believe, or many Christians believe, that Jesus is our salvation. And they're thinking of Jesus the man, but Jesus means God saves. God is our salvation.
That is actually correct.
I think we all come to find the truth in different ways. I think my way is different than Sarah's.
Well, this is my example of
Yeah.
a truth wrapped in lies.
Oh,
Because
gotcha.
the truth is, Jesus existed, Jesus did die, Jesus is of God, like God is in Jesus. Okay? And when I say Jesus in this context, I'm referring to the man, Emmanuel, who hung on a cross. But the truth is God saves. Jesus. God saves. That's what Jesus actually means. But that is not what is being taught or told or how people read the text. They say Jesus is our salvation. He is our savior. That is incorrect.
What is God saving us from?
From ourselves, basically, and evil. From being lost. From despair.
So he's going to show up someday.
Ooh, that's one of the words from Adam to Noah. Despairing. I think that's Lamech. Anyway, I'm looking
Oftentimes,
forward to
most
this, Richard.
people get saved, like spiritual awakenings, okay? Most of the time, those happen when you are in your absolute lowest moments. When you are your weakest, you are at your strongest because He is with you. God is with you. Oftentimes, this is when people go through an ego death. They remove the shell of the bullshit that we believe is true and who we are. And we shed that bullshit and we actually say, I don't know dick, God. I'm lost. I am lonely. I am sad. I'm fucked. And that's when they finally reach out. That's when they
Sarah.
finally say, okay, I am totally humbled. I'm a complete dick. I don't know what I'm doing. Help me.
Sarah, what if you're right, but that bullshit that you're talking about is actually what they're grasping for, right? Like, because we agree, or at least I agree with you, that people typically find God not when they're in a time of happiness, but when they're in a time of need. And I think they knew this long before, so they're coming up with these things, these common Christian tropes. And I'll say it's a Christian trope because it's in the book, right? So when you say things like these, to me, you're 100% right. Like at our lowest, we're grasping for anything that we possibly can. And that's when typical like Christians are out there like shoving the book in their face. They're driving like the food drives for homeless people, because that's when you can prey on people in this need because they're grasping at anything to hold on to life, right? But you seem to say that's when they say to God, help me. But what if they're just saying like, what they're actually grasping onto is the bullshit, right? Like what if they're coming to this belief not because the belief is true, but because it gives them hope, meaning, and purpose when they can't find it?
Or what if God is the bullshit? It would still be God.
I actually agree with your statement about being hopeless. They are hopeless. It doesn't necessarily mean that their goal is not that they're seeking God. It's that they are in such a state that God can come near them. Because when you have pride and arrogance and all this bullshit, when you have demonic attributes, when you have things that are associated with fallen angels, God cannot come near you. You are repelling God. So when you are completely stripped of all of that and totally humble, God can come to you. So you may not actually be asking for God literally, but you are within your heart desperately seeking God, and that is when God will come to you because you're no longer repelling Him.
I'm simply trying to ask you, how do you know that so you're claiming that there's
because I've experienced it, because I know what it's like to go through a spiritual awakening and feel Jesus.
Awesome.
I don't think you're gonna have one like that though, John.
Hold on, P-Town, because P-Town, you might actually be able to help me out here. Because she says she's not a Christian, except she experienced Jesus. She's gone through this experience. So you and I, P-Town, are going to be on the same side on this one, because I think we both disagree that she's experienced Jesus, because if she experienced Jesus like you, she'd be a Christian. If she experienced, I don't think she's experienced Jesus. I think she's experienced something because she was in this dark place, and whatever that something was, she's attributed Jesus to it because of culture, upbringing, whatever have you.
But I still literally feel the energy of God.
Right, but how do you know that's the energy of God? How do you distinguish between the energy of God and some feeling that you have inside?
Because it's not an emotion, it's not a feeling. It's literally a living energy inside of, like, not an emotion feeling. It's a sensation. It's
so God's a sensation. How do you differentiate between this?
I can perceive the energy literally moving through me. It communicates. It is alive. It is not something I control. It is
so Sarah,
literally moving through me.
Do you believe that there are people out there having these same
Yes,
similar experiences to
absolutely.
you that aren't Jesus?
That aren't Jesus? You can fabricate anything, yes.
So right. So how do you know that you're not fabricating something?
How do you validate something you cannot show without someone experiencing it? How do you do that?
I'm just simply
Well,
asking
you
you, how do
said
you
something.
differentiate
You said
between
you were
your
testing the
experience?
spirits. Did you say you were testing them when we talked,
When you
Sarah?
test the spirits, okay, that's an outside, that's not an internal spirit inside of me. That is
Gotcha.
in the spiritual realm, like if you're talking to an archangel or a demon or whoever it is, you test the spirit. If they are not of God, they will not praise Holy Father God. They will refuse. They will literally
They
throw
run.
they will get pissed off. They will try and attack you.
Sarah, let's
That
back
Wow.
up for a
Dean.
second, because you experience this sensation, and I'm asking, how do you differentiate between this sensation and it being from God, it being from you, or just God, right? Like, we know that people have all kinds of experiences, all kinds of sensations when they're in low places, right? How do you differentiate between this being just you versus of a God or Jesus or whatever you're calling it?
I don't think you can prove that.
Well, so when you say prove,
How do you prove
I'm
you're
not
having
necessarily, I'm not asking you to prove it. I'm asking, how do you differentiate? Like, in your own mind, how do you differentiate between any other sensation that you had and this particular sensation, and then attribute it
thought?
to a God?
It is unmistakable. There was
Right, but that doesn't do anything for me. You're just simply
I
saying
know.
it's
It's one of those things where
unmistakable.
you're just gonna have to experience before you'll know. It's one of those things where
So
you just know.
So I have a question relevant to that. Do Hindus, as an example, or Wiccans or Native American spiritualists, do they experience that too?
Well, this is where I was going into the Kundalini, the awakening of the feminine at the root chakra. That's the Holy Spirit waking up. That is literally what's happening. This is what I was saying about how there are truths in all these different religions. They're all talking about the same thing. They're just giving it a different name and describing it differently. In the Hindus, it's the Kundalini. In the Bible, it's the Holy Spirit. It's the same damn thing.
All right, so there's no real reason somebody has to call it Jesus. You just call it Jesus because that's the culture you grew up in to call it that.
Jesus exists. He's in multiple religions and not just Christianity. You'll find him in other books. Jesus was a
Is he
real
in?
man. And
Yeah.
he is a spiritual being.
Is he in the Hindu religious
well, so hold
books
on,
somewhere?
James, you're on a great point, but back up for 1 second, because you said Jesus is a real man, Jesus is in other books. What we need to touch on real quick is Jesus is the spiritual being. How do you know that?
I've met him.
So you physically met
Not
Jesus
in the
the same way
3D
that you and I
tangible
met?
world. Not in the
So what do
3D
you mean?
tangible world. This is the
So I don't know what
5D
you mean.
quantum world. This is the
I have no
quantum
idea
world.
what you're talking about.
This is where the kingdom of God exists.
So you've been to some other universe or some other world or some
It's a
other realm.
dimension, a different dimension. Yeah.
You've been to a different dimension.
Yeah.
All right.
It's on top of us. It's all around us. It's all inside of you. It's everywhere. It's quantum physics.
Dude, I had this dream last night where it was a dream within a dream. I started watching like abduction videos, and then anyway, I just got creeped out, man. Was it kind of
Well,
like,
that's
We paused for that.
sorry.
no,
It was way cooler than
we
I can
shouldn't pause.
describe.
Hold on. I'm sorry, P-Town. Let's go back to what James was talking about. I just wanted to pause because she said Jesus was a spiritual being. I just wanted to clarify how she knew that, because I think James is on the right track and making a good point. So, James, if you would, please. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to pause on that. How do you know Jesus is?
All right, so I just want to clarify first for context. I am not trying to delegitimize anybody's personal experience. The only person that can speak to someone's own experience is themselves. And so I'm not saying that a particular experience didn't happen. I'm more curious about why call it Jesus? If the Hindus aren't going to call it Jesus, and that's fine if they don't call it Jesus, then why does the name matter for somebody that does call it Jesus? I mean, would Jesus, whatever that entity is that we're supposing exists, why would he or it care what name you call it?
What was the last few words? You kind of trailed off.
No, why does it matter to call it Jesus? Why not call it Fred or Joe or that guy or super mystery?
Jesus is not the Kundalini, nor is he the Holy Spirit. Nor is, I'm not sure I understand the question. Why are you saying I'm calling him Jesus because that's his title?
Okay, so nobody needs the word Jesus, though, right? In order to have the experience, in order to
No,
appreciate the experience.
no one needs to even know Jesus exists to have the experience.
All right. So,
in fact, a lot of people don't even. They call it a coming to Jesus moment because they didn't even know he existed till they met him.
all right. So when a Hindu meets whoever, they don't meet Jesus, right? They meet the Kundalini spirit guy.
The energy is the same, but they call their god by a different name. Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember what they call it.
If you want to know the
Shiva or
Hindu
something
name,
like that. Is it Shiva?
No, not exactly. It's an emanation of Shiva. If you want to know the Hindu expression for the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, you look at the epic of Ramayana and look at the relationship between Ram, Lakshman, and Hanuman. Hanuman being the Holy Ghost. The younger brother being the Christ figure, and the older brother being the Father figure. But it's right there, plain as day. I can even tell you the story of like us being rescued from the earth and the bride of Christ in Hinduism. It's said like this: Ram has to cross this unpassable ocean, this great expanse, in order to get his wife back, his rightful wife who was stolen from him, but she's in this beautiful garden which is held by the evil king Ravan. And she has almost lost her hope. She is to the point where she thinks she's never going to be rescued. There's demons torturing her constantly in this beautiful garden held by this evil king, even though the entirety of the land actually belongs to Ram.
And what's the moral of that story? What's the takeaway that you want us to get from that?
Oh, it's the same story as Jesus and the Father and the conducting of end times, and that we are the bride. We're the beautiful woman trapped in this garden, Eden, or the earth, and that Satan has control of it more than the rightful owner has control of it. That is, it's controlled by this evil demon, Ravan. It's just the same story. And Ram sends Hanuman to comfort her, or in the biblical text, the Father sends the Holy Ghost to reassure the people. Yeah, same thing.
Right. So, just to clarify for Peter, when I engage with Sarah on these things, or when other people do, we're not trying to exclude Richard from the conversation. We're giving each other opportunities to carry the conversation forward with the expectation that Richard will maintain relevance and share how this relates, agrees, disagrees, parallels, whatever, with his own views, so that we can further draw out and understand what Richard's views are, along with everyone else's. It's a group effort. It's a group conversation. There's no underhandedness going on here. We're not avoiding anything. We're not playing some sneaky workaround game. There's nothing like that going on. We're just having a conversation.
And speaking of sneaky workaround games, I got accused in the side chat by Big Thang, Flying Wayne. Richard Madsen, not wanting miracles to be equated to magic is BS. You're trying to elevate your claims, but that word game is whack. I don't know why you're talking like... Anyway, okay, to actually answer to you. I can show you definitionally, and I can even get Christians to agree with me, that when the text says something like Jesus spoke with the voice of many waters, they're going to agree it's Jesus. They're going to agree that he's speaking with the voice of many waters, and they're going to interpret that to mean he speaks for the people, like some kind of a representative or lawyer in front of the throne of God for judgment. They're going to agree to all that. But then they're going to be inconsistent when they see the word waters again. They're going to be inconsistent when they say the Spirit of God moved upon the waters, and that means H2O. Where? It should be something important in a spiritual story, like, I don't know, spirits of men, beings, children of God, stuff like that. And they're going to be inconsistent further when they insist that Jesus is impressive for defeating physics walking on waters, where I'm consistent and I'm saying that Jesus walks on the waters means he leads the people. He's over top of them. He's elevated by them. He rightfully should be on top of the waters. And also that Peter tries to do the same. That is, he tries to assume the position of Christ. That's right. Peter got proud of himself. What happens to Peter when he steps out of the boat and on top of the waters? He immediately falls into the waters because he has taken his eyes off of the Christ. That's right. Peter became, at least temporarily, a non-believer. What does Jesus do about this? He reaches down and takes the hand of Peter and elevates him back above the waters, which is a position that he belongs in, being an apostle, but he must stay in the boat. And on and on and on and on and on. So I'm not saying that I'm trying to elevate through a word game. I'm saying Christians, because of tribalism and pride, have claimed things inconsistent in the text.
Hey, to go back to Sarah for a minute, Sarah, it sounds like, and do you just attribute any of these experiences to Jesus? Like, so when I was being witnessed to quite a bit a few years ago, anytime I would say, sure, like I've had this experience or whatever that experiences was, the typical Christian response was, yes, that's Jesus. And that kind of sounds like what you're saying, right? Like James asked you, can Hindus or Muslims or anybody else can have this experience? And you say, yes, absolutely, but it's Jesus. Is that correct?
No. Okay. The Kundalini, the Holy Spirit, the spiritual awakening, okay, that experience came from God. Like he woke me up. Okay. And when the energy goes from the feminine side down in the root chakra and it shoots up and it hits the crown chakra where the masculine, they mate. Okay. And the masculine and the feminine go into union, or they have a marriage, or another way to say it, they have sex. It's a spiritual intercourse, and they give new life, birth. You are reborn of the energy of God.
So where's
Okay.
Jesus? You keep using the word
I meant
Jesus.
I
Where's
meant
Jesus
Jesus
fit in?
separate. That's a separate thing. That wasn't
What
during
do you
this.
mean?
Like Jesus. Okay, how do you know when it's Jesus? He literally feels like the most unconditional love you will ever experience in your life. That is all that he is. It is glory. Like it is amazing to be in his presence. He is
So
nothing but unconditional love.
if anyone feels something like unconditional love, that's Jesus? So if I felt unconditional love, what I would describe to you as unconditional love, you're telling me I've met Jesus.
You might have. It's kind of like a square and a rectangle.
There's that back door open.
Well,
So look, but that's what I'm asking.
other
Like, so how
beings
do you
can house
differentiate
unconditional
between?
love, but
No,
it's
I'm
the
asking how you
intensity.
differentiate.
How about the intensity?
Sure. So if I just describe, like, how do you just differentiate between your own, like something being real or just your own imagination? Because people are, what James's big overarching point that appeals to me is all these people are out here having these experiences and they're talking very similar to you and they're all attributing it to someone else, and it seems that you were saying well, no, that's either Jesus or that's the chakra or that's God or that's this, right? Like, but how do we, so one, how do we know if you're right or they're right? Because you're all having some sort of experience that you're attributing to something of a deity. Or how do we know if you're all wrong, right? And you're saying, well, simply because I've had this experience, I know that I'm right, is what it sounds like to me.
Mm. No, what I'm saying is we argue, like I was saying, it's perspectives, okay? And depending on which book you're reading in, you call it this or you call it that, or you give it this name or you give it that name. And we argue about who is right. But in the end, we are all talking about the same thing. We're just calling it different things.
Well, right, but that's my whole point is you say that, P-Town's going to say something very different, Richard might say something different, but you're definitely going to have a Muslim or a Hindu say, no, I think you're mistaken, Sarah. And I'm asking, well, sure, you're just simply like putting this over this wide label on any kind of like existential or transcendent experience that you label like that you've had as this. And when somebody else says, I've had that same experience, you say, oh yeah, well, that's this. We're all talking about the same thing, but they're going to say you're mistaken, right? Like, because when you talk about the chakras and the sex and all of that, right? I would think that P-Town is going to have a much different,
And that's
I
going
think.
to be because of the indoctrination that gets built into the Christian world. They basically teach you to think of it as evil. And that is the religious leaders teaching them astray or leading them astray.
Wait, they're taught to say what
Chakras are
is
real,
evil?
whether or
Huh?
not it's in a Bible or in a book or in a religion. Chakras exist. I don't need a book. I didn't even read the fucking Bible until after I had this experience. I grew up in Catholic, but they basically focused on the sacraments, which isn't even in the Bible.
So which things are Christians taught to say is evil? I missed that part.
They say opening up chakras will let evil spirits in, which is true if you don't know how to actually fill them up with God and then close them again. You have to remove blocks. Blocks are things like unforgiveness or traumas. Basic things. If you did shadow work, does the same thing of clearing blocks from chakras. And clearing those blocks allows the energy of God to move freely. So in the Bible, it says, don't smother the Holy Spirit. Don't stifle. What is the exact word? That is you smothering the Holy Spirit when you have blocks in your chakras, so it cannot move freely.
All right. Well, I mean, I appreciate the clarification, and I'm not sure what to do with that. I mean, that's your journey, and that's how it is for you. I don't have any specific challenge to it. Normally, when I challenge a Christian about their ideas, it isn't because I don't agree with the idea or because I haven't had the experience. It's
And this is
because
why I
there's
didn't call myself a Christian.
right. So normally, when I challenge anybody's beliefs, or call it, I call bullshit or whatever, which I'm not doing here. Normally, when I do that, it's because there's something attached to what they're saying that is toxic and that is abusive and that is destructive, not only to themselves but to other people. But I'm not. I don't feel like that applies to what you're saying right now, and I don't feel like that applies to anything that Richard Madsen ever says. Um, is there's different layers of conversation, different layers of pushback. If I ask you these questions, I just want to be clear about this. I'm not trying to expose it as wrong or crazy or anything else. I just want to understand what it is, and that's it. And so, even though I don't share those views, and I kind of doubt that I ever will, but who knows, right? The reason that I give Christians so much pushback and a lot of Christians feel persecuted by that is because there's things that they're attaching to their ideas that are severely problematic in terms of how they relate to the world and the way that they help shape society. And that's really the only issue I have with it. I don't give Buddhists a hard time. I don't give Native American indigenous spiritualists a hard time. I don't give Wiccans a hard time for the same reason. If they're not causing any harm with their particular ideas, no matter how out there it seems to me, I'm like, oh, interesting that you think that, and then I just kind of move on. I just wanted to
Like
understand
when-
where you're, yeah.
Like when Christians claim exceptionalism within human, and the people who aren't their particular brand of Christian, then they want to persecute them based on them being right and everyone else being wrong. Harmful things like that, yes?
Yeah, but then they don't even recognize their own behaviors as persecution. For them, for most Christians, it only registers as persecution when it's incoming. If they feel like you're criticizing their beliefs, or you're not giving them special accommodation for their beliefs or whatever, or you're not yielding to their authority, it's persecution. But when they criticize other people's beliefs, tell you that you're wrong and that you deserve a violent death or worse because of how wrong you are, you better hurry up and join our religion before God comes back to kick your ass, right? And so they don't recognize that as persecution. But if you're even half that critical to them, it's persecution. And I think that's a big problem for their religion.
Well, James, that's
You're
because we're
calling
always
them
attacking. But Sarah, why do you? So the Jesus thing is the really thing that confuses me, because like when I've talked to like spiritual friends or like a lot of like friends that do yoga, I've had a couple like yogis that I've known, and when they talk about like chakras and meditation and yoga and different things of that nature, typically like Jesus isn't involved, right? Like I live in a very small town in Georgia. It's fundamental evangelicalism, right? Like young earth, a lot of that. So when I talk to someone that talks like you, typically Jesus doesn't come into the mix, right? Like and that for me, I wonder two things: why Jesus is in the mix for you, or why you think this experience you've had is with Jesus versus something else. And then two, why someone like P-Town is so wrong about who Jesus is.
Can I just say something real quick? She just basically answered that question a while ago, a couple of minutes. So you're basically asking her to repeat herself. And I mean, to be frank,
I'm sorry, Sarah. Just maybe make it real quick. Sorry, Batman, that I can't hold the thing as well as you can. But yeah, Sarah, just real quick for me, please.
Okay. Obviously, people have biases. Okay. However, Jesus exists regardless of who you believe in. But there are other spiritual beings besides Jesus that you may encounter. Okay. It will depend on what you need, what you're seeking. The spiritual world, at least I should say the good side of the spiritual world, those that are not trying to cause harm, are not going to impose on you that's going to shatter the mind. Okay, they are going to tiptoe in. So if a spiritual being just appeared out of nowhere and in their true form, that usually causes people to lose their fucking minds. Okay, so to avoid a human from shattering themselves, they will come as what you know, what you already understand, in a way that will not cause harm to your mind. Okay. So I did grow up Catholic, and I've always believed in Jesus. Now, I didn't believe that Jesus was our savior for pretty much all of my life. I believed he existed, but I just thought he was a very influential man that we wrote a fucking book about, and he's become this thing. Okay, I did not agree with the Catholicism in that he was this savior and God. Since my Kundalini and actually meeting Jesus, I now know that yes, in fact, he was a human. He did exist. He did die. He is actually like second to God, but not God. Now, I kind of lost my train of thought there. I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe one thing that'll tie it up nicely, and I'll end on that. Who is God then? If Jesus is second to God, who is God?
Well, I call God the creator God, the one that is bigger than just creating So I believe in, what is it called? Panentheism, where God is bigger than the world and the universe and everything, but he's also within the universe and everything. Okay? That is my God. I refer to him as Holy Father God, the absolute creator who resides in everything and everyone and is also outside of everything and everyone. He is that big. That I think is what the Bible is trying to portray themselves as, but that is not actually what the Bible is teaching. The Bible actually teaches pantheism, which is there are multiple gods, and Christianity became monotheistic during, I believe, Constantine time, because they used to believe in multiple gods. That's why they referred to the Abraham's God, because there were multiple gods that they were worshiping, not just the God of the Bible.
Does it ever worry you that when you just said about being raised as Catholic and knowing that Jesus was man and all of that, does it worry you that when you had this experience, it presented itself to you exactly like you were brought up? Or maybe not exactly, but that Jesus was part of that, and that when you say something like
Does it worry
that
me?
to,
No.
yeah, because essentially, like, it seems like you've got a good grasp on why other people would be mistaken. So to me, when you talk about like
Where did
literally
I say
having
that they
grown
were
up in,
mistaken?
well, just in what they're interpreting and their interpretations of what thing is, because you obviously don't believe the way that Muslims do or the Hindus have it, right? You believe that Jesus is second to the Father, that there is Father God, and anyone like that's what I heard you say. So, I mean, you obviously don't believe that Yahweh is God or Jehovah is God, or maybe you just say that's what they call, and we're all believing in the same thing. But they're saying, no, we believe in a very specific something, not this vague panentheism or pantheistic view that you've got. But what my question is, what you having a good grasp on some of this stuff, does it worry you that when you had this experience, it presented itself to you in Jesus? Because that very well could be literally like your bias coming through. You had an experience, you saw Jesus, because we know that people literally, like kids experience Santa Claus. There are people across the world experiencing having these same experiences, but because they're grown up here, that they're experiencing Allah or Mohammed or any vast number of different things. But you experienced this thing that you say, like, we're all having this experience, and you've attributed it to second in line as Jesus. And I'd say that's a lot to do with what you're raised. Again, it goes back to how do you differentiate between you having an experience or the reality of the situation. I think maybe that's a bad way to put that. But.
Okay. This is going to require me to explain a little bit more of my beliefs and how I understand things, which is probably going to stray quite a bit from the Bible because I don't limit myself to the Bible. This goes a little bit towards Gnosticism and the God spark, but that's the energy of God. But I believe the Trinity is, first you have the main spark, God, his energy, and the separation of male and female becomes the Trinity. So it's the energy of God that forms the Trinity, and the masculine form that came out of the male-female, the androgynous energy that came from God, the Father, is the energy that was put into Jesus, the human, masculine side, the unconditional, compassionate side that goes into Jesus. He is housing that energy. And then you've got the feminine side, which forms the Holy Spirit, which if you want to I refer to it as Sophia. That is the feminine side, which simply means wisdom in Greek. And when you awaken the feminine, when you awaken Sophia, when you experience the wisdom going up to meet Christ or Christos, or the masculine side, you become anointed and experience enlightenment and achieve wisdom and the marriage. And you understand from an enlightened state where you can experience God and things that are unknown before you were born again. And I'm just using words that are used in the Bible. The spiritual awakening, Kundalini awakening, born again, they all mean the same thing.
Yeah, I've had this conversation at length with my friend Mindy. She's a yoga teacher. She's a what we'd call a yogi, I think. If maybe she'd call herself something different, but we've had this extensively, and I wish I could put her in touch with you, because it'd be a great conversation to listen to, because she's going to be like, yeah, Sarah, you're absolutely right, except you're trying to like weave this into the Bible. You're trying to weave this into Jesus. You're trying to weave like
No,
your
I didn't.
upbringing
The
and
Kundalini was not Jesus. That's what you're missing. These are two separate things.
no.
The
Listen, what I'm
Kundalini was
saying is
Christos, or meaning anointed, and
no. I'm sorry,
Sophia,
Sarah.
meaning wisdom.
Sarah, all I'm saying is I've had that wisdom, the chakras, the female and the male, like this like Eastern yogi spiritual conversation with her and even Grant before he passed. I've had these conversations, and the only thing I'm pushing back against is they would say, no, because of your upbringing, because you were brought up in an American household or a Catholic household, you're still trying to hold on to these concepts that you were brought. You're trying to weave. They would say you're right on the overarching point, but you're trying to weave it into what you've been brought up in. Like you're trying to hold on to Jesus. You're trying to hold on to the Bible.
I wasn't
And they
holding
would
on
say,
to
let
Jesus to
it
begin with.
go.
I didn't believe Jesus was this. I wasn't holding on to anything.
Sure, I'm just
And
offering another point of
dismissing
view.
it solely because that I was raised that way is also a wrong way to go about it. You need to question it regardless. Like, we can flip the argument and say they can't dismiss that it wasn't or was Jesus just because it was my upbringing. Like, it's Jesus because it's Jesus, not because I wanted it to be Jesus, and not because I'm associating it with the Bible. That's what he told me to call him.
Right, but how do we know that's literally just not your mind?
I cannot prove that to you. Like, you're just gonna have to. How do you prove an experience that you have no tangible proof?
I have no idea. I
I
don't know
mean,
what you're talking about. Like, to me, you're just
okay,
saying you've had
tell
this
me.
experience that you have this experience that you can't explain. Is basically what
Well,
you just
people
said to
can't
me.
explain anything. Tell me, what does it
What do you
feel
mean? We can
like
explain all
when
kinds.
you have anger?
What do you
Explain
mean?
anger to me, because I might experience anger differently, but we still call it anger.
Oh,
Like,
I mean, I think when we talk about any of these emotions, whether they be love or anger,
you're wanting proof that cannot be provided.
but you're not talking about an experience or an emotion, right? Like anger is an emotion, I would say. Love is an emotion. You're not talking about that. You're talking about meeting Jesus in a different realm, literally. So
Okay,
I mean,
how about
yeah,
okay, how about I had a spiritual experience that was in this realm? Okay, I still can't prove it to you because I have no evidence to show you.
Wait, what do you mean? Did you not have it in another realm?
I've had experiences in this realm and in other realms, okay? I'm going to give you an experience from this realm, okay? Where an angel incarnated into a human being driving a fucking car and saved me on the side of the road, gave me a tangible gallon jug of water and a protein bar because I was dead stop in the fucking desert.
How do you know it was an angel and not just some human
Because
that was
he
nice?
disappeared. He arrived and he disappeared. And I don't mean I could no longer see him. I mean he was there and then he was gone. And the jug of water literally got poured into my car, into the radiator thing, because that's what spilled out. So I could put it on there so I could drive to a station and get my car fixed.
So why an angel? Just because there was this entity that you
Okay,
think
I'm
was a
assuming
human
it's
that
an angel that
disappeared?
took form.
Yeah,
What
awesome.
other entity do you know can appear and
Demon,
disappear? And a
demon,
demon is going
ghost.
to give me water to help me out.
I'm just saying, right? Like you're attributing this to something, and when I push back a little bit and say, "How do you know it wasn't something else?" You're saying, "Well,
Okay, it's
what
an
else could
assumption
it be?"
then.
Hold
It's an
on, you're
assumption.
saying, "What else
I'm
could it be?"
assuming it's an angel because of my upbringing. I have no way to prove it otherwise. You have no way to prove it otherwise. We're at a moot point.
No, it wouldn't be a moot point. We're at a point that you have no good reason to believe that an angel presented itself to you. That's it. You
I have a
literally
very good
said,
reason to believe an angel
"What do you
presented
mean?"
to
You just said you
myself.
assumed it. I don't think an
I'm
assumption is a
assuming
good
the
reason for
spiritual
anything.
being was an angel rather than a demon because he helped me out.
Well, how do you know it was a spiritual being?
Because can humans disappear? Can you
I
just
don't
disappear?
I don't know. There's multiverse theory. There's all kinds of time theory. I'm just saying, why do you would attribute it to an angel or a spiritual being?
Because he disappeared. That's why. Maybe I'm wrong. I have no way to prove it. Neither do you.
I agreed. I don't believe it because I don't think you have a good reason to.
That's okay. Because I
I mean,
think, to be
can
fair,
I just
Sarah
interject
doesn't
real
care
quick?
if you believe her or not.
Well, that's
So
not what we're talking about, James. We're talking about like her positing she had a spiritual experience with an angel and saying literally she assumes that it's an angel because it disappeared. And I'm saying, right, well, to assume something is not a good reason for me. That's it. You can be as
We do
charitable
hear
as you want,
okay,
James, and that's what I love about you. But I
So would
mean,
you
just
prefer
to
me to say that it was somebody from an alter universe that just came into this timeline and handed me a water and walked out? Will that make you feel better?
pause,
That's a
no,
possibility.
I'm just wondering
pause,
how you
pause,
set
pause, pause, pause,
how you,
pause,
yeah.
pause, 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 pause. Batman, go ahead. You've been very patient.
thank you. So typically, I'm perfectly fine with like if it's a situation where you're trying to get someone to flush out what they believe and what they ground their beliefs in, right? But what I find interesting about the idea of beliefs, and I promise, Richard, this is a discussion we're going to have, right? Is that people can form beliefs based on you know what they experience, right? Experience meaning, right, what they might see with their senses, right, and what they might experience in their head, right? And at the end of the day, right, I'm pretty sure everyone in this room can accept that the brain is not a perfect interpreter of um, of the sensory information that it receives, right? And even how it processes everything, right? And so, what is reasonably done by the brain is that it does its best to come to the best conclusion based on the information that you have, right? And the information that it received, right? And, you know, how should I put this? The information that it received and, your prior knowledge, right? And so whether or not it's an, actual angel or not, right? That's besides the point as far as I'm concerned, right? Because there are people who can experience things, right? Regardless of, their beliefs, right? That's just out of this world, right? And they'll tell you their experience in detail, right? You can probably even do brain scans and realize that they're not lying, right? Suggesting that they actually had this experience, but for whatever reason, right? Because it's so personal and, they have, there's no way they can convey what's in their head to you perfectly. And it's I'm getting the impression that you're not looking for a justification, you're looking for proof. And what she's trying to explain to you is that that's the best explanation of that phenomena that's the best explanation she has, right? That led to her belief, phenomena that she existed, that she experienced. That's basically what she's doing. So continuously asking her to re-explain the same thing, but in like different ways and give different examples. I mean, you're just gonna get the same answer because it's just what she experienced, and her belief is grounded in those experiences, right? And so, for example, using the chakra system, right? That's just how her knowledge of that is how she used to explain her experience, right? If she didn't know about that, right, maybe she would have used different words to try to explain her experience, right? But at the end of the day, all we can do is just explain what we experience based on our prior knowledge, right? Based on how our brain interpret things, right? And and that's all we can do. That's what I wanted to say.
I think that's fair. I think it's completely reasonable that Sean is skeptical. I think it's completely reasonable that Sarah's explanation is what it is within the context of her lived experience. I think I Am Batman got it right about that. Doesn't mean that I'm signing off on what Sarah believes. I'm just saying that, there's nothing more you can do with that, really. There just isn't. We know where everybody stands. Move forward.
You guys are
Wait a
great
minute.
communicators.
How the hell did you? So I guess Richard has the capacity to have more than 6 people now, because he let me in and he's still here. Weird. But
That's because you're a cool person now. It was only
yes.
it only allows 6 cool people.
But no, I wanted to come back because I did find the conversation interesting, and from look, as you know, as Batman just got done saying, the brain isn't exactly the best interpreter of reality, because because psychologically it cannot tell the difference between an imagined event and a real event. We can, our higher brain function, can to a degree, but but the mind itself, right? Like, our inner minds just can't, right? This is why this is why when you're imagining something, say you are worried, say you are worried about, you're worried about something in the future, right? What's going to happen? Am I going to fail the test tomorrow? Like, because you're imagining it, you're generating the same emotions you would generate, if that event were actually happening, or were actually happening, right? Your brain thinks that event is happening. That's why it generates the emotions of worry, of anxiety, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing when you have memories, right? Am I making sense, or am I talking out of my ass here?
No, that makes sense. See, one of the reasons why I like Richard's channel is
I
the
don't.
concept of oh shit.
I love you.
You sure you want
I
to say
love you,
that?
Richard. Yeah, I guess not. Go ahead, Batman. I'm sorry.
So to me, how I viewed the concept of demolishing doctrine is essentially cutting away of all of the excess that exists within religiosity, for example, right? The excess being, for example, the criticism that James, for example, laid out in terms of how Christians engage the world, versus you know, what Jesus teaches, right? He sees that as being contradictory based on his understanding of the Christ figure, right? And the ideals that's supposed to come from that, right? So I can understand the cognitive dissonance, right? And blatantly, saying, hey, the way how, what your Bible says, right, and what you say are, and the way how you're acting are different things, right? But this is where the nuances come in, right? Because there are Christians who see the Bible and take everything in the Bible and say, okay, this is the word of God, so therefore I should live my life in that way, right? So, let's say, God said gave this particular command, right? In Leviticus, right? And so, some Christians, right, they call them legalists, right? They believe that people should be living by these Levitical laws, right? Not all of them, interestingly, right? Because a lot of them are pretty inconvenient and wouldn't work in our current society, right? But you know, they they pick these laws based on their preconceived ideas as to how people should live in the first place, not necessarily, simply because the Bible says it. Because if you really look at the Bible, right, just ignoring all the other stuff that's been attributed to it, it's a book that tells a bunch of stories, right? But it has one continuous narrative leading up to a specific point, right? And and it's mainly focused on the human condition, right? And it gives the good, it expresses the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? From a deity's perspective, right, and a human perspective, right? And so now you have a figure in it that you should aspire to, right? But the question you know, is that Christian going to aspire to that thing, that ideal, from who's Jesus? And the question is, it's up to it's up to them, right? But at the end of the day, right, I highly suggest that people separate the the I would say the teachings of Christ from dogma and doctrine, right? Because what happens is that doctrine is based on straight up interpretation and reading certain things to 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 kind of benefit a preconceived idea or notion, right? And the dogma comes in the form of creating a legal system of sort, or like a set of instructions, right, that people have to follow, right, and obey and live by, right? And what I, what I like that Richard is doing here is that he's trying to separate those things, right, and just get to the meat of it. I don't agree with everything Richard has to say, and his particular view on the Bible, but then again, I don't really challenge him as much because I don't know the intricacies of the wording that's being used in the in terms of how everything was expressed in the original language, right? And so I can't sit here and tell him, hey, everything you're saying is wrong, right? But I would say that getting to the point of it all and kind of separating certain things, right? It makes for much better understanding. So now, I understand you guys might live in states where, for example, a lot of them um, might be run, by Christians who have specific beliefs, who want to, enforce their beliefs on other people, right? But I'm just letting you know that even in U.S. history, right, whichever party that's running that state, right, Christianity in the United States wasn't always associated with any party. Matter of fact, they made it their job to not be associated with any political party, right? And so that's more so a recent event, right? And this is where it comes back, right? It's the idea of people co-opting, concepts, religion, stuff like that, right, to justify doing whatever they want to do, right? So I'm just saying, if possible, can we separate that and just talk about the logical justifications of what's, why someone holds a belief, right? Why it makes sense, right? And if it's something that you can't, if there's a part of it that you can't understand, if you don't understand how chakras work, right? Maybe ask for an explanation as to what that is, how that manifests, right? Is it something internal? Is it something that can be tested? Stuff like that, right? To get to the meat of this person's belief. That's all that I'm suggesting.
Thanks, Batman.
Yeah, sounds good.
I
do it.
I must say, Odin is certainly living up to his name, to his Batman name.
No, I mean, Darkin, am I being unreasonable here? James, am I being unreasonable here? Like,
Oh, I'm sorry, Batman. Was that to me? The biggest thing I think I
yeah,
took from what you just said overall is we could also use everything that you said they're using to justify their position could also use to be, or justify their belief, could also be used to justify an experience that they've had as well, right? And that's simply and Sarah, forgive me if I was being an asshole. I wasn't trying to be. I was just pushing back a little bit because
No, you're
trying to
totally
get
an
at
asshole, but own it, Sean.
well, that's fine, Midnight.
I can't know for sure if it was an angel or not because I thought it was a human when I was interacting with them. I didn't have the opportunity to ask, "Hey, what are you?" or gain proof of an experience. It was only afterwards when he disappeared that I was like, "Holy fuck, I was just talking to an angel." But I have no proof. And my assumption that it was an angel is yes, based off of my understanding that angels can help people. So sure, I have a bias and I could be wrong as to what it was, but I have no way of knowing otherwise. So I'm going to go with an angel until I can come up with a better solution or an answer or have more evidence or whatever. Until it is revealed, that is the answer I have.
And
I wasn't laughing. I wasn't laughing at you, Sarah. These guys pointed out to me that I bet you sometimes when I'm laughing, I'm reading comments. I forgot to mute. That might be why I sound arrogant sometimes. Just wanted to say I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing at you, Sarah.
I mean, are you always reading comments then? Because you laugh a lot.
I go through phases. I forget to mute, but I can see how that I'd be a total DIC if I was just. Yeah, I try to laugh. It's good for you.
DIC? Did it mean DICK? And
Well,
why are you
I'm
so
Christian. I can't spell the whole word.
Yeah, you can.
Right. So when I hear things as an atheist and an anti-theist, when I hear things like that, even though I don't subscribe to the narrative, I don't see a problem with it. Like, I just grant it. Like, okay, maybe, yeah, maybe that's the thing. I've had experiences in my life that defy explanation. One
James,
time I run to. Go ahead.
do you agree with this? With standing on the position of I'm going to call it an angel until I get a better explanation.
I mean, that's what all of us do, right? We have tentative explanations for everything that we perceive to be, and then we're always prepared. The reasonable people are prepared to say, you know what? If I have a reason later that presents itself to me that makes sense to adopt a different view, then I'll adopt it. I'll update, right? Like I'll change. Right now, here where I stand right now, based on my life experience to date and the way that my mind works, this is what makes sense to me in the context. If something changes within my perceptions or the way that my mind works through experience or whatever that makes me think of the experience differently, then I'll change accordingly. And I think that's the most we can
Well,
expect out of anybody.
so
You
sure,
know,
but this is maybe what I heard, and then I'll leave it alone. And Sarah, I'm sorry, this isn't towards you,
you define
but
what
we
she
see
saw, Sean.
no. But P-Town, we see lots of people hold these positions, various positions, and say, hey, I'm not sure it was this, but I'm going to call it this until I'm proven otherwise. And that's kind of like where I have the biggest problem is if you're saying things like, I don't know what it was, but I'm calling it this because my experience was this. The only thing I can call it is this. So until you prove to me otherwise, I'm in good. I'm good to call it this. To me, that's a bad way to think, right? Like, because I can have all these experiences and have had all kinds of experiences that I don't know what I would call them, but I don't label them and say, you know what, I'm going to label it this until someone proves me otherwise, because I don't think that's a great way to like to live in, at least for me, to live, because then I come to all kinds of bad conclusions. And maybe I'm
You're you're an
saying that
anti-theist, though. Of
it
course,
doesn't
Can
you
have
I?
would
anything to
like
do,
the
hold
word
on, P-Town.
angel.
So
Doesn't have anything to do with anti anything. It just simply has to do with if I don't know the cause of this experience, I'm not going to label it something until I'm proven otherwise. That's it. I just don't think that's a good way to live life.
I
That's
don't
it.
think it's a
I mean,
horrible way to live life, though.
yeah. I
What I'm
mean,
saying
I
is
think.
we're fighting about a word that she uses to define an event that you have a problem with. You have a problem with the word
Well, words
angel.
don't have intrinsic meanings. They don't mean anything
No, excuse
intrinsically.
me,
But
Mark, for one
the
second,
word
just to cut you off. I have a problem with is that the latter half of the statement, until I'm proven otherwise, I'm going to call it this. Like, I'm not sure what I should call it,
She
but
was
until
referring
you
to the
prove
contrast
me,
between angels and
sure,
demons from her
but sure,
okay.
perspective.
So
P-Town.
Because
If
so
you
what I was
can't
going
tell
to
whether
say
it's an angel or demon,
before I was
sorry.
Sean, if you don't mind, like I was going to say that words don't have intrinsic meanings, but some words do come when normatively used with a lot of baggage, and angel is one of those. Like if you're saying, hey, I'm applying the label angel, I've got no idea what it was, I've got no idea of its properties. But if you're sort of referring to it as an angel, it's coming with a lot of, connotations to that. Like
well,
when you say angel to me, I automatically think of the biblical, messenger of God, etc., etc. There's a lot of baggage that comes along with the usage of that word. And sure, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's nothing inherently wrong with using that word to describe an unknown phenomenon, but, normatively, I would have to put it to Sarah that you're aware that comes with a lot of connotation associated with it.
I mean, but I think that's besides the point, right? Okay, here's a really good example, right?
Mhm.
Let's discuss, not fully, but I'm just going to use just an example. Let's use the idea as to the one of the things that right now
Hi, Richard.
scientists
I'm midnight.
scientists are
Hi, James.
having, I
Sorry,
wouldn't
go
say
ahead.
having trouble, but just trying to understand right now, figure out, you know, why this is the case. It's how galaxies are kept together. Now, one of the explanations is that it's dark energy, right? Because the amount of matter within the galaxy, right, it doesn't justify being able to hold everything together, right? Now, there are scientists who believe that maybe we just don't understand gravity well enough, right? And it's still gravity, we just don't know the mechanics of it, right? Or some people are saying, hey, it's dark energy, it's this thing that we can see its interaction on matter, right? But also it's because it's sitting within the same region, general region, right?
Dark
Um,
matter.
it's having a gravitational effect as well, right?
Yes.
And so we label it dark, dark matter, right? But we don't know what necessarily to call it. We just understand the effects that it's having,
Right.
right? And so, and as I said, the conclusions that other scientists come up with, right? These people aren't ignorant dummies. They're obviously educated within the field, right? And they have the tools to come up with proper educated, guess or hypotheses, right? And so what I'm saying now is essentially dumb that down, right? The typical person is it's most likely going to attribute something they can't
Oh, great.
necessarily
P-Town is back.
explain with with what they know and understand. Like if you experience the same thing he experienced, where you're in a dire situation, random guy out of nowhere, you don't see no cars passing by or whatever, right? I don't 100% remember her, but he shows up, he helps you, right? Gives you all the things you need, right? And then magically disappears. Now, as far as you're concerned, your brain is working correctly, your vision is working correctly, your auditory system is working correctly, and your brain is working correctly, right? Its interpretation of all of that sensory data and making sense of it is working correctly. What conclusion are you going to come up with, right? The guy just vanishes in thin air. If you see that happens, what explanation are you going to have, right? Now, obviously, I'm
Well,
assuming
Batman, I think we
correctly
can.
in that saying that you're not a theist, right? So to
I
explain that,
mean,
it most
But
likely you'll have to come to some kind of probable scientific explanation as to what
so
might happen, or something like that, right?
Well, I've
well,
got a number of
when it
problems with
comes,
that, Batman. Go ahead,
Sure.
Midnight, but I do want to
well, no,
address that because
I
there's a
just wanted
number
to.
of problems there.
Well, yeah, he's just trying to reiterate what Sarah said. Like for me personally, if I was in that experience, and I'd see a guy there that was helping me, like I'd be like, okay, well, there's a guy here, but my brain is my brain is working as well as I can. If I found myself in the car afterwards and the guy is nowhere to be found, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, I guess at some point between me recognizing that the person was there, and me recognizing that the person was there, and where I am now, I must have like zoned out. So the person just left, right? Like and I don't mean disappear. I mean like just like left, right? Like he did what he needed to do, and got into his car and leave, and got into his car and leave, and got into his car and left. Jesus, you know.
hey, Mark,
Well,
can I?
the first thing I want to say is
I mean, I
that sort
wasn't
of
done, but okay.
Oh, well, go ahead, Midnight. I'll wait till you're done.
Well, okay. It's just then at a certain point I realize, my full attention. I realize where I am, and I remember, oh, not you. Oh, there was a man who helped me, and there was a man who helped me, and then just up and left. Like, you know what I mean? I'm speaking for myself, obviously. My conclusion wouldn't necessarily be it was an angel.
Okay.
That's just my
But
interpretation.
that's not what happened.
You finished? So the problem with the dark matter example that Batman gave is the two aren't analogous. So when we're using the term dark matter, the connotations that come with that aren't the same as what comes with angel, right? So dark matter, we know that dark matter and dark energy are, because we're using the word dark, they are unknowns. We're sort of using that word to say, hey, there's a gravitational effect being produced, and we think we know what it is, but we can't seem to find it, so therefore we're going to call it dark. The unknown is inherent in the name, and the connotation that it gives is an unknown. So I don't think they're analogous, because when you sort of say angel, a whole load of biblical, theological, and other stuff comes with it. Now, that may not be what Sarah means. All I'm saying is that normatively, that is what say comes up for me or other theists or a lot of people when you do use that term. I do have a problem with what you said when you said they magically disappears, because you're kind of begging the question there. Because, how do you know it was they magically disappeared? You're assuming they magically disappeared, but you don't actually know that for sure. And you said, well, your brain is working. And the problem with that is, if your brain isn't working properly, how do you know your brain isn't working properly?
But that was his
what
point.
do that?
You, from your perspective, your brain is working. Ow! Your brain
that's
is
how he meant. He just meant from her perspective.
Let him finish. I want to hear him out.
I think you all are assuming that I was stressed out and been there a long time and hallucinating and all this other stuff, or just wasn't aware. I was bumper to bumper with other vehicles. Mm-hmm. There was something up ahead where we were stopped. So my vehicle is no longer able to cool itself because it was an old piece of shit. And the coolant fell out the bottom. Okay, so I literally pulled my car over to the side. I'm not alone. My car no longer works. And immediately, someone drives up the highway on the other side, stops, gives me a jug of water and a protein bar, and then disappears. He doesn't drive off. He doesn't go away. He's gone. I wasn't.
The car disappeared?
The car, the human, it all went away. And I still had a jug of water that I could physically pour into my vehicle that helped me move. I physically ate the protein bar. I literally flipped a bitch on the highway and went the other direction while all the other vehicles were stopped on the highway going the other
What kind
way.
of protein bar was it?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't think that matters.
How did the water taste?
I didn't drink it. It was for my radiator.
It was
okay. I was gonna ask.
Was it distilled water?
Don't let these anti-theistic doctrines bother you, Sarah. They just love their religion.
No, so
I love my religion.
That's sort of really weird comment. But Sarah, I want to ask: was it distilled water?
I have no idea what kind of water it was. It was just a liquid to fill my radiator. For one, it was years ago. 2, I don't remember if it had a label on it or not. 3, I don't remember details very well in general. I have more of a conceptual understanding of things. So for me to remember detail like that, I really have to focus on it. Or
but you understand that it. Sorry, go ahead.
And what does it matter if it was distilled or not? How does that play a role?
Well, it's kind of weird that this event happened and it was such a significant event that you sort of this event that is so unusual, and you don't seem to remember a lot of details about it. I think that
I don't remember a lot of details about anything.
I mean, so.
But then.
I remember a gist. Have you ever heard of statistical learning and perception? That is like how I focus. I'm very good at predicting what's going to happen. But that conflicts with information inside the hippocampus, so you can't store the details of memories. Look it up.
Yeah, memories don't work like that.
So you don't store details about memories, but you're absolutely sure this person vanished, and you just didn't store the details of
I store the gist, the understanding. I don't recall, like, I don't know what color his shirt was, but I know that I was with a man. I don't remember if there was a label on the bottle of water, but I know it was a bottle of water. Like, I'm not going to get to the nitty-gritty details and remember that shit.
I guess, like, I can't. Obviously, I wasn't there. I've got no idea what happened. You
could have been in shock too. That's what happens.
Well, I mean, I will take Sarah's word that she wasn't in shock and she wasn't, stressed or unduly traumatized or anything of the sort, right?
It was just a car malfunction. Why would I be in such a state when there are?
Oh no! After the
car or phone on me.
Well, that would stress
after
me.
the angel disappeared, you could go in a state of shock. It just happened to me with my daughter fell off the bed. I witnessed this whole thing happen, but my brain, like, I know the whole so I know what you're talking about. I know the whole concept of what happened, but this scorpion fall that she did on her neck, like, I can't remember exactly what it looked like, but I remember the whole idea of it. It was crazy. It just happened a
Well,
week
I guess
ago.
the point that I'm getting at is that I wasn't there and I don't know what happened. And I don't doubt that an event happened to you, but how do we get at what it actually was? And if your memory is giving you the correct sequence of events that in fact occurred, how do we pierce that veil?
I mean, you
We
can't. You're
don't.
literally asking someone to use
Yeah,
their memory to figure out if their memory is working.
right,
You can't.
right. You
So
know,
I don't
and
necessarily see the
if we
point of the question then.
well, then why believe that it was an angel
Again,
that these
so
series of
Because
events
I've had
actually happened?
multiple experiences that go beyond what anything can be explained. Okay, so this wasn't the first experience. This was actually quite normal for me. I have these experiences all the fucking time. So for me to say, oh, an angel just helped me, didn't put me into a state of, holy fuck, is this real? What's happening? Like, I was like, oh, I just met an angel. Sweet. And I went on with my day.
Well, Sarah, this is my point, and Mark, I'm curious to your thoughts on this, because
Yeah,
this what bothers me about this whole thing is I've had all these experiences that I can't explain, but I'm gonna call them X, and I'm gonna hold that position until I'm proven otherwise. It's no different than you can't prove God doesn't exist. So I'm gonna I mean, this it just
That is
Okay.
it
literally
doesn't
how
seem
No,
like
human
she's
science
referring. She
does
wait
was
it.
referring
wait
to demons and angels.
Wait,
The
everybody,
are
hold
difference.
on.
that's
Okay,
Hold
is
on a
that a
second.
science
good
But
literally
I'm
does
not
the same
sure.
thing.
Time
Okay,
out.
they
Time
come
out.
to
Time
Richard's
out.
calling a timeout.
Time
Everybody,
out. I just
yeah.
want to point a few things out. Sarah did not necessarily, and can decline without shame at any time, did not come in to do this. Okay? Sean, you've said the same thing like 3 times so far, and which means you feel like you're probably frustrated. It's not getting through. Nobody's answering you. To Steel Man, the explanation of Batman, she's adopted a label. It works for now. It's not really a big deal. She might as well have just said interdimensional being
Sure.
instead of angel, except for, as Mark pointed out, the luggage attached to the term. By the way, early in the show, she dumped all that luggage.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's just that it does come with connotations. That's my only point, and it's
yeah,
fine.
but
Like I said, words don't have intrinsic meanings. Like if you're using angel to describe a person who is a a nice person that helps you out, just mundane, you can do that. Like that's not a problem in language. It's just, to me, that word comes with some connotations. And if Sarah, if you're being clear that you don't know what it is, I accept that. I totally accept that. And you can use angel all you like.
no,
I just, yeah.
it's reasonable. It's reasonable based on how, just in general, how we humans, right?
What's
Just,
reasonable?
just
Sorry, Batman. I don't understand what's reasonable.
I'm just saying the way her saying that it's an angel, right? That is solely based
Are you
on
talking about her
prior
definition or an angel as in God's messenger definition?
her definition.
Sure,
Whatever,
sure,
however she describes an angel,
sure.
right? But the point is, let's say, you know what? Let's just say she believes, there's a multiverse, right? And she believes that she's seen other people from different universes, but the way how they manifest might have a slight tinge to them or whatever, right? And let's say the same incident happens and this man has the same tinge, right? But he disappears. So now she could interpret that as like, okay, well, he went back to his original universe, his home universe, right? She's going, because of her prior, ideas, right? I think it's reasonable for her to come to that conclusion and be like, hey, you know what? I believe this is one of those people that I've had consistent experiences with, right? However, I might be wrong, and so therefore I'm just going to keep this belief until I see, otherwise, right, or see evidence otherwise. I think that's something that humans do in general. We come to conclusions based on our understanding of phenomena, right, and we give it a label, right, and if we come to, evidence to suggest otherwise, right, then guess what we do? We make the correction, and that's basically what she's saying.
Well, I think there's a fault there, and the fault is confirmation bias. Like, if you're going to believe things until it's proven not true, you can always find that thing to believe because it reinforces your own bias that you started with.
Yeah,
So,
sure, but
for
everyone has
instance,
that.
the scientific method sort of tries to alleviate that. It tries to falsify things for
That's
a
not
very good reason. And the reason is because it eliminates confirmation bias. If you're actually looking to
that's not true at all,
demonstrate that
Mark.
it is what. Okay, well,
You
how's it
came
not
into
true?
the show and your first example was dark matter. Dark
Sure.
matter is a prime example of making up something that you can't explain. And the only reason why you have that term is because it's to explain something that you observe that you can't explain.
What
I
is
get
dark
your,
matter?
I understand your premise behind it, but I got to
Is
push
dark
back on the anti-theist.
what
I
is
mean,
dark matter?
by definition, you observe something that can't be
Mhm.
explained through the natural world,
Uh-huh.
especially through the science that came before it, and the
Mhm.
immediate reaction is to just
Yeah,
give it a definition. You might as well call it an angel because you have no
like
freaking clue what it is.
label it what dark matter, and what is dark
Dark
matter?
matter. It's a made-up thing that scientists use
That's not the
to explain
definition of
something they
dark
don't
matter.
understand. That's
It's
a
an
good, the
unknown.
good one.
It's literally its definition is an
But
unknown.
you just said a second ago that that's a bad
Mhm.
way to conduct progress towards knowledge.
So, how is saying that something is unknown, like for instance, a UFO, unidentified flying object, right? So, this is the label that we gave things. And UFOs weren't necessarily, well, this thing is an alien. That was a popularist kind of addition to the UFO. All it meant is this thing is an unknown, and dark matter and dark energy are the same. We're basically saying we think something is
Okay.
there, but it is an unknown. We are acknowledging that we don't know what it is.
Mark,
You're
that's
going
a
to call it
that's a
dark
perfect
matter
P-Town.
until you don't know, until you find out what it is.
P-Town,
So
you're
if
just
you
repeating
until
yourself.
something
So,
is proved
so what he's
differently.
doing,
P-Town, take a break. Hold on. Mark gave a really good
yeah,
example there. Peace and respect, Jenna. Thanks for the first time on the
Jenna.
show. Welcome.
Hey.
Mark gave a
Appreciate it.
really good example where dark matter refers to like a black box. It's a thing you can't see, but simultaneously it must be there. And again, he did it again with the UFO. We see this phenomena. We don't know what's causing the phenomena, and we need a
Right.
commonality of term for it. But if you would accept that Sarah is only using commonality of term, and
Yeah,
is not accepting the baggage that goes with that common term, then we can move forward in the
yeah,
conversation.
absolutely. No, if she means angel to mean an unknown charitable event or phenomenon that helps her in her life, I'm fine with that. That's
Hey,
That's up
fine.
to
I
Sarah.
think that's
Richard,
Yeah,
irrelevant.
that's entirely up to you.
I think it's I think
Why is that
all
irrelevant?
of that.
Can
I
I
think
think
it's
else?
irrelevant because again, right? We humans use specific methods as to how we come to certain conclusions about what we experience. Right?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah,
The science,
that's
science
methodology.
takes that.
Yes.
Yes, it's a specific methodology that's used in science, right?
Yes.
But at the end of the day, that evolved from something that we've already been doing forever, right? The
What's that?
only difference is, right, like you rightly said, is that the scientific method is developed in such a way to get rid of bias and personal experience, right? That's why
Sure.
testing,
Yeah.
do repeatable testing to make sure whatever you're testing for, it can be repeated, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Like I understand that, but what my point is, right, is that it's basically the same thing, except that when you don't have access to another person's experience, right?
Mhm.
You can't repeat that and test it. You see what I'm saying? And so, just like in our everyday interactions, right? We we take that experience, our brains make sense of it, right? And once our brain makes sense of it, right, then we go with the conclusion that our brain comes up with. Now, sure, there is bias because we all have different experiences. However, like Sarah said, I think it's reasonable to say, okay, if I see evidence to suggest otherwise, then I will change my mind. But for now, this is what I believe.
So
How
sort
is
of
that
shifted.
I
Well, you shifted the
believe
goalposts.
I
You've shifted
believe
the
it was
goalposts
an
completely.
angel. I do not know if it was an angel.
Right.
Let's stop it
That's
right
okay.
there and
That's
pause
it.
for the
That's it.
newcomers
Sure.
and allow the floor, a little bit of floor. They came in for some reason, I assume. I don't know what that reason would be. Jena
Because
and
Jena
then
is
Simos,
crazy.
and then Simos Funk to follow her, please.
Oh, I made my point clear. I was just here because Marguerite's here. Hi, Marguerite.
Oh, thank you.
No, I'm just saying. No, I've had my tidbits in the chat more or less, and I think we're still driving at the same point. It's for me personally, it's a little exhausting, but I'm not disagreeing with what Batman, Mark, Sean, James, anyone is really saying for that matter. It's just, it's kind of exhausting. That's all.
I
It
tell
just
you what,
seems
though, Jenna, that
repetitive.
hair is absolutely amazing.
Fire.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are.
Hans?
Stunning. I'll grant that.
Hello, everybody. I'm here because Jenna's here. Hello.
I appreciate that.
That's
The conga
okay.
line.
Yeah, that's it. A big conga line. And obviously, I'm Mark, and it's nice to see everyone. Hello, Odin. Good to see you as well. Thank you for letting me on.
Me too, right?
And
Right?
say again. Sorry, Peter.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off, Simos.
Well, I'd like to make the point about
Yeah, go ahead.
the goalpost shifting. So you sort of went to you
Come
can't
on,
repeat
Mark.
it and test it kind of thing. What's your problem, Peter?
We've been on this one for like 45 minutes.
He
Well,
just
I only
keeps
just
getting
got
attacked,
here.
Mark.
I just got here. Like I don't know.
You just don't like the word angel or anything that has anything to do with God.
Didn't
That's
I
not
make
the
it
point.
perfectly clear that they could use the word angel if they wanted?
Sure,
to?
as long as the word angel doesn't mean angel. I know you made your point. Then you're okay with it.
Okay. All right. That's sounding combative for no apparent
Yeah.
reason.
I don't know. P-Town's just mad, I guess. So the goalpost shifting is basically saying you can't repeat and test, but that wasn't what we were talking about. What we were talking about is it a reasonable methodology, a way to get to the truth, to believe something until it's proved false? Or is it more reasonable to believe something when it's proved true? And I'll put it to you that it's way more reasonable to wait until you have proof and then believe it. Because if you're going to believe something until it's proved false, once you believe it, you're not going to look to falsify it.
Are you talking about evolution
hey,
and
that
the
is
Big Bang, or
Sure,
We cannot
absolutely.
prove anything true. We can have probabilities of something being true to a very close proximity of 100%, but we do not know anything for fact as absolutely true.
Well,
so
that's
even
true.
science, even
I just want to
science
clarify.
cannot say
Sorry,
this is
Sarah.
true until
I just-
proven. I mean,
I just want to
everything that we consider
clarify.
scientific
I'm just
fact
using
is
proof
proven
colloquially.
error.
I'm not using proof as in 100% certainty. I'm just using it colloquially. All right. So if you want me to switch to sort of more technical, yes, we
Well,
can't.
you're
100%
wanting me to
prove it.
switch my word angel to mean something more technically that fits your vocabulary. So
No, I thought you said
I mean,
angel was sort of a
I believe it
placeholder.
was an angel because of my experience and my understanding and what I consider an angel to be.
Okay,
I do not know for a fact if it was an angel, and I have no way to prove it was or was not.
All
I
right,
have
so
no
I'm a
way to
little
prove anything.
confused then, because when you said angel, it seemed to me, and I might be mistaken, it seemed to me it was more a placeholder word that didn't come with all of the religiosity kind of background to it. So are you saying it does come
I'm
with that?
saying it comes with all that background because I do not believe it was a human being. I don't think it was a hallucination or I just didn't see the guy drive away. I think it was a literal angel that comes with all that baggage. I do not know for a fact if it was or it was not. I have no way of proving it. We cannot go back and find that guy. This is an argument that is going to go nowhere because no one can prove anything either way. That is my belief. No matter what you say, it will not change a belief. But if we can find evidence, or I have other experiences that I can tack on to the information that I have to gain my understanding and reach a new conclusion, then I may change it from being an angel to something else. But until that happens, I am going to believe it is an angel.
Well, we can't really go back and look, but what we're looking at is whether the epistemology is good. So the reasons behind why you believe that to be an angel. What sort of facts do we see that would lead us to that conclusion? So I think from an epistemological basis, you know, you saw a person, they helped you out in a time of crisis, and then they vanished. It doesn't sort of, there's not a lot of evidence there in a vacuum to point towards angel rather than interdimensional being or a roaming magician or any other explanation you may give.
Okay,
it seems
then
to me,
call it an alien if that makes you feel better.
but
I don't
you
care
said,
what you call it. I'm calling it an angel because that's what I believe it is.
but you said it came with the background of
Yes,
religiosity.
because
and-
that's what I believe it is. You do not believe.
I'm trying to
that.
get at why you go down that route.
Because I believe in God, because I've had multiple
Right.
experiences, because I have clairvoyance, because I have claircognizance, because I have lots of other things that say, okay, the spiritual world is real. You may not have those experiences, so you may not be able to make that leap that angels exist and want additional proof because you don't have the experience, or you don't have the scientific evidence that you can repeat, or you're explaining it away by some medical reason or the brain malfunctioning. You know, I believe it was an angel because of multiple experiences in my life and my belief system.
So let's talk about this clairvoyance that you have, because that fascinates me. So you can see things happening in other places. Am I getting that
There are
right?
multiple variations of clairvoyance. Most of my clairvoyance is being able to predict the future, but it's not a total sight. It comes with more of a knowing. I will give you an example. It is a very sad and tragic example, but usually mine is associated with people that are dying. I basically get a wave of panic that hits me, and it comes with a knowing. And
A knowing of what?
Okay, I'm going to give very personal information here. I probably won't.
You don't have to.
You certainly shouldn't do that.
Yeah,
if you're okay.
double think that first, and then proceed if you want to.
Yeah, don't release.
Well,
just
you want an example
change
of
the names and
clairvoyance.
places. Just change the names and
Oh,
places.
no. It's not a name. It's not personal like that. Not like identifiable thing that you can use to steal my. Not that kind of personal. Like personal experience to me. Okay, my brother killed himself, and I knew when he was in the process of doing it, even though he didn't tell anyone, he didn't say anything. I felt it. I got the knowing that came with me, and I called my parents at like 2:30 in the morning and told them to check on my family. Okay, and they found him. He did not call me. He did not tell me. We did not know this was coming. Okay, that is a clairvoyance that came with a knowing, a clear cognizance, where I just knew, and I had to call, and they found my brother. Okay, that is an example.
Okay, I've got a couple questions, Sarah, and you can decline any question at any time because these things are very emotionally charged. I'm sure they are for you. Did you know it was going to be your brother?
No. I actually thought it was my sister. My brother was in the room over from her. I got it wrong.
Your sister and brother were in the same house?
Yes, he was in the room over.
Is that because they were in their youth?
I have no idea. I mean, they were both living with my parents, so yeah, they were younger. That's
Okay, just curious about that part. And did you know how this person was going to die?
No, I just knew he was in trouble. I didn't know how he was in trouble. I didn't know how he was going to do it. I just knew he was in trouble.
So
you thought it was somebody else.
Well,
you thought it could have been someone else.
Okay, when I got the wave of panic, I was listening to a voicemail from my sister. I associated the panic with my sister and had my parents check on my sister. My brother was in the room next to her, and it was my brother who was actually the one in trouble.
Okay. And you said you had a wave of panic. And how many times have you had a wave of panic?
Multiple times.
And you have appropriately called the right people the panic should be attached to, and there was a panic type situation, a high stress situation with those people. And have you looked for failures in that where you got negative results from the same kind of feeling and panic?
I have never gotten it 100% correct. So when I said it's not always clear sight, this is what I mean. It's very difficult to understand when you receive information. I've never gotten it 100% correct.
Just a ballpark figure, Sarah, what percentage do you think, roughly, that you get correct kind of thing?
I basically get the gist of it correct. I know there's a problem. I know the general area of where it's located, and I know that it's usually catastrophic. I don't really get the specifics. I'm not told exactly who it is. I'm not told how it happens. I'm not even told where. Usually I have to pick up with outside information to kind of make the connections.
So how is that different than just basic intuition? How does it work?
It's very, very
some people have those gifts.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. Intuition is you're usually interacting with it right then and there. He was in a completely different city from me. How am I picking up on him without picking up on the spiritual world, the ethereal realm?
Well, intuition. Yeah, sorry, Jena, go ahead.
Oh no, just a point of clarification, because you referenced you had a voice, because you weren't clear if whether it was either one of your siblings, and you said you had a voicemail from your sister. Thus, that initiated the panic?
I don't remember if it started before or after. I just experienced the panic while I was listening to the voicemail, and that's why I made this association. The association was wrong because it was not my sister, it was my brother.
Okay. No, that was just what I was trying to make clear, because if from what you just said, you experienced the panic while listening to the voicemail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so it's been my experience, and I've had similar experience to this, and I've seen other people have similar experience to this.
Mm-hmm.
I have a sibling who woke from the night's sleep, told of a nightmare. 2 hours later, the sibling in the nightmare called, confirming everything in the nightmare was true. So things like that. But I think my identifying questions as to how much of this is imagination and how much of this is real is, first of all, do you look to disconfirm things? That is, do you try to disprove them? For instance, are you looking always for a miss? That a time that it didn't work? You have to, if you're going to be honest, you have to always look for how many times it missed to keep track of it. You can't just keep track of positive hits, because you're going to eventually get a positive hit in something somewhere sometime. And that's just deeply biased. So I would ask a question like, how many times have you had this kind of a feeling and called the wrong number, went to the wrong place, talked to the wrong people?
Or nothing was wrong at all, and it was just a feeling.
Or nothing was wrong at all, yeah.
Well, there's also something when we have death in the family. So like when my dad died, they called me. I was woken up with a phone call. They called me, and I forget the word, I forget what she said. It was either like they're working on him or they're on their way to work on him. It was like one of the neighbors, but everything becomes real tense, right? Until you get there, and then he passed away. But at some point, maybe I convinced myself that he'd already died, or on the way, I could easily say, like, I knew when he died, or I had this terrible feeling, or all this panic. And it's really hard to, for me, to realize, like, at what point when I woke up, did I wake up before the phone call and know that my father was dying? Did I know on the way out there, or just looking back on it, am I like,
Misremembering.
yeah, not even misremembering sometimes, Richard, but you like posit certain things into that memory. Like,
Sure.
not even, you know what I mean? That maybe you felt, and then you kind of go, oh, looking back on it, you say, oh, well, I knew this, right? Like, I knew it wasn't just a heart attack, or I knew that he didn't die of a heart attack. It was X, and then the autopsy
Right.
showed that it wasn't a heart attack. So I can say all these things, but, you know,
Sure.
did I really
Well,
know it wasn't a heart attack, or did I just think
This
my
is
dad
why I
was?
suggest to people they take really good, super definitive timestamp notes. You never let it be subject to your memory. You can't do that.
Yeah. And it also could be like to your absolute 100% recollection of the event. All events could have been 100% true. You may be just placing them at the wrong timing to make it not balance outright, or to make that
Our
story.
brain can do that.
So
Right,
you're
yes.
telling me that I called my parents before my brother killed himself
I didn't
because
say that at all. No.
because I'm misremembering what happened?
No. I'm not assuming or saying that at all. Like I had asked, do you recall when you started feeling the panic? Because the whole point of clairvoyance, per you, is you
It was
having
about 4 hours before he did it. He hadn't even done it yet. But my parents checked on my sister and went back to bed, and I got a call in the morning when they found him. He had taken the phone off the hook after I'd called. So if I got called again, it would not ring.
Can I just say I'm so sorry to hear that, Sarah. That's absolutely tragic,
Honestly,
and
yes,
my
that is
heart goes out to you. That's yeah.
Mark, your mic's doing that thing
I got-
again where it hums.
I got
What
it.
thing?
Yeah,
I
your
got it.
mic's been doing that last. Okay.
I got it. Speak, Mark. Just
Speak.
say any sentence.
Any
One more
sentence.
hit. Awesome,
One more hit.
Thanks.
Thank you. I do apologize. I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, I really feel for you, and I guess the problem that I have is with all of these sort of these phenomenon that appear to be supernatural in origin, or somehow a product of a higher level of mind, or a product of some kind of extrasensory perception. When we've gone to investigate that with sort of objective tools at our disposal, we can't seem to find it. And maybe that's a limitation of science. Maybe it just cannot pierce that veil of the extrasensory perception. But I think I would believe that when it's demonstrated to be true.
So in quantum physics, okay, which completely contradicts classical physics, we can only come up with probabilities because it cannot be observed in its natural state. And once we become the observer, it takes it not very well.
That's okay. Yeah. So basically, it's
they
in
only
a
know where it
probabilistic
lands
state.
once it becomes observable. When it's no longer
Right.
So
the observer effect.
you're asking for it to be observable, but it physically cannot be observed in that state. God's kingdom, the ethereal world, the quantum world,
Well, the quantum
cannot
world
be
can
observed.
Like we've got like the double slit experiment and things like that, where we can see the effects of this probabilistic
Yes, but not
state.
the actual thing.
Right. So even though we may not be able to see or pierce the supernatural world, we can still observe the effects.
I would say that effect would be my sensations and emotions, and like that was an effect of me experiencing the quantum world.
Right. But when we've gone and actually used a controlled setting for people saying they have these abilities, what we don't see is
I do not have control over this. I cannot predict when it happens. If you ask me to predict your future, I cannot do that. It cannot be done in a controlled setting. And I actually think that might be done that way purposefully So you cannot find God through science in that
Why
manner.
not? Why wouldn't God want that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have some
Richard.
suggestions to answer. Go ahead, P-Town. It's killing you, I can tell.
Go ahead, Peter.
Well, you said earlier that I could come back and we'll do the Adam to Noah thing. We got plenty of atheists on the panel. I think it'd be a fun thing to do.
Okay,
Well,
well,
if I could,
I
if
really
I,
was promising you to do that as a separate show because this is more of an open panel discussion.
Well, it would be much more objective if we had guys like Mark or everyone else here, pretty much, except for
There's a pretty
Sarah.
good chance we'll have a good number of those people again in the side chat to tell me why I'm stupid
Okay.
or why you're stupid or whatever. I mean, they'll be
No,
available
I'm
again.
just doing the.
I don't think we've got long enough now, have we?
Probably not. No.
Could I just say something about quantum mechanics there? So no, we can observe quantum mechanics. It is completely scientific and also completely consistent with empiricism. When you do the double slit experiment, you can see a diffraction pattern. That is the demonstration of quantum mechanics. When we do, I don't know, the Casimir, is it called Casimir effect? You can do an experiment to show that virtual particles are really being brought into existence and then negating themselves and disappearing from existence. I mean, it's perfectly noticeable. Computers are a very good example of quantum mechanics working. Plants, another good example of quantum mechanics working. So no, there's nothing which is not scientific about it or unobservable. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Plants, you're talking about the way that particles jump from outside to inside, right?
Photosynthesis it's called, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
And how it has to be on a certain path and it couldn't have gotten there any other path, although the paths appear to be random. They're actually not random in reality, something like that.
Right.
Okay.
I won't go into details because it's quite boring.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
I find it fascinating myself.
These
but yeah,
are quantum mechanical effects that we witness in the real world through empiricism and through scientific testing.
And from what I understand, barcode reading is also a quantum effect that we use on a daily basis. So it's that kind of dependable. If that's a good example. Okay, so we may not know the mechanism for, but we can speak to the necessity of, like the term UFO. We see the effect. We do not know the explanation of the effect. We're okay with that for now. We're going to do further investigation. Hopefully someday we find out the cause for the effect, but we definitely see the effect. U.S. Navy has film footage of object unidentified doing weird stuff. And it's real.
Well, they've changed the name now. Do you remember the new name they've got for it? It's like
aerial phenomena or something like that.
Something, yeah. It's like unknown aerial UAP, maybe.
Yeah, but I'm turning 55 this year. It's a UFO.
Okay.
So there you have it. I don't care what they're wanting to call it, and I'm not willing to change. Okay, so
I guess with the same methodology, I guess my point would be is because we label it a UFO, that's not a reason to think aliens without evidence of aliens.
Right.
That's my
It's
opinion.
not. No, that's spot on. That's spot on. Which is why I go directly to the argument from information. And for those of us who are unfamiliar in this talk right now, there's three forms of what is called information. There's raw data points, then there's complexity of raw data points or Shannon information, and then there's information which translates an idea. When I say information, I'm talking about translating ideas. What the? My darkened understanding, why are you in twice? You're
Probably
not.
a computer and a phone or
Two
something.
devices.
Yeah, there you go.
Are you trying to share screen or something?
That doesn't really explain
He's switching
why.
out, batteries going out.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, if you come back in, we'll bring you back in. All right. So
I think Richard's pointing more to why are you doing this rather than, how are you doing this kind of thing.
Actually, I put a link for StreamYard in the top of the chat, and I know what happens. Let's give it no more further recognition than that and just move on with the conversation. So this is exactly why I go directly to an argument from information, because definitionally information is something that happens between two conscious minds. Now, I might not know what is translating the information, okay? For instance, say 400 years ago, what's that?
Slow down, Mark.
Sorry. No, my bad. Finish.
If given a definition, we can criticize it or not later.
Right. For instance, if someone in the days of Ezekiel heard two people talking over shortwave radio, they wouldn't have understood what was going on. Okay? But there would still be a transfer of information there that could be shown. And then if the information is true in reality, then it's knowledge. By my definition of what is knowledge, that is necessarily true in the reality around us. So if I receive an idea into my head from outside of my experience necessarily, like I know something is behind a building that I've never walked behind, and it's a certain thing by a specific description at a certain angle at a certain distance from this other thing, like someone had walked back there and taken a picture and then stuck the picture in my picture slot in the side of my head, and there I have this picture out of nowhere, right? That's testable and falsifiable, and if it holds in reality, then it's true. But the greater question is, how did I know that without someone like in my physical presence telling me that, or me having experienced it myself? And the floor is anyone's.
Well, that sounds like a tree falls in the forest kind of thing. But the whole thing about information that I was going to bring up was, if you've got a sensor that sends, signals to a computer system responsible for controlling the environment or something, I would probably still consider that information. Would you consider that information?
I don't know. Was there a programmer?
Well, yeah, but the information is sort of what the sensor is taking out of the atmosphere. So it's sort of like new data that we're talking about. It's not stuff that's programmed in.
Well,
the sensor is.
We can give a slightly better example, can't we? Something like a photon hitting a leaf.
Or the Bible.
I think a photon hitting a leaf is not information by the definition I'm trying to use.
Okay, then it's not Shannon information.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not data points, and it's not Shannon, and it's not complexity or likelihood. It's nothing like that. It's the fact that I can form a sentence in English and Mark can understand it.
Right. So you.
Right.
That's. I mean, obviously, when
Well,
you
that's
say
debatable.
form a sentence, then when you say a sentence, then you are, of course, assuming that the sentence can be understood. Why do you assume that? Because you are talking to something that you know has agency.
Right.
So you're begging the question. You're begging the question of agency.
I'm begging the question of agency. I have no examples of non-agency in complex information transfer.
Yeah, but when you say complex information transfer,
sure.
Okay, that's you are including in that phrase agency, right? That's part of the definition.
Okay,
well,
help me with the language.
Minds. So,
well,
an agent is somebody with a thinking mind capable of making decisions, essentially.
Yeah. So it's what's okay.
Anything
so
with a thinking mind able to make decisions.
two
But my
different ways.
example with information from a sensor to a computer is there's no agent involved in that.
There's no agent involved in it. I mean,
Yeah.
a computer could record. It can even transmit. So it's temporary storage. But what's on my screen right now has no meaning if there's no one on this end to look at it.
Okay. No, that's what I wanted to clarify, because I would still consider information to be the signals that the sensor is sending to the computer, even though no conscious mind ever sees that. Like, just say the computer wipes it two weeks later and no one has ever looked at it. I would still consider that information, even though it's never passed through a conscious mind at all.
I have a question. Wouldn't it have to be in a specific arrangement or sequence?
Yes, it does have to be. Even the individual nuanced noises I'm making with vocal cords and small mouth movements it is definitively you could break it down in lots of little tiny pieces. You could. But if you rearrange them in some other way than I'm using them, it'll just be rubbish.
Yes, but wouldn't you say then that it's not necessarily, it being information is not contingent on someone there to understand it? or to translate it necessarily.
Okay, so it's going to be data points, Shannon complexity, and information, and that's why I'm using those terms that way.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, so again, when you say this complex information, I just want to know that you've baked in consciousness to that as part of the definition, right? So you can
I don't know how to avoid it.
You can never say. Well, I mean, there are other types of information, right? So if you're speaking to somebody in a language you don't understand, you'd still call that information, but you can't understand it. Right? So
Can I make an
it's
analogy?
unintelligible. Hang on
I'll
a
make
second.
an
Mark.
analogy.
Hang on
Oh,
a
okay,
second,
sure,
Mark.
Simon.
Because there's
Sure.
one other point I want to get to once we go past this
sorry.
little bit. You get that, right?
Maybe.
It's still information. You can't understand it. So information doesn't have to be understood to be information, even under your own definition.
Is that the end of it? Because I was hoping
that's
for more.
not. I just want you to agree with that point first, and then we can move to the next point.
I don't.
Right. Okay. So if somebody speaks Japanese to you,
yeah,
you would admit that they think they're passing information to you.
They might.
Right. But it's not information.
If they're under the impression that I understand that language, they might think they're talking to me.
Sure. Right. So
I
it's
might
not
have.
inherent. So what you're doing, right, is it's not inherent in the actual passing of information. What you're saying is information is received by a conscious being.
Yes, I am.
Right. Okay, that's great. In that case, to get to the point quickly, there is a particular type of definition which excludes science. Okay, which is what's called axiological, which just means agency. Okay, an explanation that includes agency. Okay, and for that we can have many different types of explanations, right? So a classic example, just to get through this quickly, is if you see someone running down the road, okay, there are many ways to describe what's going on. Okay, the axiological way is, say, they're running for a bus, right? But there's a nomological way or a scientific way, all right, which is to describe the contractions of muscles and the the information being passed between the brain and the muscle in order to contract, in order to make them run. Now those are two, as far as I can see, they're both information. They both involve consciousness. Okay, but one is excluded under your definition.
Okay, so meaning
that your definition is very
no. The difference is meaning.
Sure, the difference is agency. It's not meaning, it's agency. Yeah,
it's agency. Okay, so the tree is loaded with information, but if there's no one to dissect the tree and think about the tree, then there's no agency to extract the information from the tree. Something like that?
Right, and you're saying that that's not information. Hang on a second, Mark. Let me get through this bit. So then you're saying that there is no information. But if there is a consciousness there that does decipher the tree, then it is information in the tree.
The way I'm using the word, yes.
Okay, that's great. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, so the whole tree falls in the forest doesn't make a sound, right? And I mentioned that earlier. So the way that people use sound, okay, some people define it as the vibration of your eardrum. So if there is no one to hear something, it is not a sound and it is vibrations in the air. To other people, they define sound as vibrations in the air. And then you would say, yes, there is a sound because the vibrations in the air. So what I'm getting from you to make that analogy to sound is that if you see the term information to refer to when it actually hits another mind, then it is information. I would refer to that as communication rather than information.
Fair.
I think that the information still exists. It's never communication if it never hits another mind, or another thing to receive it, basically. But I understand if you want to use information to say, hey, it's when a transmitter of a mind sends information and a receiver, collects that information on the other end. That is information. Totally fair.
I'm going to work on how I say this. I don't know what to say differently right now, but thank you both for your input. It was educational, at least.
Well, the good word was communication there, because communication is necessarily a two-way process.
This is deep.
And even then, communication, that's also a little...
I can give an example.
Well, you're
So
speaking. Keep going.
if a book is written many years ago and it's comprised of different stories written about and written at different periods of time, but there was a way for it to contain information that proved that it was outside of its time domain by means it predicts the future and various other different ways of proving that it's encoded to prove that there was an intelligent being behind it that was universal throughout it. Is that information, or does it require an interpreter to be
I get
considered
to answer first
information?
on this one. It's not information until the right person reads it.
And it's because Mark will never open his eyes and ears to interpret it. Does that make it not information?
Why are you picking on me? No, look, information doesn't necessarily have to be true. I can lie and say, like, P-Town's a great guy that doesn't, insult me at every turn. I could completely lie. That information isn't true. It's still being communicated, received, and understood. So
still communication.
Right. It's still communication of something. Communication does not necessarily have to be the truth. So someone could have just absolutely, made up everything in this book. It doesn't make it true.
Right.
How
but
to
if it's
not
written,
talk about
if
the
it's
Bible.
written outside of the time domain, and if it's one author written over the course of millennia,
Who was
centuries, God.
Really?
This is
But
like
I don't want to ruin it for you.
So
no.
Matthew,
This
Mark,
is
Luke,
kind
and
of
John.
like.
Okay.
No,
go-
this
go,
is
John.
almost like a kind of bad, translation of an anime movie where they're speaking all Japanese and someone could be translating the movie to you and using the most incorrect translation where it's trying to tell one story and it's actually saying another thing.
Well, it's not actually
Exactly my point.
Japanese if Mark can't understand it, because information
That's not
can't
the
be
point.
information.
Jenna,
can
you know what
understand
you just justified is my assertion of an intended reader.
Yeah, but
There
I
must
think that
be.
also exists. I think that point also exists.
I didn't mean to
Mainly
belittle
because
your thing, Jenna. Sorry.
so basically there's the cultural part of it and the historical part of it, right? So, yes, I love anime, right? And she's definitely
I
right.
touched a nerve.
She's definitely right that a
Yeah,
lot
you
of
can get whatever law you want. How dare you hassle anime?
right.
Hey, I used to be semi still. Oh, go ahead. I'm placating.
No problem.
Go ahead.
So what I was saying was, she's right, because a lot of the translations, they don't take into consideration a lot of cultural aspects, right? And because of that, we'll read certain things, right? Some of the information that's being conveyed to us, and what we're seeing on the screen doesn't necessarily fit with that, right? But we know something is missing. I just wanted to say.
If you're paying
No.
attention, you might notice something is missing. Here's one of the things I noticed was missing. The English language is a bastard of several languages. That's just the fact of the matter. And we carried a lot of expressions and ideas from other cultures into the language, and we kept whole cloth expressions. Now, the expressions sometimes they get morphed over time. The expression evolves, right? Like the way we use the F-bomb, very evolved. Not what it meant in the first place at all, right? Here's one of such examples.
I don't like that word.
P-Town is interrupting and being an ass.
Sorry.
It's just a word.
No, I'm telling you, I'm using a phrase. It's not personal. P-Town is being an ass. P-Town spoke like an ass. P-Town brayed like an ass. P-Town had the jawbone of an ass. There's the complete etymology. That's the complete etymology going back to its origination. That person has the jawbone of an ass. Okay? Now, Samson slayed 10,000 with the jawbone of an ass. What does that mean?
Well, whatever it means today. So it basically means
It means the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It you know, the words evolve and everything evolves. That's Richard Dawkins proved that to us by
Sure, but
inventing the word meme.
my point is
you know.
the original story is saying everybody thought he was a fool.
This is the perfect opportunity, Richard, to do the Adam to Noah thing, because we have these guys here. So basically, have you guys ever gone through? So each name has a meaning behind it, and if you just do the genealogy from Adam to Noah and what each word means, you can comprise kind of an idea.
Do you mean
I'm telling you, this is a perfect
your
crowd
point?
for it.
Do you mean
Because
etymology? Not.
we're talking about
Yeah.
how the English translation is not very good and all that. Well, let's just do it right here. It's only 10 words, and let's just, as Christians, atheists, and Madsonites, let's just see what happens.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's take a consensus vote. Those on the panel working. I don't want to go alphabetically. Top left to bottom right, as we read English, one at a time. Please, if you would, people, a simple yes or no would do. Sarah.
Let's take a look at how
P-Town,
God
not your turn.
communicates.
Shut up.
Oh.
What are you wanting me to answer? I kind of zoned out.
You'd like to comply with P-Town's request that we go ahead and do an etymology from the text? You'd rather not?
I know all about it. I've got it in front of me. I've heard that. I don't need to discuss it.
Okay, Batman.
I'm open.
Jena.
Honestly, I'm 50-50.
Okay, we got 0.5 votes so far. P-Town, your answer is obvious. Mark Reed.
No, I don't want to study the etymology of names.
Simos.
No, etymological fallacy is
And
always a fallacy.
Sean. Thank you.
I'm actually going to say thank you, Richard, for having me on. It was nice to see everybody.
You're a blast,
Jenna,
man.
that hair is absolutely wonderful. And someone please kick P-Town in the nuts again for me.
Thank you,
Okay,
Sean.
have a good night.
See you, Sean.
I'll just
Good to meet
address
you,
your
Sean.
last point, Richard, which is I blame Michael Jackson for making good mean bad. Or bad mean
That's
good.
right.
Even.
Right.
Something, yeah. And
But I just
walking
love-
backwards as walking forward.
I just love
He
that
wasn't the
Richard
first.
Dawkins invented a word for meme, which was the way an idea evolved over the centuries. And then the word that he created evolved to mean something else. I love that. That is a beautiful thing. It just shows that our words that we create and we make up these words, they are so fluid and they never mean the same things in, 20 years, much less 100 or 1,000.
And by the way, a bitchin' way to say it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so P-Town, I hope you gathered that we're not doing it with 2.5 negative votes and only half a positive vote. So there you go. I will dedicate a show to you at some other date at your request, anytime you like, not now. Okay, so if I can show that from outside of my experience, communication happened translating an idea that I could understand in a way that I could understand it. So, not in Japanese. And then I went to investigate if that idea was true in reality, that is to say falsifiable. And it stood. And it was falsifiable, yet it was not falsified, but was actual. Then I can say true knowledge was communicated. Now, I don't have the mechanism. I admit it.
So this is a really weird question, but we use something called protocols to transmit information without knowledge of the information. And the way that I can explain protocols most clearly is just say you are in a German bookstore buying a Japanese book, right? So you go into the store, you see this Japanese book, you want to buy it for your Japanese friend. You don't understand Japanese. The German store owner doesn't understand Japanese. He doesn't understand English. You don't understand German. But what you can do is take the book up. He holds up a number of fingers or points to a number. You know, you basically give him the money. He gives you the book. And what we've got is an exchange of information where neither party understands the information or each other. Right. So that's a protocol. It's basically a way of doing things that you can be understood by both sides, kind of thing.
Okay, so it's storage and transfer.
Kind of, yeah. So the information is stored in the book in this case. The two sides understand the protocol of how to transmit that information, but they don't understand the information itself. And they can still transmit it without even understanding what it is.
Sure.
So would you see that still as information, or would you need that book to get to the Japanese friend in order for that to be considered information?
Okay, it's theoretical information, not usable.
Right, so that wouldn't be actual information until...
Not to me, it's not.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
And I'm doing something a forklift could do, you know? I'm just picking it up and moving it, essentially. I'm pretty stupid here.
Well, yeah, that's true, I guess. That is true of protocols. They do just move information around. Yeah, absolutely. No, that's a fair point. Yeah.
Okay. So my position is the protocol's position. The protocol does not understand other than the task. Just the task. Right. That's it. Right. Okay.
Okay.
No, and I would put in my understanding the words Holy Spirit as equal to protocol.
The Holy Spirit is equal to protocol.
Yeah, in your example, yeah.
Okay.
Do you believe in the Holy Spirit, Richard?
I understand it as an unintelligent transference device. It has no personality. It has no consciousness. It's just performing a function. It doesn't even know what's going on.
Well, he is a Christian, P-Town.
Oh, come on, Jena. Don't kick me in the balls.
Well,
man.
You know, Sean asked her to, so, you know, it's not really her fault.
Derek
Sean.
Jenna's just doing the will of the people. You know.
Right.
That's why I'm here.
Politician, yeah.
B-Town has the balls of an ass.
Not
Richard,
was it ass or donkey? I can't remember.
I gotta run. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Please,
take care, Sarah.
Please comment on a video, any video, Sarah, and we'll exchange emails if you trust me that much, and we'll do a show sometime in depth of understanding of what you're actually saying.
Okay. I think I put like 5 comments on the videos I watched yesterday. So it's probably in your inbox.
Have a good night,
I'll
Sarah.
respond. Yeah.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. All right, good night.
Okay, then there were 6. All right, where were we?
So how does the Holy Spirit work exactly? Like, what kind of mechanistic processes are you talking about? This is because you asked me to challenge you.
You voted against learning about it.
So I voted against learning about it.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
How is names somehow...
I was going to show you a demonstration of the Holy Spirit in the Word. And let you do it.
In the Word?
Yeah.
That's circular thinking.
No, the Holy Spirit's in the Word.
Okay.
Sword of the Spirit.
Well,
okay,
either way, I'm still confused about excluding science. Why do you exclude science when you're talking about information, Richard?
Why do I exclude science? I don't know where I did. I need that explained.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, like I said, you're excluding information as being nomological, which is to say, without consciousness.
Okay. In its highest form, we're going to call it communication, right?
Right. Okay.
That communication includes 2 conscious or more, right? On the receiving and sending end of it.
You're doing it again. You're baking in consciousness to the definition, and I want to know why you're doing that, because then when you talk about communication of the Holy Spirit, if that's information, you're just baking in consciousness to the Holy Spirit.
Okay, I'm gonna have trouble avoiding that. I'm seriously trying.
I don't think you can avoid it by your definition, and that's. I just wanted to know why the definition.
Okay, I'm just going to continue on then.
Yeah,
and maybe it'll make sense to you, and maybe I'm just stupid. at the lower echelon than that is complexity. The letters that are used, what order they in, the spacing in between words, all that complexity, the overall message. Below that is individual data points. The letter A means the sound ah, data point. But the letter A is not communication by itself. It's just I can say, okay, there's the letter A. That's interesting. I know the history of it. But it's not going to tell me anything complex about what a person's trying to say.
Agree,
It may, obviously, but that's besides the point. Again, I just want to know why. Look, how to say this? To say, well, information is a language. Well, we know languages are invented by people who are conscious, right?
Sure.
So you can't say that trees falling are information.
I don't think he said that information was a language.
Well, he just used the example of A.
Right.
Well, that's just an example.
Right.
Just
exactly.
That's
begging the question as well.
That's an data point.
We know that's
data
invented
point
by an agent. So what I'm
but
getting
it doesn't.
is
It doesn't
why
matter.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter what letter represents the sound that represents an idea, and what combination represents the idea. The idea justifies. There is no meaning of cat without the animal.
Right. The cat exists without the idea of cat, does it not?
Sure, but and I could say gato, and I still said the same thing.
Right. So I'm just saying you are putting information at the level of concept, not at the level of the truth or objective reality.
Okay.
Why would he? I mean, you can still transmit information between two people. It doesn't have to be true.
No, but that's not.
If you're talking about knowledge, then yeah. But he has specified that if the information being transmitted is in fact true, then it is knowledge being transmitted. I think you made that clear.
Well, if you're justified to believe it's true, yeah.
Sure.
Then it's
sure,
knowledge.
falsifiable.
Well,
and
I mean, I'm talking about
yeah.
Richard's definition, not mine. So
okay. So, and what I'm saying is, now when you call something like the Holy Spirit information, or a protocol, which is another form of information.
No.
How is a protocol information?
No. Protocol.
Because somebody understands it by your definition, therefore it's information.
No part of the protocol understands anything.
No, I didn't say the protocol did. I said somebody understands the protocol.
Yes.
Well, someone designed the protocol in that case, yeah.
And somebody understands. Well, it doesn't matter whether they designed it or not, because that doesn't make it information by your definition. If someone understands the protocol, then it becomes information, right? If you don't understand it, it's not information.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. When the intended receiver is able to decode, and then there is communication.
Right.
Everything before that is information at different levels. At different levels of complexity and different fractals, different ways to break down.
Right. Okay. So, again, you're just imposing consciousness onto this understanding.
For communication,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, even for communication or information, whichever way you want to put it. If we now, I'll throw out information now. I'll throw out information. Let's just use communication.
Great.
Okay. So just using communication, then you are saying that communication must necessarily be to a conscious agent.
From a conscious agent.
From conscious agents. Okay.
Yeah.
So how do we decipher that anything, how can we know that the concept we are receiving is generated by reality as opposed to our own minds?
That's falsifiability.
And what's falsifiable about how can we know what is falsifiable with axiological definitions, with definitions which are inherently concepts?
Whether or not those concepts adhere to reality in some way.
Okay. So does reality necessarily have to be conscious in order to understand it?
No.
Okay. So then the communication can come from something not conscious to something conscious, correct?
No, the information could, but the communication can't.
Well, it's not communication if it comes from something which isn't conscious.
It's not communication if it doesn't come from something. I hate double negatives. It is only information when it comes from some consciousness and is received by some consciousness. They are communicating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine. So, in other words, there's nothing. We cannot get communication from nature unless God exists.
Nature doesn't communicate things.
Okay.
It
right,
does communicate that God exists.
I don't
Unless
know.
you want to say like conscious beings are part of nature, in which case conscious beings can communicate with each other. Sure.
Sure. Okay. So when we see a tree, we don't know that there's a tree there in reality.
Yeah, we're right back to Mark's, tree
Exactly.
falls in the woods. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. And I have a problem with this because your assumption of communication takes out the fact that there is an inanimate object which is giving me information which I can understand and manipulate as concepts.
Yes, but there's a consciousness involved in there. You.
Yes, right. But it didn't come from a consciousness. It came from a tree.
No, okay, that's the whole problem I have with that tree falls in the wood thing. It uses the word here, as I think Mark was trying to point out, to create an argument on purpose of sound wave versus eardrum. Okay? So if you take it as vibration, the literal thing that causes sounds, the argument is over. There is no argument. It definitely made a vibration.
It's not really like the whole point that it's trying to address before going to even the sound versus vibration thing is that if nobody observes it, how can we tell with absolute certainty that it actually happened? And we kind of can't.
Yes.
There's a number of philosophical things, there's uniformity of nature that we can appeal to. There's the idea that there's a number of things you can appeal to, but it's more just how can you have certainty of the unobserved? And the answer is you can't really, but we can make a belief based upon some pretty strong epistemological methods that say, hey, yeah, we've seen trees fall, we've seen the after effects, we know trees fall. So if it did fall, a uniformity of nature sort of says, hey, yes, it would fall. But it's just a thinking problem kind of thing. That's all it is.
Right. I don't know if any of that was satisfactory for you, Simos.
Not really, no, because
I didn't think so.
I think I think by trying to define communication this way,
I have a question.
Again, or information, then we're just falling into
if
the
you
trap
gave me
of
better
making
definitions, I would just adopt them.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I don't think that's going to help right now, right? Because Shannon information is good enough for me, right? But that's very much on an atomistic level, right? And that's what science uses, right? It's nomological. It's not assuming there's consciousness, and it's not giving answers which have the assumption baked into them of consciousness, right? They may be conscious, but that's besides the point, right? And that's
Simos,
how you can tell a difference between things.
Are you atheist, Simos, or what are you?
That's how you can tell the difference between things that are conceptual and things that are not conceptual. Right? And now I don't know any other way to do it than that. If you have a way to tell, please enlighten me, of course, and we'll definitely talk about it. But this is basically just the difference between an inductive set of reason, a priori, or a posteriori reasoning. So thank you very much, anyway, for letting me say that.
I do have a question.
Yes, I am an atheist, Peter. Go ahead.
Well, you're talking like a theist for a second.
Okay, I don't know how. But, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how either.
So I'm talking out of ignorance here, but isn't there, when it comes to receiving information, shouldn't there be some kind of protocol? By protocol, I mean like a system in which whatever sound or whatever being used to transfer that information in place in order for it to be considered information? Is that necessary?
That's translation. Yes, translation is necessary.
The word of God.
Not to make it information. No.
So, like, for example, like when birds communicate, right? They make their chirps and stuff like that.
Birds have agency. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the transmitter. Yeah.
Okay, so where does the protocol come in that allows the bird to say, hey, this is what I have to do based on these?
Yeah, it's induction. It's the consciousness that's receiving, and the consciousness that is passing the information, and they through induction realize that there is some message being transmitted, and in fact you can do that between species, not just between single families or tribes or even single species.
But that's
So,
not necessary for the sequence of chirps to be considered information,
Yeah,
right?
he's talking about encryption and decryption. He's talking about how there must be an understanding of almost like the language where the bird knows to send this chirp means this, and how the other one sends this. So what you're talking about is encryption and decryption. So
they don't have to know it, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, they kind of do, Simos, because if information has to be transmitted.
See, that's why I'm asking the question, right? Because
I'm talking about information in Richard's sort of sense of the way he's using that word, right? Because if either the transmitter, like the first bird, doesn't know how to encrypt it properly, it comes out as, it's trying to send, hey, I found some food as a chirp, and the other one hears, I'm really horny, I want a mate or something, right? Then the information isn't transmitted. It's wrong information kind of thing. Or
Sure.
But I think Simos meant they didn't have to understand it, as in their instincts are going to make them react in a certain way, whether it's cognitive processing or not. That it could be at some other level and might not be fair to call it understand.
Or knowledge, which is the word.
Would that be true? Would they have to respond to their instincts?
I don't know that, but I know this. You guys got 6 minutes to wrap this up.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I believe that's the case.
Sign us up in 6 minutes. What are you talking
I believe that's the case, Mark. I think that
I'm sorry.
this is. I believe that's the case. This is the way induction works.
Okay, so to wrap this up,
you have an understanding of what's being transmitted. All you have to do is know that you've reacted to something in a particular way and it's worked in the past. That's enough.
I'll go ahead and wrap it up for you all. 42, and now everyone can give their closing thoughts.
Should we go just from left to right?
No, let's start with Batman. We'll just work our way around down. Go ahead, Batman. Closing thoughts.
Okay,
Shill what you want to, whatever you got.
Thanks for having me again, as usual, Richard, on your journey to demolish doctrine. I think you're making a step towards that every single day. However that might manifest at the end of your journey. So I'm definitely hoping to be around to see it.
Thank you very much. Mark, Mr. Reed, sir.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for having me on, Richard. I really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone for talking. Thanks for the insults and just stuff, P-Town. It's always a pleasure to meet a charitable and lovely Christian that calls you names and acts really mean. It's always wonderful to see that. Anyway, slight dig, but I think it's well deserved after that. Thank you so much. I think the main point I want to give is that we do a lot. Everybody does confirmation bias. Everybody has these ideas in the back of their head, and it's really hard to remove yourself from it. And I understand that totally. It's really hard. We want to try and do that, because if we're just going to believe what you have believed in the past without challenging that, and I think it's wonderful that Richard's running a challenge me on this, because that's what we want to do. We want to challenge our preconceived beliefs and go, is this epistemologically, or is this justified by the evidence and the things that I have at my disposal? Or is there other possibilities? And it's no shame and nothing wrong with saying, hey, I don't know for the moment. I'm going to reserve judgment until I have a better idea of what's going on. And for that point, that's exactly what dark matter is. We're not just leaping to, hey, it's some kind of quantum interaction, or it's these particles, and let's call them spoof particles. No, we're saying it's dark. We don't know what it is. That we have no idea, and that's okay. Not knowing is fine. Thank you.
Oh, Captain, my Captain, Mr. Funk.
Oh, yeah, beg your pardon. Oh, sorry, right, I'm live. Thanks for letting us in. You bring up some interesting points, and I'll dig out. I'll try and dig out the best definition for information I possibly can for you. But obviously,
by the way, I'm going with standards established by Werner Gitt. If anyone wanted to reference that, that's what I'm using as Werner Gitt. Werner Gitt.
Werner. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Yes, but obviously, like all these things, the words that we use have different meanings in particular ways that we are using it, and that's really where a lot of bias comes in that we don't understand or we don't realize that we're introducing. So when I listen to somebody say a sentence, I'm interpreting it from my point of view with my definitions. Like when you said information, right? I then went, oh, hang on a minute, that's not what I think is information. So why is there a difference? Then we had to have a conversation about why there's a difference. Then I find out in your definition it has this agency, a condition, which it doesn't in mine. And that might be fine in, say, psychological analysis, right? I'm sure they would agree that the information in psychological analysis has some component of consciousness, because, of course, when you say psychological, that is implying that it's to do with the mind. Right.
True.
But when you say in science, right, and specifically the hard science of physics, you can never infer consciousness from information. That's just one of the basic points. So that's not to say that it doesn't exist, but it's just not considered as the first option because, obviously naturalism is an implied state, at least metaphorical, and metalogical naturalism is an implied precondition for doing the science.
And based on this very conversation, I will, from this point forward, be using the word communication.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah.
Thank you,
Although,
Simos, as well.
again, communication also suffers from the same problem as well. But that's another point. But it's a better word than information. Because information in mathematics also has a different meaning as well. So,
No, not maths.
I told you couldn't wrap Simos up in 6 minutes.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Jena.
I don't have really super intellectual thing to say, but thank you, Richard, for having me on. It is my first time being on your channel, so I appreciate it.
Pleasure always. P-Town, without insults.
Well, I just want to say I love you all, especially Mark. I don't agree with a lot of the things said, and I don't understand some of it. I think that the quote, you can't infer consciousness from information, is not true, Simos. I believe that God wrote a book where we can clearly see that the information provided has been encrypted, and through that encryption you can decipher and confirm that God is real. And I want you all to see it, because again, I love you, especially Mark. Have a good night, everybody.
I don't think I ever said you can never infer consciousness. I said it's never inferred in physics as the first state of belief, because physics assumes metaphorical naturalism.
Sorry, I didn't mean to misquote you, Simos.
That's all right.
Simos.
That's fine. No, thank you.
Okay, we'll allow that because directly addressed. And the man of much silence, Flow State.
I'm glad I made it in time for the show. My name's Taylor. My channel is Flow State. You should check it out since he's ending the broadcast right now, and so y'all are missing out on a lot of good stuff. Yeah, that's what I got.
All right. Thank you all for coming voluntarily to try to make me better. I deeply appreciate that. It touches me in ways that I can't express. And I'm forever indebted. I don't know what to say. Thank you all so much. Kick yourselves out. I don't do that.
Thank you,
Till
Richard.
next time, guys. I look forward to the day that we're all great friends.
Yeah, take
Peace.
care, mate.
I want to know how it touches you.